with everything to prove.
솔직히 부담감이 없을 수는 없고
บอลโลก
부담감이
ช่อง
있긴
ทางธรรม
한데
ชาติครับผม
프로게이머로서 가장 부담된
เคย
순간
วัดปาร์ตี้บอลโลกวะ
사람들이 되게 많은 경기장에
อาจจะได้เห็น
게임을
นี่เป็นวัน
한다는
สุด
게
ท้าย
ช่องก็จะบินเนี่ย
ช่องก็จะบิน
ถ้าแม่งวัดปาร์ตี้บอลได้นี่คนแม่งได้นั่งดูกับพี่เป็นร้อยพัน คนไทยดูบอลเยอะ เอางี้เวลาพี่เอ๋ยผมมีข้อเสนอให้พี่
อะไรอ่ะ
พี่ไปซื้อลิขสิทธิ์ยูฟ่ามาสตรีมช่องพี่อะ
ว่ะเอ้ยทำไมเราคิดไม่ได้วะง่ายแค่นี้
ในเมื่อรัฐบาลไม่ซื้อเราก็ซื้อเองดิพี่
ว่าแล้ว
ใช่ไหม
ก็
ไม่น่ากี่บาทหรอก
เปิดหลอดแป๊บหนึง
เปิดหลอด
ซื้อลิขสิทธิ์บอลโลกเป็นไง
ซื้อให้หมดเลยพรีเมียร์ยูฟ่า
เปิดหลอดลิขสิทธิ์บอลโลก
โคตรสุด
เกมอังกฤษเพราะไม่เอาแม็กไกวร์ติดแม็กไกวร์เล่นโคตรดีไม่ติดเฉยเลย ถ้าซื้อสิบบอลโลกแล้วมาซีมาปาร์ตี้พี่ว่าได้ทุนคืนไหม ต้องมีมหาเศรษฐีประมาณ100 คนอยู่ในช่องอ่ะคอยเติมหลอด ก็จะได้คืนอยู่
เอาง่ายๆไอ้เจ้าของลีกต้องมาดูอะแล้วก็สงสารพี่ แล้วก็ไอ้ยดูเดี๋ยวโอนให้ค่าลิขสิทธิ์
550 ล้านเขายังไม่เอาโปรตุเกสเหรอแต่โปรตุเกสก็น่าสนใจ เปิดเพลงมันเลยแต่เพลงดูไม่น่าโดนหรอกวอลลันใช่อ่ะ ประเทศลาวดูฟรีเลยเหรอ
วันนี้มาแน่ไอ้คอร์สมาลัส
ยัง
อ๋อยังอะแฮปปี้เว้ยว่ะเล่นไปเล่นมาเริ่มไม่แฮปปี้แล้วไม่ชนะอินเตอร์เลย
20กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์70-30ครับ
So assuming that these star guys can give him enough time to call and read the map and make sure that he's comfortable in this spot. Elimination stages are hard, so they need to make sure to support him as best as they can. From DRG side, we're looking at Spirit Z1, very strong player coming out of China, puts up big performances in
แต่
China
ยิ
when
ง
he
เพลงมัน
needed
ไม่น่า
to.
โดนจริง
And Nick is also a very strong flash
หรือ
initiator.
ไม่ว่ามันโดน
Yeah, I think for DRG's side, especially on this first map, it's spirits and life from me. I think that they're extremely good at this map when those two players are playing as aggressive as they should be on that defense side, going for the trap plays, letting Vukashu do his thing on the other side of the map, and the same story on attack side. It's spirits and life going in and letting Vukashu work the other side of the map. This is the time for them to win their first map at a global stage.
And we're speaking so much about Spirit and Life here. The two, Waylay and Neon, is what we expect from either of those on this map. And I think that this is obviously an identity that we've covered that has been really working in the Chinese region. And now we need to see how it happens. Then we get to see that regional matchup on the global stage.
Yeah, I think there's no excuses today. You're playing against people you know, you're playing comfortable. I don't want to see any nerves today. I don't want to see any stress. I don't want to see Raga crumbling once again. I want to see him confident in full force. I want to see the whole team around him. There is no excuse today. You're playing against opponents you know their playbooks, you know their tendencies, you know the players.
Now, Wenler, we saw DRG ban out Lotus. We were expecting Lotus to come in here, but it looks like they have some learning lessons. Do you think this is a positive sign?
Yeah, I would expect it to be. DRG is looking at just, hey, we're going to come into this, we're going to take away their best map, and we're going to try to target their weak maps in the pool and just get through this series clean.
ทำไมผมรู้สึก
If
ว่าเพล
you're
งนี้มันจะโด
DRG,
น
your back is quite literally up against the wall. I want to kind of echo the thoughts that Minnie had there, that you really have everything to put on the line here. This could be one of these teams, well, it is one of these teams last time up on that stage, because let's not forget, one of them will be eliminated after this. So you need to kind of come out, show that best showing as best as you can, really.
And Haven is going to be the first destination between these two teams. Let's see what we got on the Asian roster.
Yeah, expected here for DRG, similar composition as before, the same composition as before, Life and Spirit spearheading the team with the double duelists. They're going to be following that Skydog when they're on that attack side. On defense, so where they're starting, it's all about the trap plays. It's about the early round aggression. I love watching their Haven right now,
ไส้ไหล
and I'm
เกม
hoping
มิ่ง
that
จัดคอมที่เล่นเมตา
sees it
ณ
out
ตอนนี้
today.
เราก็เล่น
XLG
ง่าย
side,
ที่สุ
they've
ด
gone
ครับ
for a composition switch.
เป็นเมตา
Usually
แล้ว
they
ก็
play
ง่าย
the
ที่สุด
Gen G style composition,
DRG
and I have my
คอมนี่ค่อนข้าง
criticisms. They're way too passive on the
เป็น
map for
ยาก
that
นิดนึง
composition,
แล้วก็
and I hope with this new
จะ
double
หลุด
duelist
เม
look
ตา
that
ไป
they're
เดี๋ยว
going to
พอเล่
bring
นได้
out the fire a
เล็
little
ก
bit
ๆก็
more.
คือโดนเนิร์ฟไป
Yeah,
แล้ว
the
นีออนก็
big
เนิร์ฟไปแล้ว
question is, especially between the two
แต่ก็ยัง
initiators,
ไม่ได้อัพ
DRG
แพท
working
เหมือ
with
น
the
เพิ่งตื่น
Sky, they have a little
มี
bit
เวเล
more
ด้วย
info they can
เหมื
work
อน
with
เพิ่งตื่นนะ
combined with the Cypher
ตื่น
camera,
แน่นอน
whereas XLG are just stuck with the Sova. So after they burn that drone, it's going to be, can DRG force that drone out from Sova and kind of eliminate information on the map and then find where they can kind of blitz with the double duelist and end?
I think if you're XLG as well, we're seeing this now coming into London, that it looks as though Phoenix and Jet has been their read on the meta. I think they need to be able to make it count, especially starting on this attack side. You are going up against a Waylay and a Neon on the other side, who are going to be pushing out those extremities, fighting for A lobby. We will see that paired up with the Sky as well. How synergized this DRG team can look, I think, is going to be one of the key things starting on that defense.
When Spirits is on that Waylay and he has another duelist to work with him, he is phenomenal. I think look out for him today in this matchup.
All right, well, thank you guys, and thank you, Wendler. All right, to take us through this regional matchup of China, we have Achilleos and Paper Thin.
It's looking to be an action-packed day. DRG, XLG backs up against the wall. Elimination is on the line. Only one can stick around here at Masters London.
Yeah, I mean, so much to prove here for both of these teams. Some rough outings for them in their beginning series. They couldn't get any maps. Even though XLG did come a little bit closer against NRG, it's still not what you wanted to see out of the CN team. So you hope that today,
For sure.
whoever comes out of this, it's a momentum builder. It's a confidence
ส้ม
builder.
เจอส้ม
And
อ่ะ
they could go into that decider series and make their way into playoffs and represent the region.
ขออันนี้กัน
Well, that is a very
Yep,
quick
dog.
clear on the cam and mid.
วันนี้พี่เซฟโหมดแล้วก็ถอดล่าถอนโคนไดเวอร์ไป
Be
หมดแล้ว
suspicious about this
Okay.
potential lurk
Tag, yeah.
forward.
ยัง
As Spirit in position to maybe try to get the catch on Happyway.
Just tag on
Continues to
you,
scale
just
forward,
tag
but
on
he'll be
this game.
flexing, able to find the first kill as Rogers going to be taken down, but
ผมวัน
Happyway
นี้แค่ไม่
finds
ส
one
ตรีม
in
อะ
reply.
แค่นั่งเล่นเกมเฉยๆอะแตกเนี่ย
Challenging in for this
Oh, nice
fight. Does take the brunt of the damage, but Happyway now going to be encroached.
เฮ้ย Happyway
Gosh, with a repeat into Garage,
Oi.
able to find no man at the same time. Lights are now
2-0
fighting forward, taking the fight right to their doorstep. They bring it back into a 2v2.
นี่ไง
Clean tap from Life.
เดี๋ยวลีโอเอาให้ครับพอลีโอ
Backpedaling away, 70 HP, finds that follow-up kill, but cannot get the round win. DRG will take the opening pistol.
Yeah, so just
ถ้า
some
ดีอา
good
จีแม่ง
trading
พลิก
early
ชนะ
here
ไส้ไหล
for
นี่เป็นเรื่องอยู่
DRG.
นะ
They do a nice job as well as sneaking some players up the gut, up the middle early. Find that little bit of extra oomph to this to make sure that Happyway has no real hope of getting out of that situation. Bukashu, a big kill there with the swing back into the doors. And then, of course, with WS layout, all on his lonesome at the end.
ว้า
A little
มัน
bit
ยืนใน
tough.
ราวแรกเลย
Got one, but again, the trade's good for DRG. So, and a really nice early kill for Flexen through the smoke. So it's a
Yep,
big
and
difference maker there.
ปักลิงก์ปักลิงก์
Hopefully. Oh, look at
Dale,
this,
Pete.
though. Look
Yeah,
at the,
full force.
wow.
Stingers
ใครที่ดู YouTube อยู่นะครับผมฝากช่วยพี่เอ๋ยนะใครที่เปิดในคอมนะเปิด2เบราว์เซอร์ให้หน่อยครับกดเข้าไปลิงก์ที่ผมส่งเนี่ย
For now, will be
กดเตอร์แล้วผู้หญิงคีนสตอร์ไดเวอร์แล้วก็
Neon
กด
going into a stack.
ที่
It's
ล
a
งด้วยอีกรอบ
very quick pivot for DRG to try to slow this up. That drone's going to be sent down first and foremost as Spirit. Swing in the corner, able to find a good amount of damage. No
แต่
man's going to be
ถ้า
taking
ดู
low, but
อยู่
not
แล้ว
taking it
ค้าง
quite
อยู่
just
ก็
yet.
คือนะ
They
เรีย
can't
บร้อย
land
หาย
that stinger, but the rest of the team absolutely does.
เฮ้ยอะไรวะน่ะ
XLG looking incredible. It's a very
อยู่ดีแม่งจะ
from
เอาหมดเล
Bukashu.
ยปล่อย
อยู่ดีๆแม่งใจนี่เฉย
Two more of those. Right on top of the box is Raga and XLG.
โดน
มา
ยิง
ชู้
They take the
Đồ-
gamble. They
เรา
win it
เขา
all.
จะได้
1 to
ฟอร์ดบาย
1.
ใช่ปะ
Yeah, we've been seeing this a lot this event where teams
เย้ย
on
ช้า
their
รีเฟรชด่วน
opponent's
เลย
map picks if
ไอ้
they
สติง
lose
เก
that
อร์นี่
opening
นะ
pistol,
ถ้า
they're
เบรก
wanting to
จังห
go
วะแรกมันได้ไหล
into
เข้า
that
มาเปิด
force
ด้านใน
buy.
ไทยนี่คือ
You know, NRG's done it, so this is, I think, a pretty good strategy where you know that your opponent is
ผมชอบยุคฟอร์สบาย
a
นะ
little bit better than you in some ways at this
มั
map.
น
So
รู้สึก
there
มั
are
น
certain advantages you can
ไม่ชอบ
try
ไอ้
to
พวก
take.
ฟอร์สมาเชลมาเก็บฟาร์มอ่ะ
อ๋อโดนดิ
ต้อง
Force
ลง
spot
โทษ
there,
มันหน่
no
อย
man like Still, it's the right call, and it works a treat.
Just a punch to the gut for DRG. No man now with that outlaw. Ooh. Pinned into the corner. Life wants to try to collect his kill. Slides into the corner himself, and now the tail went out. The updraft to open the corner. No man.
จีนแม่งมันว่ะแม่งมาถึงแม่งซัดกันอย่างเดียวเลยไม่มีการอะไรแบบซึบกระดับนั้นเปิดม่านมาไม่ต้องมีปะทะ
From Lysor as well to make sure that no man gets out of dodge.
วัน NRG แพ้
Clean exit. That
แล้ว
could
ก็
have
ไอ้
gone a
ฟุต
lot
แพ้
worse.
We'll look to re-clear with that drone. The curveball going to be sent in. They know exactly where he's at, and Raga will be able to fish him out. Life eliminated Molly over to the corner. Can also just step into that, get the heels going, and Raga suddenly is just one away from having that run it back online. Would love to not have to use it in this round. If it comes down to it, will commit it just to ensure they gain the lead.
Yeah, XLG paused though. That gave DRG the time they needed to get into place to try to set up this defense. They get a little bit of a spot too, so it still is maybe going to get a little dicey for XLG.
Swap of the weaponry. Get that outlaw passed over as no man will take point, but it's going to be Spirit coming away with two with that bandit and Hamid Lysor. Backfilling that space. It's a couple eliminations as well. And Flexin, well, he's going to have to go TPing past. This one will not be noted. No one in audio range. But to try to find the round win from here would be miraculous. So XLG, well slated to move up 2-1. Just a question of how costly can this be made. Player on the angle, and Raga to take him down. XLG, clean stuff overall, 2-1 start as we get ready to go into the first real buy round for DRG.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing some encouraging signs here for XLG. Raga looking really sharp to start. Spirits as well. I mean, he's really impactful on this map when you go back to the last time these two teams squared off on it in the lower bracket finals in China. It was Spirit Z1 and Mukashu
เดี๋ยวนี้มีรีแอคการยืน
but here for XLG even
เมื่อก่อนนี่คือยืนแบบ
we're
ยื
going to
น
be coming into this
ยืน
round
เฉยๆ
with two big ultimates. Like you mentioned, the Phoenix. We also have the Hunter's Fury for WS Leo. So you've got a great opportunity to get a 3-1 start here as XLG. If you can find your opportunities.
ปาก้ามี
Found there with
บั
the
ลิตแบ็ก
early
ด้วย
util to gain a little bit of
พี่เคย
space at
จำ
the
ชื่อ
very
สกิล
least.
ได้ด้วยเหรอ
ได้ดิ
Just trying to fish maybe.
คือผมไม่ตอบคำถามในรายการนะผมเรียกมันว่าโจ๊กอะแต่ผมนึกไม่ออกว่าคือชื่อสกิลอะไร
Mukashu, that would be great if you could catch him out. But so far, DRG playing a little bit further back, looking to re-clear some space.
ใครๆเขาก็เรียกโจ๊กกันใช่ไหม
โจ๊ก
No
โอ
man
เวอร์
just watching, waiting for this. The pop flash not going to be connected onto him. Goes for the peek. He's able to find Spirit Z1 immediately.
อย่า
Peeks
สา
it,
ว
gets
แอบ
himself a
ไว้
second, but it's going to be Nick coming away with 2 kills as well. Both duelists now eliminated, and that run it back out of the
เฮ้ย
equation.
คนจะแอบทำอะไรใต้โต๊ะ
Immense amount of damage.
Đừng
Obviously
có
cannot heal
ngồi
himself. Back up to full and happy way. Well, continues to be on point with the aim.
มันชื่อ
Immediately gets him back into
ไม่มี
advantageous
ร้านอีทแบ็กอะไรเขาเรียกโจ๊ก
Opened up.
ใช่ไหม
WS Leo pushing forward, clearing that space. Camera still is there. Will now be cleared out, but the plant can come through.
Love to see WS Leo
เยอะ
get a little bit deep here, but they're going to
ปี
try
นี้
to
ต้อ
play
งพึ่
this
ง
up
เขา
close
ชู
personal.
เลือดเต็มคนเดียว
And not going to be playing that. Doesn't want to try to go for that Hunter's
Oi.
Fury, and he might just be regretting that decision. Mukashu,
แล้วมีรีโกด
always a player to be respected.
หวยละ
As Happy Way now needing to try to clutch this out. Incredible player in his own right. The double approach. Jumping up to Lumber, but Mukashu is on the angle, and he has them dead. A massive 3K
กูคัด
to
ชู่
tie it up at 2-2.
Got to question this post plan a little bit for XLG.
เหมือนมันยืนกันเป็นมารยาท
In 2 ways. Not only the Hunter's Fury, but you have so much on the backside of this. You have all of your Cypher util
ที่ให้
out
XLG
watching
ครั
your
บ
flank, so you know that Long is
อยู่ใน
likely to be still clear, or at least maybe there's one player
ใน
there
นี้
that
มัน
you
ไม่ค่อย
have to
แพ้
worry
เลยอ่ะ
about, but
XLG อ่ะ
I think you could have set up for the Long post plant and made that a little bit easier on yourself. Don't give Mukashu those opportunities because he is electric, and he will capitalize more often than not.
Let's go.
It is going to be a glass cannon by for life, though. DRG able to get that win, trying to scale.
ให้ไม่ไหวจริงว่ะไอ้ DRG อ่ะ
really close to a
โห
bunch.
มันแทบไม่แพ้เลยอ่ะในลีกอ่ะ
3 out of their 5 ults. Back off a spirit.
อ๋อไอ้ซาโต้ไอ้ซาโต้นะโหแม่งเอาไปอยู่กับคารอนนี่น่าจะมันจริงวาโลเขาน่าจะมีแบบไปมาสเตอร์น่าจะมีจัดออสตาร์นะไม่ได้เน้นแบบว่าความเก่งไปอยู่ด้วยกันนะเอาแบบว่าเอาพวกเอาคารอนไปอยู่กับซาโต้อย่างเงี้ยเอาเยตูเจอย่างเงี้ยเสียงดังๆเอาทีมแบบว่าไม่คุยกันไปอยู่ด้วยกันถ้าเอาทีมไม่คุยกันไปอยู่ด้วยกันนี่เอาซีเคียดไปทั้งทีมเลยที่ไม่เปิดไวคอมมาไม่เงียบกิ๊บเลยไวคอมไม่คุยเลย
We'll just set out with the drone, sending it up into heaven, spotting out 2 to 3 players.
รั่วเลย
Going to be gained. It's like one of the try to go for this entry, slides down over the top of the box, able to find the first, looking for that transfer over to Lysor, but Lysor will be able to take him down. Kashu rallies back, 2 kills of his own.
ขอ 2-0 ได้ไหม
Drop down going to be coming in, Nick with the barrel stuff is able to find no man, now it is all on Happyway once again, the Seeker going to be sent out.
นี่คนนี้เดือดกันเดือดกับเดือด
Happyway gets it into the 1v1.
เอาเว้ย11 นัดแต่หลอก
Nick just scaling forward.
โอ้โหโดนนิกเลย
Has that elimination, gets over onto the
เสร็จ
defuse.
แล้วขึ้นนำเลยครับ
Makes it decently close, but cannot win the round. It's going to be DRG once again into the lead.
ชนะ
And again, these post plants are really shaky for XLG. And you hit on a point that
ไม่ค่อยชอบเลยครับว่าสบาย
I'm concerned about here is that WS Leo, he's the one planting. He's the one who's already got his ult. He's the one who needs to be in the back lines. They need to spread out, give some space to kind of set up the crossfires a bit more. I'd like to see personally. Wouldn't mind seeing the coaching staff, frankly, get involved here early for XLG because I think there's a lot that you need to tweak.
อยู่ที่ว่ามันจะจับฉลากหรือ
The
เปล่า
opportunities and some frustration with the coaches because you're giving yourself advantages in every one of these, and then you're giving DRG opportunities to run it back with some big multi-kills, some good retake efforts.
Going to be a pacey hit onto the C site. Plenty of players near enough by, though, for DRG to try to get a swift retake going. Tripwire for now going to be holding Happyway back. The Paranoia going to be sent forward, and Bukashu forced away, but no man as he tries to push up in the window. He just gets taken down as Bukashu has activated, finds himself another kill. Jumps up on top of the window, maybe a bit of an overstep as Lysor will be able to run that one, but they're still so very favorable. Now moving up 4-2.
Well, you give Bukashu the opportunities and a little bit of help there from Flexit. Sets him up nicely. Gonna throw right before the flash gets through. Swing in that corner. And again, you know, I know this one's an eco, but you're chewing through your ult cycle here for XLG, and you're giving DRG a shout back into this when you should have had them on the back foot quite heavily. Instead, they've strung 3 together. You might be kicking yourself at the end of this one, but let's see how they want to change it up. Looks like maybe a little bit more of an aggressive C push. And widely avoiding it, I think, you know, early in the rounds, because, well, typically Bukashu is going to be over there, and that's often kind of the strategy you're going to see CN teams employ is avoid Bukashu at all costs early and try to put him in bad positions in post plants, but so far XLG can't accomplish that. Well, there's one.
โอ้DRG มันสู้ขาดใจเลยว่ะ
Will be the only casualty thus far. Relay
สู้ดิพี่แพ้กลับบ้านแล้ว
going to be sent as they try to get this trap play sprung on WS Leo. It's way out of there, but let's have a listen in.
Come here, help you. Okay, this one, okay, window. 안정로야. 뭐지? They lock it, they lock it. They lock.
ทีมจีนแต่คุยอังกฤษไม่ชินเลยวะ
Recalling 10 seconds. One side. I got so. I can watch. CT well, play. Care flank now. Care flank. Better fight CT. I think they go flank. They go flank.
จริงๆที่ EDG มันโหมันเป็นจีนล้วนวะแล้วมันแบบคุยจีนกันแบบคอนแทคไว
Not ready for Flexen to be in that position.
เฮ้ยพอเลี้ยว
Turns back, Leo able to find himself a second, looking for that third, but will be Spirit C1 to sit him down. DRG continuing to string together these round wins. Now,
เชื่อฟังยังไม่ได้
from the defender's side,
ได้เลย
you
ครับ
have to question XLG. Are they going to be calling that timeout?
They have to. There's so much you need to be
โอเค
talking
นะ
about
ประ
here
มาณนี้แล้วกัน
in terms of some weird setups where you're leaving your Sova late to try to watch the flank with a drone when you're giving up a ton of space to
มันมี
DRG early,
ต่าง
and
ประเทศ
that's
อยู่
the spike
2
too,
คน
by the
คน
way.
ตอน
And
ที่
again,
แรก
WS Leo,
ต้อง
he's
สื่อสาร
putting up
ดี
numbers, sure, but he's been sitting on that Hunter's Fury for 4 or 5 rounds.
เจ็บคอแทน
Not going to have much of a voice. Keep going like.
วันนี้นะจีแม่งแพ้ได้ไงวะเล็บมันโหดเลยใช่ปะโค้ดเริ่มฉุนโค้ดบอกสัตว์ไม่ไหวแล้วนะให้กูลงไปเล่นเองไหมไอ้โค้ดทีมนี้อาจไม่ใช่หรอกแต่เป็ดเปเล็กก็ไม่แน่
ทำไมอ่ะ
ฉุนไง
อ๋อ
ฉุนทุกกิริยาบท ทำอะไรก็ฉุนไปหมด
ไม่
ข
พอ
นาด
ใจ
นำก็11เงี้ยแต่ทีมตายแบบเสียเยอะ ไม่พอใจทำหน้าเซ็ง
This Jet Phoenix composition that they're running, I suppose, but still, I think some absolutely basic fundamental
เฮียเล็ก
things
ไม่
that
เคย
need to
พอใจ
be tightened up quickly for XLG.
There.
Still able to get themselves a bye going into this one. A couple players with half armors, but no outlaws in sight on the DRG side. Just looking for a quick check down towards that sewer, and nothing going to be spotted. Meanwhile, Refract activated as Spirit C1 wants to go off.
พี่วูนี่อย่าง
Push
ว่า
down
เลย
into mid.
จริงๆ พี่วูกับชู่นี่คือเขาเป็น
Just takes the double dash
Yeah.
out to safety.
The shot
มันเป็นญาติห่างๆกับ
I
พี่
think
วู
it was supposed to clear the trip.
I think it was
น่า
recalled.
จะแบบคนละสายเลยอะแบบห่างกันแบบ
Late placement from Fukashu. Either way, they're avoiding having the Sova get rid of that util nice and early.
พี่เล็กต้องการ 13-0 และทุกคนห้ามตาย
I think that Flexen might have slipped that net. Doesn't get spotted, but isn't
จ
going to
ริง
try to
ๆพี่เล็ก
press the
ต้อง
issue
การ
either.
CGIS
Decides to
เฉย
just back away.
Yeah, Happy Weight gets away with one a little bit there. But this whole time, XLG has had 3 players sitting here holding control, looking for that DRG push out. They are going to get confirmation of presence, and look at the heavy rotation from DRG. They have phenomenal reads right now. They've really started to kind of figure out this XLG game plan.
I mean, no man's just trying to swing a corner, and Nick just finds him on a timing. That is catastrophic. Roger now having to do
อุ้ย
everything.
หลังไซด์แม่งยืน4 คน
Able to find that first elimination, but quickly gets
โคตร
taken
เย
out.
อะ
Nick off the flank side. He's able to find the kill. He gets himself a
อุ้ย
third.
นิกเอาจัด
And XLG are getting shut down at every twist and turn.
10 seconds left.
The DRG just feels like they have the read, they have the aim, they have every key advantage. That's another ult committed to no avail now for XLG.
Yeah, again, nice sharp shots from WS Leo, but it is going to be Vukashu right at the end that takes him down. That's going to be another gun dropped at the end of it. There was no time left on the clock there. Yet he did pull it, you're right. He grabbed it right in time. Really heads up stuff from Vukashu. Nick has been really sharp over here at Long A. Saw where he got those 2 kills earlier where there's that 3v3 scrape, and he's just locking it down.
สงสัยจะไม่2 แมปละ
That is so scary for XLG that, you know, you've got Vukashu on one side of the map who's going crazy, Nick on the other side, so the
ว่า
extremities
แพ
of
ท
the map
แพท
are
หน้า แพ
completely
ท
locked
ที่
out.
บัฟอินเดีย
And now you're pushed back to
Fnatic
another
is
thirsty
back.
attempt.
หลายทีมอยู่
Sheriff's
Well,
advantage,
Nick got
Stinger to try to make a go of this one.
มาแน่เฟนติกเล่นช้า
Raga looking to lead the charge forward into the C site, but again, the heavier stack from DRG is leaning on this side of the map, ready to counteract this. Meanwhile, Lurk, okay, not going to go punished. Happyway looking to be alive as that cage is about ready to fall.
Spike
Plant
down.
does not
C.
go through, but Raga hits 2 belter shots. As Flex and Spears wants to be taken down. The ult can be popped as well, and it's enough of a
ปืนดิ
distraction.
ปืนเต็มตัวไม่ชนะ
Collect this. It will be
วินดิทุ่มเทจัด
himself a second no man eliminated, but Lysor
บวกตั้งนานยังไม่ได้วางอยู่นะ
มีภาพอยู่เนี่ย
Plant
แม่ง
can now come through
ปื
safely.
นไม่พร้อม
Happyway scaling
อ่า
forward.
โอเคจบละ
Be able to land the shot. It's going to be a Mastercard thrifty for XLG to find their
โมเมน
third
ตัม
round
เลย
win.
ดิหายไปเลย
Okay, that one looked pretty good. Able to just take a little bit of a confidence push, a good call off the rip. And Raga has been pretty
คู่
good,
นี้
honestly.
XLG แบบกินขาดเลยใน
Rough
โซ
for
น
XLG, but Raga's looked pretty sharp with the aim. A huge kill with the stinger there for No Man, up close and personal, protecting that Phoenix ult. Very nicely done there.
จริงๆรีแอคเมื่อกี้คือรีแอคตอนจับสาย
Can always be sunshine and rainbows. Bit of dismay there, but DRG
เห็น
still
แล้วกำหมัด
with a pretty hefty lead. As oh my God, No Man
Come on.
สมองไม่
just
พัก
catching strays left, right, and center.
โคตรเซ็งอะไอโนแมนอะ
Another brutal way to try to kick off this round. Push forward into the cage, and Raga will be outdone. Lysor only able to find the one in return, and now it's a 2v4.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to TP to. Happyway. Oh, got dinked, but able to kill anyway.
Oh, and it's close to being taken out by that wall bang. He's going to try to rescale this position. Kashu still very suspicious of it, and with the swing out, yeah, will eventually be able to find it. That leaves Lysor now in a 1v3. Swing in, the spot out. And it will be Spirit C1 to eliminate him. DRG up to 7. A lead confirmed at the half. And now it's just about how big can they make this.
I suspect pretty big. Flexen just taking shots off the smoke drop. Just says, well, if you guys are pushing this way, I'm probably going to do some damage at the very least. Now, still the op in play. I don't even know DRG is fully aware that it was bought by Life. I don't think he ever had to do anything in that round, but
I don't think he fired a single shot.
I don't think he did. And now you've got the convergent paths as well for Spirit Z1 again. So this time they learned. Don't lock out through after the smoke. Couple guns in the hands.
น่าจะสามแมตช์
Happyway
ครับ
and
วันนี้
Lysor. Otherwise, Bandits and a Sheriff, which frankly XLG looks good with.
Spirit C1 has got that ready to go. The saturate into the corner, the double dash forward. It's going to be Lysor dead. The spike on the floor. No Man only able to find the one shot.
เห็น
Now
เวเล่
it's
แล้ว
just
นึกถึงกระบวนท่า
WSLE
พี่วูดเลยว่ะพี่
a 1v4, a hopeless endeavor.
ได้อยู่จ้ะ
จริงๆผมว่ากระบวนท่าพี่วูดยังเล่นได้อยู่นะเพราะว่ามันง้างมือเราได้ใช่ไหม
ใช่
And no util to even try to assist in it. He has to give his life over. Can't survive this round. No weapons to be recovered. No spike to die to. Just has to pick left or right and see if he can find one, and he will find none. Nick will get him in the end. It's going to be DRG now up 8-3. As they have been running away with this map.
Yeah, really just steady stuff overall. Trying to sell a little bit of a fake or trying to create an extra angle with Raga there. He's all on his own. Goes down to Bukashu. Then Spirit Z1 does a great job. He's done a solid effort on the waylay. Taking a little bit of contact, refracting out, making sure that he's not giving anything up early.
ตอนนี้ APX มัน
Getting
เหลือ
a
ใคร
little
บ้าง
bit
วะ
of
พี่
info for his team as well. So DRG ahead in a lot of
APX
different aspects
หนักปะ
of the game right now. Bukashu's going to grab him.
เอ็กยังอยู่กับไม่อยู่เลย
Slide in.
ใช่เหรอไม่ทำทีมแล้วเหรอ
The overdrive in behind this as well. Life just trying to see if he can find anything. Catch any stray shots through. He won't be able to, but this does establish an immense amount of map control for DRG around A.
And it gets Nick very close to a Seekers, one away. So all that space gained gives you a ton of map control here too. Kashu's got the early warning system right on the C site. Looks like a bit of a crunch.
If they take that space, they just get life set up on a line with that operator, and now everybody else can continue to lean between C and B.
Exactly.
เอฟเอ็กยังอยู่ว่ะ
อยู่ดิพี่
Incredibly well.
อยู่ดีมันจะหายไปจากลีกได้ไงไม่มีข่าวเลย
Keeping back out, and No Man.
ตัวโหด
I
ๆ
don't
มันไป
believe
ห
in
มดเลย
curses, but at a certain point,
เหมือนโละ
I'm
ทีม
starting
แล้ว
to become
ทำใหม่
convinced. He's died 3 times, and they haven't been
มั
able
น
to
เงียบ
see
จน
him.
แบบ
Your
นึกว่า
preds
ไม่
at
อ
this
ยู่แล้ว
stage
อะ
haven't convinced me.
Fair point. But here's that op.
อุ้ย
นึกว่าดิส
Never
แบน
cleared it out, and life. Oh, he is just picking
30
them to
seconds
pieces.
left.
He's looking for another Lysor. Will be able to sit him down, but again, it's going to be a 2v4. The neural depth invested. I believe the third one of this half is Bukashu. She's been racking them up so quickly.
Spike planted.
เมื่อวานคุยกับพี่เลยว่า
But yeah, no
พี่ถ้าฟู
opportunity to
เจ
use
อ
it. Bukashu
ถ้า
immediately
ฟูเซน
there.
แบบว่าเข้ารอบไป
Shuts
เซ
him
ดีอาร์
down.
จี
On that exit back over to Long, and now
ดิสแบนแล้ว
Pass
เชื่อ
sends
ไม่
out
ต่อ
Lysor slowed up with no real angle to try to play around. The hinder will expire, but the diffuse
จะเธอจะพูดว่า disband ก็
is dead.
พูดได้ไม่เต็มปาก
Bukashu's
ถูก
got
ปะ
three,
การ
and DRG get up to 9.
I mean,
GG มั้ง
just
แบบนี้
ahead of the curve pretty much the whole way through.
ไม่น่ารอดแล้ว
Yes, XLG
GG ไปเลย
threw in the force buy, threw in a little chaos, got themselves 2 rounds, but outside of one more, that was all they could muster.
ไอ้หน้ามันเล่นมันโอ้ย
This
เดี๋ยว
needs to be one hell of a
ที่คนยิ
defender
งกา
side
ลาด
from
เนี่ย
them.
ถ้าซ้อมทีมเลยดีนี่โหดอ่ะ
Attacker side is where that bread should be buttered, but they just could
Bam,
not
them
really
up
get the gears turning on this XLG side. So a quick little break to try to gather the thoughts to put some
XLG
plans
มัน
together. But whether or not they
เมาส์
get
แบต
back
หมดเหรอ
to
พี่หรืออะไร
is a completely different conversation, a completely different matter. But with elimination on
ดึงดึงดึง
ไม่น่าครับผม ไม่น่าชนะตอนกลารเหมือนกันดูทรงละ
จีจีถูกแล้ว
เซ็งอยู่ในล็อกอิน
หน้าโคตรสิงอะโนแมน
โอ้โห
โอ้หน้าสิงเกิน
in this squad, but you take a look at the other half at DRG side and Bukashu. He is showing up. He is activating in a way that he was not able to do in that opening series. 17-7-6.
ตอนแข่งในลีกก็จะ
He
หา
is
เว้น
just
ที่
so
DRG
rock
ชนะ
solid.
LG ได้
And, you know, like the desk was talking about, with these 2 teams facing each other, that comfort that they're
นอก
going
ลี
to
กก็
have,
ไม่
you're
เป็นอย่างนั้นเช่น
expecting
กัน
some step up, some confidence from the players that we were really looking forward to seeing here in London from China. And Bukashu was one of those top on the list for a lot of people. One of the best Sentinel players, definitely the best Sentinel player in China, no doubt about that. Oh, there's a little bit of damage on the life.
A decent little early spam, but of course with the Sky there, Nick is going to be able to put him
ได้
back up to
ได้
100.
โบนัสมันเลยเกมนี้
Just going to slowly scale forward, and I mean, Leo's all on his own.
It needs to be good for at least one here, if not more. Paranoia goes across Bukashu, starting to scale forward. He's been spotted out now and will be overwhelmed. Spritzy one able to find that kill. Raga frantically trying to push forward. Will only be good for this single kill. Spritzy one finds 3. Life gets another.
เร็วจัด
And now it is just Happy Way
Spike planted.
trying to clutch this out.
Slim Alec.
Solid and clean kill onto Bukashu. Gets rid of the raid boss, but there are still plenty of characters to try to dispatch. This Trailblazer will have the spot out, and he's going to try to reposition or at least fake his way back into heaven. The heals again going through. Double swing ready from the one side. Player at hell will be taking the fight and taking that kill. DRG. Both pistols are theirs. They hit double digits. XLG trailing by 7.
I mean, this round for me is just a great microcosm of why DRG is so much better on this map. They're given the extra space. There's zero information about this, and they have a great little setup on the execute. It's a paranoia to lock WS Leo in. They're going to get a player up high. While Vukashu's swinging into him, he has no hope there, and then they're able to just turn on a dime and eliminate the flood. Because they know that once that corner is clear,
นี่ถ้ามันไม่ได้ฟ
there's
อร์
only one
ช
other
นะนี่
place
คือ
really that XLG can come from. Happyway, Lysor are going to grab Sheriffs. Argo with another bandit.
He's considering this swing. Spot on the one. Does get some damage in. But again, the sky is there to nullify that. So armor lost. Looks like DRG were maybe anticipating a forced buy here, given that they all go for those full armors. There's no outlaw to be seen.
This is so good. Just a dive in, have the refract ready. You see more than you'd like to see, so you can do a quick pivot. Just really solid stuff from DRG.
And again, it is just WS Leo alone, same position. The rest of his teammates quite far away. Lysor the nearest one, but he's going to go pushing out into mid. WS Leo tries to take that fight, gets the headshot through, but cannot confirm the kill onto Vukashu.
Spike planted.
This tripwire now going to be broken. He's got this outlaw trying to watch the angle. Vukashu just going to go backpedaling away. With a botch on the camera setup, but Spritzy1 pushing forward, swinging the corner. It's a gorgeous headshot from Happyway, but he needs a hell of a lot more. He's able to find another. Lysor also getting involved. But Flexen hasn't lined up. The spray down is there. And with that final peek in, Nick will get them over the line, and this close, but not close enough. Would have been a massive potential swing for XLG, but DRG are now just 2 rounds away from taking this opening map.
Yeah, just a few little hiccups in the micro department. Like the idea from WS Leo to push down towards sewers, you know, show something a little bit different than he did on the pistol, catch him a little bit off guard. You know, the 3-man flank, also not a bad idea here, put some pressure on them, but DRG with those Spectres, just a little bit too much left in the tank there. Now you're coming into full rifles as XLG. Can't make any more mistakes, and oh boy, that's White. He's taken care of, but still damage done.
Sprinting at him. Flexing as well, storming his way forward. Good spray and pray through this smoke, but not going to be rewarded for that quite just yet. Leo tucking over around to the corner. Shot does connect. Roger going to be taken out well. And Flexen up into heaven.
เนี่ยได้พกได้โบนัส
His ankles on the drop down, but it doesn't really matter too much. Gets them into a 2v1. As they look to get up to map point. Swinging the corner and Happyway. He's not
ได้
ready.
พกได้โบนัส
DRG.
ตามสูตรเลยครับ
They just
ได้
have
พกได้
a
โบนัส
full run of this map, but it feels like XLG. It's time to just focus up and get ready for Fracture.
Yeah, the confidence in the comms are just flowing. When you're getting that opening kill with the Stinger, it's life as well. And then Flexen, great idea here to get up
ต้องไป
into
ทำทีม
heaven.
รัสเซียแล้ว
It makes things so much more difficult for XLG, where they maybe had a shout into that.
นี่ดีปีหน้า
Kind of
มีทีม
stalled
ส
up
ปิ
that
ริต
hit
มา
maybe, and then all of a
เป็น
sudden
รัส
they
เซีย
give
ห้า
up that little bit of extra space.
มันเล
รั
ย
สเซียโหดๆนี่รอกลับ
Going
โซ
to
น
work
เยอะ
with
อยู่นะ
Flexen from on high.
เนี่ยวูคาชูลาก้าได้1ทีมนะ
So have to buy up. No other choice as XLG.
บูกาชูลาก้า
No armor for Happyway,
Done.
just a Guardian.
ตำแหน่งไม่ทั
I'm
น
going to be
เก
seeing
มวัน
plenty
ๆ
in
เลย
mid.
พวกแก๊งรัสเซีย
Lysor dead. Flexen able to find him over there on the side. I think he was up top on B. He ends up getting picked, but Spritzy1 and Vukashu both going to be eliminated. And Happyway finds another. Now the scale forward out of garage. Rewarded with another kill. XLG, some signs of life to be shown here. Was Flexen can drag this one back. He's got the ultimate. He can pick up the spike. And ult up immediately going to be invested off the back of that. Gets himself into a smoke, but it's a quick scale coming through. Has to now reposition. Tailwind forward, no man arriving on the site behind the box. Gun barrel, not going to be spotted, and that's a confident swing from no man, and exactly what you need to be seeing if XLG are going to try to get themselves back into this map.
Yeah, for sure. And talked about Happyway there, no armor and a Guardian, and he hits 2 crazy good shots
Something ไม่น่ากลับ
from
ตัวนะ
A-Link.
แป๊บดีอยู่แล้ว
See it right here.
เลยลุก
One of
เรือง
them
แห
at
ละ
least. Oh, the second just slamming through the wall. I mean,
ลองดู
maybe
ภา
it's
พ
about
นะ
time something went XLG's way, I suppose, but
ตัว1ตัว2เป็น
gonna need a lot more of that because the economy is
Blackout
still not there to even get full rifles.
So
Raga
what
on a
for Demon One?
Spectre has his
ต่อ
ult.
กลับมา
WS
สั่ง
Leo
เหมือนเมื่อก่อนใช่ไหม
has
ตัว
the
โผล่
Hunter's
อะไร
Fury
คริสตัลมันเล่นอย่าง
getting
นี้ได้
close
เดิ
to
น
the
วัน
ult
มันส
cycle
โม
for
ก
DRG.
อุ้ย
So this round winnable
โค
for
ตรบ้า
XLG.
ทีมเนี้ย
Just need to get
Spirit
there.
ไป
Had some struggles.
Fast lane out. Trip going to be cleared.
DRG ต้อง
Spirit
ต้อง
Z1
นี่แหละครับ
able to just
แมปหน้าแล้ว
dive over the top, makes his way over to Plat, and he tears them asunder. No man and Happy Way both eliminated. Raga immediately snapped back on the ultimate, just there around the corner and already eating more damage. Hunter's Fury sending
สัก
them
พัก
desperate
DRG
bid
แม่ง
for
ชนะ
WS Leo, but there
2-0
has been
หาเล
a
ย
tap on this plant. Raga will be able to find one with the spray and pray. He'd been taken so low, so Nick immediately rewarded with it. And now
จะทำให้มันยากครับ พอลิโอ
needing to pull off a 1v3, and
GG,
Bukashu is on.
เฮเว่นอย่างนั้นนะ
อยากเห็นพี่แนทกับเคิลกลับมาอยู่ทีมเดียวกันวะโหด
นี่ไง
นะ
เดี๋ยวแนทออกลิควิดอะแล้วให้วิทเซนแทน
ว่ะ
โอ้โหเกี่ยวเควินนี่วิทมันก็โหดชิบหายอยู่แล้ว แต่เดี๋ยวนี้ยัมปี้มันก็ยังดีอยู่ดิจีนอย่างนี้อยู่แล้ว ยิงกันยับไม่สน เล่นเกมเอามันไงอูคาชู
อีสปอร์ตไอ้อุ้ย PWC ปีนี้คือคักแน่เลย
น่าจะนะ
เพราะฝรั่งเศสคนดูเยอะอ่ะ
ใช่
แล้วก็ทีมฝรั่งเศสเข้าไป2 ทีมโคตรมันอ่ะ
M8
3 แบบ
มันถึง30ถึงวาโลปกติมันเกมถ้าเกมไวก็ประมาณครึ่งชั่วโมงครับแต่เมื่อกี้มันไวจัดเลยนะไวจนน่าตกใจปิดเพลงยอดโอ้โหเพลงแม่งมันจัด
天赋之匣其实是我们其实有练过好几次的，我觉得效果还不错。然后他们选了一张未知的图，我觉得他们应该会感到会恐惧。
So for the fracture actives, we practiced several times before, so we are pretty confident with it. But for our opponents, I think fracture is an unknown map for them that they should be afraid of.
All right, sounds good. Good luck.
Good luck.
Welcome back. DRG win their first global map. Unfortunately, against one of their brothers, XLG, today. But they look absolutely dominant on Haven. And like you were saying, Minnie and Billy, that this team is one of the best at this map so far in Swiss.
Yeah, I think that they looked phenomenal. They did everything that I asked from them, and it looked like they were extremely confident both on the map and on the server. I'm hoping that momentum carries them forward and they get a little bit of confidence under them now. They are good when the theory is good, when they're aggressive together, when they're trapping, when they're understanding when to play for the retakes. This team can do well.
I mean, look at Nick, what a great performance. 18 and 6 and 270 ACS, I believe that was. But yeah, you kind of touched on the retakes there, Minnie. I think that we saw this in the very early start of the rounds, considering they started on this half. And it was really nice, right? I think the way in which DRG were able to retake these sites a lot of the time was with intention. It looked very coordinated. Not only that, you had a lot of individuals stepping up in those moments as well, including Vakasha, who we'd said to keep an eye out on in this series.
I do think XLG made a mistake in some of these post plants, though. Many times they're in advantages, even here, like pushing into Garage and as a protocol on their C side of the map, it just didn't look like it was coming together for XLG. I think that they clearly have structure and they think about these ideas, but some of them weren't landing at all. And the man on your screen here, Vukashu, he even won one of them by himself, looking very strong today, this man.
Yeah, this is the form we wanted to see from the B God himself the other day. We were talking about it and he didn't show, but today he absolutely did. He looked a lot more comfortable, a lot more at ease, and definitely way more at home.
Yeah, and I'm hoping on Fracture he can do the similar kind of things. I think if they played the Haven a little bit like the Fracture in the sense that be strong side one side of the map, some of the trap setups, let Vukashu work the other side of the map, that could be very dangerous going into Fracture.
Definitely, and we do want to break that down. I'm also curious about what XLG is going to do to mental reset heading into map 2 with Coach Hoiva over with Genly.
Plan and good read on your opponents. It's just shots weren't really hitting for you guys. Would you say that was the case, and how can you fix that?
I wouldn't say that was the case. I think we started really well. We just had really bad post plans. That was the moment that turned up the game to the DRG's way. So now it's time to reset and be ready for the map 2.
Right, thank you so much. Best of luck.
ไม่เสียงโค้ดเขาเซ็งๆนะ
afford to be bad at. This is a map that is all about those retakes and post plants, so I want to see that fine-tuned. Hopefully the theory is a little bit better there from XLG. I think Coach Hoyer is right. It was all about those post plants early on.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were saying just now, and now they're going to have to mental reset. This is something that we were discussing at the start of the show today, that this is something that XLG need to work on. We want to see a little bit more from Raga as well. Now, going into Fracture, like Nathan was saying, he picked it because you know, they haven't really shown any of it at all over in China, so there might be some surprises coming in. But we know VCT China like to adapt styles from other regions or perhaps from EDG, one of the top teams over there. So I'm wondering who they'll be adopting from today, if at all.
I don't know about adopting styles from other regions when I think about the duelists that they play, because they've been so Waylay and Neon pilled. So I'm curious to see if that continues on this map. No, in fact, they're going to go for the Waylay in Phoenix, which we've highlighted time and time again, Minnie, how important getting those Phoenix orbs to set yourself up for success with that ultimate is, especially on a map such as Fracture.
Yeah, DRG haven't been playing this map at all. It's the first time we're going to see it. It's going to be very surprising. I think that their composition can do the things that I want. They are going to be going in aggressively with the double duelists. Fukashu one side of the map potentially, with them going in, and then on defense, similar thing. XLG, they're pretty good at this map domestically, but I will say that I don't like some of the theory in China. I think that they don't do a lot of the push acts on the defense that I like to see, and I think that that is the key thing I'm looking for in the defense. Are they going to be pushing out, or are they going to be bunkered up and just letting DRG bring the game to them?
Well, let's see if DRG close it out. I'm definitely all eyes on Fukashu. Primi has even said he's afraid of him, so let's see what he's going to bring onto the server. Over to our casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
I mean, with a performance like that from Map 1, can't really blame him. Fukashu certainly looking alive and well here today. XLG, and now the team on the back foot. They are the ones that need to find this win to push it to that third and final map of Split. Otherwise, we will be saying goodbye.
Yeah, and I really liked a lot of the Waylay stuff from Spirit Z1 as well. Doing a great job getting info, doing a lot of really smart things, but right around the corner there, XLG trying to hold the line.
Curveball not going to be connecting as quick refract out. Meanwhile, though, Light continues to push forward, finds that kill. Raga, however,
goodbye,
fun one, but that saturate does not connect. Fukashu's headshot dies. Trains coming back in as Nick lurking forward in front of Jen. Tap of the plans on rush out of the smoke, and Heavyweight going to be taken down.
อุ้ยนิกมันเดือดจัดอ่ะ
แล้วพี่นี้เขาคมจี๋
He finds himself a second, and now it's all down the
ไอ้นี่ไม่ยิง
line.
ยิงเหมือนโกรธ
Looks for the seconds of damage going to be dealt, but he runs out of bullets, and Fukashu will be able to strike him down. 3 for 3 in pistols. DRG, they want this to end in a 2-0.
Again, it's that setup from Spirit Z1 to get that opening kill, and then Nick, the little reposition, the quick pivot on an O-Man. He has looked sharp today as well. DRG feeling it. The confidence is absolutely flowing.
เดี๋ยว
I agree.
ใจเย็น
That
ใจเย็น
was very, very good.
ใจเย็น
ได้ปืนพกไม่ได้หมายความว่าชนะแบบนี้
Coordination for DRG here is so good, and again, you don't have any idea as XLG really what DRG is going to be bringing to the table. No buy-up to speak of at all for XLG, not even a bandit.
Yeah, can't try to go for it here. This defender's had a fracture. More often than not, you're going to get punished. Fairly empty B side. Quick rotation is going to be coming through from XLG. But the plant can come through.
They're just trying to thwart off any quick floods. Trailblazer does try to get some info. I just sees the edge of Fukashu. Oh no, wait, that was happening.
Silent ride of the rope, but Heavyweight going to be dead on arrival. Look at the try to get these picks, but Nick, doesn't matter what weapon he's got, it would seem the ghost in hand this time around. It's going to be good for another 2K. Swing out. Spirit Z1 will finalize on flawless anti-eco for DRG to build up the economy.
เสียหายนะแพ้ในบ้านมาโดนเวทีใหญ่
Just really, really steady right now.
เพื่อฟองข้าวๆอ่ะอีก4 ทีมไม่ได้
With the
ดูเลย
ghosts. Ooh. Even after the dink, able to get the aim
รีบจบเลย
settled in.
Let's go!
And you can hear how fired up they are. Still a little bit away from some of these early ults for DRG though. XLG pivotal round here.
They haven't really been playing Orb Collection. They've just been running into the site so far and just killing everyone.
Exactly.
Rock at the same time, pushing forward towards Tree. Smoke is there, but looks like DRG want this to be a pacey hit into the A site this time around. Is Cage going to be popped? The camera's still going to be situated there in the tripwire. Not yet cleared out on the site. Meanwhile, that double approach on south side continues to come through. XLG looking to try to have DRG corralled. Heavyweight, that is a big win to be found as Life will get taken down by Fukashu. Quickly trades it back.
They've got to break through Flexen. Spirit T1 here.
Spirit T1 pushing forward. Flexen, however, is going to be the one coming away with both of those eliminations, and suddenly it's 2 players left. No man's been spotted. Challenges with that Spectre, he wins it, and that is a bonus conversion for DRG. A monstrous start to this map, and XLG once again reeling.
I don't mind at all what XLG tries to accomplish here in terms of, getting those really aggressive flanks, trying to come from some different angles. They just can't win the battles. DRG is just
แฟนบอก
better.
ให้ล็อกอินไอ้นี่ล็อกเอาไม่หยุดเลย
It is coming down to shooting in some of these moments. Whereas I thought on Haven it was a lot more of the macro ideas that DRG was excelling at. But here, that round right there, they knew exactly what they needed to do to DRG. Hold the line at A
ไม่
main.
จะรีบอยู่แล้วผมวันนี้อยู่
You
กัน
have
ยาว
that
ๆครับ
round
คืนนี้
pretty well established because you have Fukashu still up at drop. You have that extra angle. If you can
เดือด
keep
วั
a
นนี้คู่
third,
สองก็เดือด
that's just nigh unbeatable. So it's going to be sheriffs for
วันนี้คู่
XLG in this
ไม่
one.
จับมือกับฟ
Made
อ
it
ร์สวัน
pretty
นี้
close to the vest.
หาเรื่องแล้ว
He's curious
หาเรื่อง
about
ละ
if there's going to be another push out. And they're going to be very
อ๋อ
aware
คือฟอร์ส
that
ยื่นมือมาครู
this
ตบ
could
มือ
be
ทิ้ง
around
ครู
after
อะ
XLG just tries to group up and get aggro.
ปัดแบบเอาแบ็คแฮนด์ปัดเลย
Right here, but that second peak is a little bit delayed.
Backhand
So
up.
Fukashu's
Cool up
still able to come away with that kill, but now that he can take it down, Flash is going to confirm that there's no presence out on this attacker spawn side. Weapon can be collected, so Leo able to get a Vandal. Love to pass that over to a teammate though, but for now we'll just be taking that rope across the north side. Hammer flag, blinded out, the double dive forward, the spot out, and quite a bit of damage there on the happy way, but he's still able to find light. Critical headshot, cannot find the follow-up quite just yet. Backpedal into the Nightball send, but it's going to be Nick now eliminated.
Wow,
No
okay.
man finds Spirit Z1.
ก็พี่บอกว่า GG แต่มันเก่งเลยนะ
Heavyweight with the crouch, dodges the shots, and it's a
เกมเขาเริ่ม
massive
ที่เรา
on
5
Rifty
พี่
for XLG to get their first round win here on Fracture.
So this round to me kind of
ของ
comes
ผล
down
ใจ
to
ผม
the
แม่ง
fact
มา
that Fukashu
เหลือเชื่อ
is feeling it, and I get it, and he tries to go double down on that second kill. He sticks around just a little bit too long, and that opens up so much map space, because then immediately WS Leo able to use his util to understand that there's no one in spawn. He can start leading that side of the map. They throw the Tejo drone over towards drop, towards radar. They know that's clear. They can immediately swing over, and they hold the line really, really nicely on site. So that right there, very good round from XLG in terms of using their util to get information and making plays off the back of it.
If they can spring back into the map from around like that, they're going to be right as rain, but still plenty of work to be done and plenty of economy to try to chew through from DRG. Should be able to piece together a majority of a buy if they should drop this one.
I'd like to see them try to funnel an orb here.
ตอนนี้เลือกแมปมันยังใช้สกิลมิชอยู่
Run
ฮะ
it back going, but they were thwarted at the initial target over towards A main, so now they're just grouping up and kind of considering how they want to do this. XLG get confirmation there's still presence.
Flash out, Raga. They're trying to take this fight. Pop flash going to be sent through, and he's going to be good for one, but Fukashu just counter swinging in. Strikes him down, makes it a 1-for-1, so run it back going to be gained in death. Maintain control of this position. Once again, see quite a bit of damage at the start, but it looks like DRG still wanting to try to end this at A. No consideration of a rotation towards B.
Just want to fight.
Gun here.
Well, that's going to be sent. Pop flash attempt there. Tevis Leo just trying to make a play. But
no man.
Top of rope, the top of Raptor. Comes away with 2. Spotted on the gun barrel. He's able to backpedal fast enough. Now, how are you really meant to try to get this spike in play? Nick will just be given the opportunity to drift his way forward onto the site. And Fukashu dialed in the angle. Finds the opening kill. Happy Way eliminated. Now a 2v2. Beacon. And he's got to get it all done. Armageddon forces him forward behind the box. 3 bullets remaining.
เฮ้ยดูกล้องทำไมอะ
Now he's only got 1 shot.
กลัวโดนตุ๋ยอะ
He's out around the corner.
โอ้โหรีโหลดยังไม่เสร็จเลยครับ
He locks
นาน
in
ๆจะเห็น
a
พี่บุกชู
4K
โล
to
ก
get XLG.
โลกเลยนี่เรียกว่าโลกจริง
And this is a huge round for him. Able to lock that door down as the Tejo gives his cry when he gets those multi-kills. The 4K this time, beautifully played. Using that util really nicely on the door open. Kashu almost comes through with the heroics, but just gets put in a really awkward position because of the Armageddon. Really nicely thought out there by No Man. I think DRG there.
โอเค
เมื่อกี้แม่งยังซึมอยู่เลย เปลี่ยนมูดไวจัด
That cipher all. It just felt like they really wanted to make
หน้า
sure
มัน
they
โค
could
ตร
get
เซ็ง
that
อะตอนแร
play.
ก
I think it would have been better if they maybe left one player there at A main, threw a bit of a fake and rotated back the other direction, but just really wanted to use the neural theft. This time, flash around the corner, nobody home. They're on a weaker buy. Couple rifles there from Kashu and Flexen.
Oh, that's quite a bit of damage. No Sky this time around.
Yeah, no one can heal that one.
Stealth drone not going to see anything around halls. Curious if this means XLG will send another player back towards B, and it looks like that's exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, this is
I've got
good
your
patience and
trail.
good timing. Flexen watching the backside here, but the Seekers give away the script.
Yeah, great timing on this one. Cage pop door open. Seekers will just get cleared out. Still continuing to leave two players on that side, but now the rotation starting to come in. Clear of that trip wire, the drift out. Light will lose his ultimate. Kashu's able to find No Man. Here's Leo, however, trying to set up for that flash. It takes him too long, and Flexen is able to collect one, but will get flushed out of the smoke.
แมป3หรือเปล่าอันนี้
I know exactly. Neural depth will have to be invested into this one, and Life's position completely and utterly given away. Tried to escape up the top of the rope, and he cannot, and XLG suddenly have marched their way back into this map, tying it up 3-3.
แบบนี้
Yeah,
บุก
this
ครั
is
บ
just really solid defensive stuff from XLG. Playing their positions.
พอพี่เอ๋ยทักปุ๊บมันมาไม่พักเลย
Love the patience there from Leo. Let the weakened waylay go up and over the top. You got to worry about the follow-up players. Not much that Spirit Z can do one above you anyway. And everybody just kind of doing their jobs.
โอ้ไลน์ไม่มาวันนี้เป็นแบบนี้ แต่จริงๆอยากแบบว่าเห็นบูกาชูเล่นอยู่ตีมีเหมือนกันนะจะเดือดอยู่
แต่ผมว่าจีนน่าจะเงินเยอะ
ฮะ
จีนน่าจะเงินเยอะ
เงินเยอะด้วยแต่ว่าช่วงที่มันมาคน
Needs to be able to
คน
find
รัส
that
เซียมาอยู่
impact.
จีนเพราะมันมีเรื่องกันตอนนั้นนะ
Alongside Spirit Z1.
เลยกระ
Now,
จายกระจาย
though,
ไป
it's
อยู่
going to be
แบบ
Bukashu leading the charge once again for the team. Saw the stat card there during the timeout break. Shows you how rough that opening performance was. But here today, Bukashu, he is showing up. Can they separate themselves from XLG once again, or will XLG be able to gain the lead? Some pressure going to be applied here. It's going to be connecting. The strike going to be called in. From the north side is a bit delayed. Salvo's going to be set, but he's just trying to stick around and hold his own. Will only be good for the one kill. Thought for sure he would have taken the exit down the rope. At the same time, though, here in the underpass, WS Leo has the jump on Flexen, who almost certainly felt like he was going to be favored 10 times out of 10 in that position.
BTX 43 ฮะ มีไกดิ้งไลท์แล้วไม่ได้ใช้
Pushing forward is only going to be good for the one heavyweight. Cleans it up. A 2v3 in this post plant now. Both players situated on the site. Double dash forward into the refract. Out of the open is Happy Way! And Spirit Z1.
สวยจัด
He has them lined up. And he may have just rescued this round. The saturate dodged. The headshot
เป้าดิพี่
connecting. It's Raga.
ไอ้มองมือเปล่า
But the time is going to be gone. The swing out, he will have the spray down, but there's just nothing more to be done. He has to accept his fate. The spike will go off at DRG. Regain the lead by one.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for XLG. I think they played this really nicely. The individual moments for DRG are shining. The fact that life gets one is really massive. But then you're able to clear Flexen out. A good understanding of where he's going to want to go, where he's going to want to position himself with that orbital strike. Deal with it early. Saw it a little bit on Haven where towards the end of it, they were able to clear out WS Hunter's Fury because they overstacked the flank angle.
เรียบร้อย
เสียงมันขึ้นเลยตะดึง
โดนวางงานละ
เอลากาเจอแต่ละอย่างแต่ละมือเลยคิดวันแรกก็โดนแฟดในชีวิตจริง
ไปดูสแตทแฟกเจอร์ตอนนี้ก่อน6 แน่นอน
ลากาบอกเกิดแต่กับกู
คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นที่เมานะเมื่อกี้หัวมันตก
มันใช้เมาส์อะไรพี่
ตอนนั้นเมาส์
Goodbye CGIS
Into this, no problem.
Well, not too bad. We got through that one pretty quickly. Now we can get back into the action. As XLG, it's going to be a very mixed bag buy. They try to make the final assessment, see what they want to land on. Just a bandit for WS Leo, as well as no man rifles across the rest of the team. It's a triple dish approach from DRG. Look at that, crunch their way forward into this A.
รู้ว่า WS Leo มันย่ออย่างไร ชื่อที่มันตั้งอ่ะ มันย่อมาจาก Where is Leo แล้วมันแบบว่า Leo ไม่อยู่เลยมาทำหน้าที่แทน
หรือว่าพอ
Takes out line towards, swings the corner, and no man, the timing is just so very tragic. Plays it in for the util. And in the end, what looked like it was going to be a very scrappy round, ends up being pretty damn clean for DRG.
Yeah, like the call for the timeout here to kind of spread the map a little bit, set up for that A crunch. Really nice job buying a little bit of time over at A main there. Life almost had to, almost just ended the round by himself effectively. Varga finally able to get the aim under control. Nick continues to just be sharp. Whenever you see him, he's just clicking heads. But again, it's the fact that they get through Dish relatively free, and they just swarm through and get the flanks. Yeah, it's tough.
The frustration continuing to billow, and that means that it's going to be a time.
Hey, โพสดีครับ
Fights and it's even-ish, but that's not gonna really do you well when a couple other players are on the other side of the map because of a type of default you're running. Now DRG just gonna swing right over to the other side. Gonna move Happyway and his util over to the front of A. Getting a little bit more proactive, our XLG.
Double Prowler immediately gonna be used. Doesn't allow them to scale. The season's not in deep enough either. So Flex just swings that corner, and he's just absolutely dead. Varga able to find a second. Nick is going to be taken down. Life now trying to pile forward with that ult in play. But XLG are just shutting them down at every twist and turn.
เอฟรู้เรื่องที่ลาก้าโดนทัวร์ลงยัง
And now the last one standing.
โดนทุนลงเรื่องอะไร
XLG with a chance to make this flawless will help.
โดนด้วย
Will help them build up that
ก็
economy.
เหมือนแบบมันมามีน้องบอกว่ามันมาตัดพ้อช่องยินซูว่าแบบมันคงไม่ประสบความสำเร็จในระดับ
About another
international
one of
ละ
those players who we wanted to see
โอ้โห
have a glow up on the
เก้าจัด
international stage. That one very clean. Would have to be the 1v5 miracle from life. And there's
แต่ถ้าเป็นเปเปอร์เล็กแพ้นี่ทัวร์ไปลงพี่เอ๋ยนะ
So should be pretty challenging just to even get one. Maybe get the plant through.
เดี๋ยวผมจะเป็นผู้นำทัวร์ไปลงพี่เอ๋ย
It's no guarantee. It's not guaranteed.
Here's that camera toggle. Well, these players getting closer and closer to Dish. He's losing his window of opportunity. Trying to even get the spike in play, but yeah, we'll swing the corner. It's going to be a flawless from XLG. After all, it's Happyweight.
แต่ถ้าแม
Instantly
ป
has
ตอ
the
นนี้
shot.
5-4 ก็ถือ
XLG
ว่า
trying to fight their way right back into this map, just trailing by one now.
But I like a lot of the things that XLG is doing early in that round, sending out fact-finding missions around the map and able to win the contact fight. You know, after a lot of that util gets wasted by Nick, quite frankly, he's just not really able to find much off the back.
เอาเงี้ยอย่าว่างั้นอย่างนี้เลย
A little bit questionable, like you said, sees misses. So
ยากนะเว้ย
teeing up Rarga
ยากจริง
nicely,
ว่ะ
who's now matched
แต่ก็ไม่ใช่ว่าเป็นไป
in
ไม่
the
ได้
kill
ก็เอาใจ
department.
เชียร์
The two superstars for their teams hitting heavy when they need to. And a couple sheriffs.
ยากจัง
Guardian for Spirit Z1. Kasha with the rifle. They're going to try for 4-1 split, but
Really fast rotation though from XLG. Camera cleared out, doesn't get the dart. No, does actually get the dart through. Spirit Z1 having the drop down. Removes that. Trailblazer checking around Sands. Will be able to spot the two players out. Kashu, that lone vandal in hand, arriving. Hits that drop. Nick is able to find one, but the trade-up is there. XLG looking good as life, and Spirit Z1 both get eliminated. Now Nick is dead as well. The spike on the floor. Kashu having to do an immense amount of work if they want to get back into this round.
Got the spike.
Weapon and the spike both do get recovered, and it looks like they're going to try to
ในขณะที่ลาก้าตัดพอ
clear back
พี่
towards
เดิร์กเดือด
halls, or even maybe
โดนมอง
suddenly
เมาส์อะโดย
drift
เย
their
ดู
way
เจ
out of
มอง
here.
ไอตอนที่มันเหลือ1-1อะ
อ๋อ
They fight in the sands. This should be them dead.
ที่มันไม่พีกอะโอ้โหเพราะว่าทำไมมันใจแข็ง
One apiece, they find their
ไอ้
targets,
เหี้ย
and now
แอบ
Weapons
มองเมาส์
invested. Get themselves into a 2v2.
ยูเจ
เดิร์กไม่เดือด
30 seconds remaining in this round.
30 seconds left.
เอ้าเราไม่มีใครมองแซม
To try to work with here. Some shots fired out in Lysor, tagged to 65.
Weapon here.
They now have to be committed to this position.
รั่วเลยครับ
Stack up. Setting up that
DRG
possible for Flexin to break. The trip cleared. Swings in, and he cannot find a single kill.
นี่เป็นไอ้ flexing
XLG
ยากเลย
tie it up at 5-5.
ตอนนี้รั่วอยู่
still there was hope here for DRG. The surprise maneuver through the doors does catch XLG a bit off guard, but then DRG has the neural theft. They know where the players are, and they just try to go and fight them. And they're making noise. XLG can rotate into position to cut them off. Just some head scratchers.
Here.
You're almost able to break through as DRG. Some opportunities.
Oh,
เห็น
Rarga.
นะ
Fearlessly pushing forward.
ไม่
That
กลับค
outlaw.
รับไม่กลับ
A little bit of spam out, but let's go ahead and listen to the DRG.
We go. 马上回来，可以的。好。现在开始 break 中。Yeah break。开飞机吗？提吗？开麦，一大是可能有趣的。能提吗？他开大了，兄弟们。可以，我可以丢一眼，我可以丢打飞时行吗？来，发 C，Go，转光。压出来了，
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
有没有？我继续，没事，挖起，可以来吗？兄弟们。OK。
Nick lit up, and it seems like DRG still scratching their heads trying to figure out where they can take this spike. The rotations from XLG have been on point. The Z1, the double entry forward, got the spot out here on this player, but Lysor still able to win out that fight. The orbital strike is going to be committed into this round as DRG frantically wants to try to rescue it. Baseball set up life, drifting further forward, up through the smokes, but hasn't been able to spot out a single player. But as he tucks back in, no man is there. Has the kill. Now the neural depth reveal going to be going through for Kachu.
แต่ถ้ามันจะพูดว่าไม่ประสบความสำเร็จในอินเตอร์นี่มันก็
XLG.
โอ้มันก็มีตั้งหลายคนนะที่มันไม่ประสบความสำเร็จ
มันคง
The
หวัง
potential to
ไม่
make
สู
this
ง
a
แล้วนะ
7-5 half.
They're doing such a nice job. Getting aggressive early with the outlaw. really nice thought out stuff because then they have them corralled on the other side of the map and it gets
บางคนแม่งเล่นมาแบบหลายปีแล้ว
a little odd with some of the smokes and some other
ยาก
things.
เอาจริงนะถ้า
You're in the right positions.
แค่ได้มา
You're able to
อินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลก็
execute.
ถือว่า
You're
ประ
able
ส
to
บความสำเร็จแล้ว
capitalize. That's exactly the kind of game planning you want to see from XLG, who's really showing they have much better macro ideas on this defender side of Fracture than they did on Haven. Nick does have his ult. No man has an Armageddon.
วันนี้ใครสวนเพื่อนน่าจะได้ทุกคน
Too close. Maybe Spirit Z1
น้องเห็น
gets
หรือ
into
เปล่า
his
ตอนนี้
Lysor as well. One away from an orbital strike. So a lot of things that can swing one way or another based off a kill.
Saturate towards tower. Happyway, however, just playing forward on the side is still able to find life. Z1 just frantically bouncing in the corner. Will eventually get taken down. Sukachu warms up. Clears out Lysor as well.
Planted the spike.
A 3v3 now into the post lane. All bolts exhausted. Double approach from tree side. Trailblazer as well as that stealth drone trying to spot out anything that they can possibly get. Only at the ready flex could absolutely slow this approach. Ensures that there's no one forward into the smoke. Nick able to find the one, but Braga then takes him down. Molly invested. The swing of the corner and Flexi just having to back away as Lukashu is trying to get himself in the tower. Knock themselves out. They're getting double face forward into this one, and Lukashu eventually able to win this to take it into the 1v1. The swing of the corner. But Braga stays crouched, gets that kill, and XLG, they rescue this half. They move up 7-5.
Yeah, really impressed overall with how they're able to pilot this composition, use a lot of that information that they're able to gather. With the entry for Spirit Z1, but Lysor takes him down while he's jumping around trying to change guns. Check the back corner there. Kind of an odd moment there where it felt like DRG was a bit mixed up on what they wanted to do in the heat of the moment at the end of that round. I think if they be a little bit more patient, flank out to the other side.
ตัวที่ลงมันนี่คือทัวร์จีนปะ
Certainly some issues there, but as we go to the halftime break, let's go ahead and hear
ทัวร์จีน
เหมือนยินซูวอสปาร์ตี้ลีกจีนด้วยนะ เหมือนยินซูได้ภาษาจีนด้วยหรือเปล่าถ้าจำไม่ผิด
ซูลูกครึ่งจีน
ต้องบอกว่าเมื่อวานเรมันทานโหดไอไฟเวอร์โหดมากสดมาก
ขอชนะอีก2 แมตช์ขอชนะอีก2 แมตช์ได้ไหมฟูเซนเข้าเพย์ออฟซะหน่อยเปเปอร์เล็กรออยู่
ของการเซ็นด้วยเอง
of the pistols have gone the way of DRG.
You feel like as XLG, you put yourself in prime position, able to bounce back after that bonus, able to come through with a positive defender side on Fracture. No easy feat for any team, no matter who you're going up against. Well, this is a real opportunity to send this to split, which of course would be wonderful. Always great games you feel like on there.
Flex and Vukachu both playing forward into the smoke. The push coming through, and yes, says I can't move forward anymore. Pulled the trigger, and he's able to find that kill. Vukachu gets the other now. It's just a little bit of trading places.
Wait a moment.
But a player advantage is all of DRG. And that's on the south side of the B site.
แต่เล่นในไซต์คนเดียวดิ
push through that
ไป
underpass.
อยู่อาเขตกัน2 คนไม่มีคนมาเฮ้ยกลับมาก่อน
Just drift their way forward, and that does have no man isolated. Curveball going to be sent in. They're able to find the kill. The defuse now tapped. Raga able to find one, but it's immediately dealt with. Tsukashu clean with that shot. Leo on the follow-up, able to find one, but now needs to try to separate these kills, and he cannot. Perfect in the pistols. DRG, they take another, and they are 1 round away from tying it up.
Yeah, they're really ahead of the curve on these pistol rounds. Able to tuck a couple players into a smoke and catch XLG completely off guard.
เจอจำสแกร์
Flexen gets the kill onto Happyweight. Then Vukashu going to work. A great flash there. No man all on his own. XLG expecting more players to be coming from the arcade side of the map, so they sent their 2 of the 3 up in that direction. Turns out that it was just DRG coming from tree. Now Vukashu gonna grab an outlaw, maybe? Yes.
This is one of those moments where I feel like you could see the force here. XLG just opting to stick with full classics. They want to try to go for a hasty hit towards A, but look at where all of DRG are at. 4 players, just Vukashu operating alone at the moment. It's Molly forward, and Lysor is nearly burnt to a crisp. Heal swiftly will come through from WS Leo. At least sparing their blushes there. They still need to try to fight their way forward against these 4 players from DRG, and Life is able to strike first. Lysor going to be taken down. Raga on the dive in. He's able to find a second, but Happyweight gets traded.
ให้เขารอเพน
Vukashu on arrival has the outlaw on hand. And he dispatches them, so 2 casualties suffered, but DRG, they win out the anti-eco and they tie it up 7-7.
They're just
เนี่ย 2-0 มั้ยเนี่ย
XLG the whole way here.
ปีนี้ต้อง
The great crossfire set up the whole life.
นี่ถ้าเกิดแพ้ลาก้านี่แม่งน่าจะตัดพ้อ
Juicy
เลย
set
นะ
up to get a multi-kill. Couldn't quite come through, and
กลับยุโรปนะ
Mr. Reliable gonna hold the line there with the outlaw. Get 2 big ones.
กลับไป
You're able to
Fnatic
keep
เซน
over
เข้า
2
เนี่
of
ย
those Bulldogs plus the outlaw. All full shield though
ไม่น่านะ
for XLG as they did not buy up into that round at all. Just classics. So
ก็เซ็นมาเล่น
they
โล
knew the
อื่น
score. They knew the situation.
เสียของ
DRG wants to start taking a little bit of space. They're getting pretty aggro.
ลิควิดมีทรงเซ็น
Vukashu to be able to hit these shots.
Yeah.
ลิควิดแม่งจะเอาดูเอลไว้ในทีม 5 คน
He wants to take him down, otherwise needs that 2 tap.
รวมถึงพี่แนทด้วยแนทก็เป็นดูเอล
Ball into the heart, the swing out from this whole side, and that is going to be DRG delivering themselves on a silver
พี่แนท
platter.
ดูเอลฟันร้ายอย่างลิควิด
Two players getting a kill apiece. Flexen will be able to pursue deep enough to find a kill on Raga.
เฮ้ยเป็นผมเก็บเลยเก็บสุดอะออฟแบบเมื่อกี้
Vukashu quickly arriving on the scene to try to shut this
ถ้า
down.
2-0 ผมจะไม่เชื่อ
No
พี่ไปต
damage
ลอด
dealt.
แล้วนะเฮ้ย
Self-drone able to get the spot out. He's been revealing. Turns back.
เฮ้ย
Happy
โดน
way.
หมิ่นแล้วเห็นไหม
I'm gonna have to see that one in the replay for sure.
แย่ละ
But this is still an arduous task.
เจ้าพั
Trying
ง
to get
เลย
this bonus converted.
ถ้า 1-1 กับ
7
1-1 จะว่าไง
rounds remaining in this outlaw. Consideration on the Molly, but Flexen pushing forward, finally able to get the spot on Lysor. He does connect with that shot. So we'll force an armor rebuy, but no bonus conversion to be found this time around. XLG holding their own. They get that lead back by
ที่
1.
ผมวันแรก
I
ลั่น
mean,
กันเดียว
I
เมื่อวาน
think the
ครับ
encouraging thing here for DRG is that they are being aggressive in the early parts of the round now. The timing just a little bit off. I don't. Sure, why not? He's lucky he didn't die. I mean, the tracers, I suppose, but still incredible. He has incredible game sense, but you know, XLG just being patient. They're waiting for that push out. They're anticipating it, and DRG just kind of kept shift Wing the whole way through. This time, XLG, big crunch setup, top to bottom.
It's only 2 players home.
Launching smoke.
Trailblazer to lead the way. Stim Beacon going to be chucked out as well. Raga ready to go for the dive in. Let's see off the go. Well, it's just going to be the ping reveal. Flexen able to find himself a bullet between the eyes. Caution will be able to take down the enemy sky. So 4v4 with the double dash forward. Raga trying to take that space, but Nick pushing forward to top gen. He's able to find that one kill. Vukashu still fighting, but his back is turned as he strafes out onto the site in a happy way. He takes that every single day of the week. Now Spirit Z1. The 1v2 clutch in the neural theft is going to be invested. Saturate to the side
High,
as he
that
gets
don't hit.
revealed. He's trying to isolate it, swings forward, but he doesn't find the opening kill. Happyway gets the eliminations, gets the 3K, and XLG get up to 9.
The more I see of this comp from XLG, the more I really do like it. You know, a lot of teams kind of raise their eyebrows at the China region wanting to play the sky, but it gives you so much information on the map, and having the Taeho drone there too really does kind of make it easy for XLG to kind of pick the sites apart one by one. Now, Bukashu is still Bukashu. He's doing stuff there. He's up to 21 kills.
เขาก็เลยกดให้เลย13-0
เกือบเขาแบกอยู่ เห็นรีแอคพี่ทีมตอนใช่ครับไอรอบแรกอ่ะมันเรื่องจับฉลากด้วยครับผม ที่มันเกิดเหตุการณ์ไม่คาดฝันเกิดขึ้นอ่ะ ที่บอกว่าต้องชมฟุตเรื่องพีคแบนด้วย แต่ต้องมาดูวันนี้แก้ตัวอะไรหลายอย่างมากมาย
That you have to be worried about the conversion paths and the orbital strike. If you try to go for a pacey hit through halls, through arcade, wherever it may be, if you get hit by the conversion paths, an orbital strike is going to burn you to a crisp.
That goes there.
See if DRG are going to be able to successfully avoid those or bait those ultimates out. Looks like Flexim just going to be going for a stinger alongside the Vandal of Bukashu. Otherwise, it's Sheriff's abound for DRG.
And I think they want this orb, try to get it into life to get a run it back going, perhaps. Or they're just looking for a surprise. Trying to welcome XLG, who's been pushing that B site, you know, maybe expecting them to double down. But instead, XLG is just looking for that early aggression again, being patient, just like we saw in the anti-bonus.
And they're fully anticipating a south side crunch. Trailblazer, though, leaning forward into halls, clears the way. And that will have XLG now starting to scale towards that site. Just Nick nearby with the Sheriff. Stealth drone will be sent out. Sky Smoke's all three going to be committed. Not worried about that disposition. Nick just has to back away. Meanwhile, the three players will start working their way towards that attacker spawn. Happyway gives it consideration. He checks back.
Harbor
Tripwire. Widely will be able to keep these players contained. So Spike now in play. DRG. How do they remotely try to get themselves back into this one? Life is trying to find a catch. Will be able to find one, but Lysor refills that space, takes down two. The Vandal now lost. And it's just Nick and Flex that trying to see if they can get any sort of damage through.
ปิดเข้าไซส์เลยก็ได้ปิด
This around here, it feels hopeless for DRG. No real way. Trying to fight their way back into this one. Nick will just get flanked. Roger will take him down, and XLG will get themselves up to double digits. 3 more rounds to go to push us to a map 3.
Part of the problem that DRG is facing here is they do have to try to take contact fights at some point in time because they don't have that extra layer of information gathering because they've opted for the double duelist. And if you're not given those opportunities, if XLG just kind of flips a coin and guesses correctly on which side of the map to go to that you're not, then when you're trying to make those push-outs like that, then you're going to have a tough time, especially with just the ecos in hand.
Now Bukashu has to go for Glass Cannon Guardian.
ใช่เหรอไม่เจอเลยฮะ
เจอผมบอก
มันแล้วก็จะเจอ NRG อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
จะข่าวว่าอยากเจอ
that could absolutely unfurl this for DRG.
There's no ability to confirm that Prowler here for DRG. They threw one through, they spam a little bit, and XLG just cuts sound.
Stone's made its way forward. Bukashu just tucking into the smoke. Trying to fish for anything that he can get, but it's going to be forced away by a salvo. Meanwhile, Raga diving up the top of sight. Conversion paths at the ready. Give it a consideration, but we'll just table that for
โอ้
now.
ถ้ามันไม่แกะโดนยิงทะลุตายนะ
With the plan, the Seekers now available. Considering that Trailblazer first and foremost, but can just stay put for now.
พอ อมาได้เจอพิมมี่ฮะก็เลยยอมแพ้ลงมาก่อน
Curveball out through the cage with the stun
Wow,
set
make me
line,
ying
held
it.
it at bay in a happy way. Snaps it
that
back. Flexin gonna be tagged up. Refract gonna be taken away.
ดูดิแน่นไม่หมดอ่ะ
Will exit there. Over towards safety. As Happyway tries to hold the door. Nick will be able to find the one. No man with a kill. And Raga joining
ได้
as
หนึ่ง
well.
เสียหนึ่ง
Just
ต้องไล่ขึ้น
locks
หนึ่
them
ง
out. Holds them in this spot. Vukashu
ของหนึ่ง
upgrades his way to a vandal, but the time has just gotten away. There is no hope for this round. XLG will advance up to an 11th round win. 2 away from sending up to split.
And there's no money. No money at all for DRG going into the next one. And again, it's just so hard for DRG here because they're not able to confirm anything off that early prowler. They have to just kind of guess that maybe that was a little bit of a fake, a little bit of a ruse. Instead, again, XLG just slowly marching their way forward the rest of the way through. And then DRG just tries to brute force their way into the door to clear main, and XLG just holds the line. They've got the angles, they've got the crossfires.
They've got the ultimates as well. Didn't have to use that Seeker, didn't have to use the orbital strike.
สกินแฟนนอมก็รีคอนครับ
Tigers
ผม
invested
รีคอนนี่คือที่สุดละ
4 sheriffs and a stinger to try to get back into this, deny that map point away from XLG. A little bit of juking there with a Trailblazer. Gets the spot out just on the 1.
Yeah, I like this though from XLG. You see the Phoenix, and a lot of the times it's been the double duelists paired together here for DRG, so go the other way. Quick rotations though.
Seeker's coming in. Up and over the molly goes Raga. Dodging out that damage. The real reveal is there, but it has a refract at the safety, so Flexin is unable to capitalize off that one. Meanwhile, No Man and Lysor are able to find 2 kills as Vukashu and Light both can take it down. Just dead on the site, dead at arcade.
3แต่มันเล่นกันเร็วดีนะ
Love to see him make a pivot here.
มันจะมีช่วงหนึ่งที่เป็น
Slowly
เมตาเล่น
approach,
ช้า
but
แล้ว
XLG
ฟานาติก
still
เจอ
gonna be
วิท
feeling so very favored here.
แม่งเล่นกันคู่เดียวเหมือนแข่งกัน
Continue
เล่น
to
กัน
risk
ง่วง
out forward. Orbital strike gonna be coming in. Tap of the rope there from Spirit C1, and now he will fall. The
ไอ้วิท
cleanup
ชุด
is
เก่า
gonna be
วิท
swift
ที่
and
เล่น
from
ช้า
XLG.
โอ้โห
From a catastrophic start on this map to now map point.
อยาก
เรียกได้ว่าเล่นจนหลัง
DRG need 5 in a row. They want to see overtime if they want any hope of closing this at a 2-0.
Lysor saw one bullet tracer and immediately deleted somebody. Incredible. But yeah, again, the patience on display. There it is right there. It's
ตัวนี้มีคลิปไหนที่มี
Vukashu.
สิทธิ์เตือนเล่นช้าๆไหม
Nonetheless,
Good target to find.
that is the best target to
อะไรนะ
find.
ตัวนี้มีทีมไหนเล่นช้าๆมีสิทธิ์เตือนไหม
He's got almost
เอ็น
double
อา
the
ร์จี
kills
นี่ก็
on
เล่น
Nick,
ช้าอยู่
who's second on the board for DRG here. Operator for life.
เอ็นอาร์จีเฮเลติก
สักที
This
ปะ
needs the hit. And it does not. Raga just swings out, takes the fight, and absolutely knocks him out of the park.
เฮเลติกก็เล่นไม่ช้าช้าเดี๋ยวเล่น
Tap not going to be sent to desperate bid. Refract out the safety. Tatra going to be lobbed in. There's that orbital strike. There's that wombo combo.
GG ไป
Happyway gets himself a
เนี่ยคำตอบเลย
second as well.
GG วะ
Brings it back into the 2v2. Flexin unable to confirm the kill until just then.
เล็กไม่ดิ
Grizzlio does fall.
ติงจัดตอนเนี้ย
Happyway take his weapon of choice. Now we'll just backpedal
จริงๆแค่ฟูลเซนเปเปอร์เล็กนี่ก็ซิ่งโคตรแล้วนะ
the footsteps.
มันจะมีเรวันทานฟูเซนเปเปอร์เล็กในตอนเนี้ย
Does he commit the neural theft? To try to clutch this out, to try to bring this map to an end right here, right now.
Where is everyone
โอ้
hiding?
เล่นว่ะ
Sends it.
อ้าว
It's a bit of a
40
high-low
วิอะ
setup.
ยังไงอ่ะ
Takes the fight, but Vukashu will win it. DRG not done
จริง
yet.
ถ้ามันโยนเสร็จใช่ปะ
4 more rounds to go.
Wing
The
cup,
operator carried
Wing cup.
forward.
แล้ววิ่งหลอกอะ
It took a lot.
It
It felt labor for DRG, but you do get that wombo combo to go. I mean, convergent pass hits basically everybody on XLG.
ทีวันพูด
And then
ที
the
วันไม่ได้
orbital
มา
strike, yep. Nothing you can do but
ทีวัน
sit there and watch it. Knock it out of the park. Happy way. You know, normally I'd say I just hold on to the neural theft, but these players today just seem to want to make the big ones. They want to go for it. Seen it with Vukashu too.
Yeah. Being a win.
ไม่ชินใช่
One time away from having another online. Operator gets shifted over. Trying to watch that door's position, but Sky Smoke is there, obfuscating for now. It looks like XLG. This is not poke and prod for them. They will look to explore elsewhere.
Yeah, they're getting curious about where the the duelists are for DRG. Where Vukashu is of course generally going to be on B, so you're pretty well aware of that, but they've been able to still do a good job of nullifying that Cypher, using again this extra layer of drones. Happy Way. He's got some reinforcements.
Making a lot of noise in this push. Spirit Z1 backing away from the angle now. It's going to be Nick playing forward and clean taps as he takes down 3.
แล้ว12-9ไม่ไกลนะอย่างเงี้ย
Monstrous with the Guardian. And that should be more than enough for DRG
12-9
to continue to run this back.
30
Have to be a
seconds left.
2v5 as flash attempt going to be sent. Spirit Z1 dashing his way through the doors of Curveball now to try to slow up this approach. And XLG are completely boxed in and locked out of this site.
One enemy remaining.
Kashu arrives on the south side, finds Raga, nothing to be carried over. Still a good amount of money for XLG. They will have another buy, but for DRG, that is a flawless. That is a confidence builder if you're Nick.
Oh man, disgusting. Taps. Oh, the follow-up after getting Happy Way, and then the wall bang to finish what he started. I mean, XLG in a pretty nice position. They read the play, but beat to the punch. 3 more, my friend.
Unfortunately, I mean, Nick, given consideration of that Nightfall, did not opt to send it out. Does have that alongside the neural theft. Ready to go. Big sport and oh god,
เป็น
flexing.
เรื่องไม่มีตัวเปิด
Able
นะ
to find Raga.
โอ้มีอันตีด้วยไม่ได้ใช้
Ended up looking a little bit lucky.
ยังไงต่อไล
Flash
ฟ์
out, life. Kind of catching a bit of that one now. Kashu's going to be struck down. Lightswords able to find a kill there. The Armageddon immediately gets called in. XLG, they find the window of opportunity. They think they can end this right here, right now. And life. Happy Way just swoops forward and immediately destroys 2 players. Swing at the corner, Lightswords finds flexing, and now it is all on Nick.
3-1อันตีเบรกไว้ก่อน
พูดได้คำเดียวว่าจีครับ
Just the one player.
วางไหม
Double tuck into the corner, the heels coming through, making
Behind
sure that
you,
Lightswords
Howler.
top back up. And this just looks nigh impossible.
ได้
Spike planted.
Tripwire as well in his face. Leo on the swing,
Wait.
gives him a
ให้
freebie.
ความหวัง
เฮ้ย
Could that cost him
Hey, hold on.
everything?
ใช้เหอะรีคอนอะ
Clears the trip, the skill
Wait.
forward from Happy Way. The 1-2 face,
Lock
and he
on.
cannot separate him.
ด้วย
A massive round for Happy Way,
GG
coming alive alongside X.
ไปกันต่อแมป 3
เรียกศรัทธาแป๊บเรียกศรัทธาแป๊บที่มีคนจะเลิกเชื่อแล้วดีนะให้ไปเว่ยเอาให้เข้าห้องน้ำก่อน
พี่เว้ยเอาไว้เกือบละสำนักเกือบพังมันจะสู้ไอ้นี่ได้จริงๆเหรอวะ XLG เนี่ยภาพไม่ค่อยมีอะ DRG เพลงมันจัดเพลงมันจนหลับเพลงมันเนี่ย เปิดไม่ได้ลิขสิทธิ์เนี่ยโอ้ติดเหลืองกันระนงระนาว
through.
Yeah, I liked a lot of what XLG were doing in this map. They got that kind of structure to their team that some of the other teams don't, and I think that it looked really good. I think that they were doing a lot of the push-outs that I wanted on the defense, and on the attack side, it was a lot about waiting for anything that DRG will throw at them. They weren't sure what DRG might bring to this map, and so it was a lot of just a little bit of waiting and then exploding afterwards. It was a very nice map from XLG.
Yeah, it felt like a more disciplined approach from XLG coming into this one, and happy to see the mascot as well joining the fans in the crowd is really, really nice to see now that we have this regional matchup. But yeah, definitely a great turnaround for XLG to be able to keep themselves in this competition.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a lot more exciting. We wanted to see a better performance from both teams, and so far, so good. We got it on both maps, and we didn't have time to break down the agent composition. You guys had a lot of remarks about that. What do you make of it?
Agent comp-wise, I think the XLG playing the Teo in the sky, it was noted on the desk a little bit weird, because usually you'd expect the double duelist. But the thing that is quite nice about their composition is that because you have the two drones, and there's 4 quadrants on the map, you can always clear them out with those drones, re-clear for information, and it set up Raga really well on the Waylay. If you've got sky flashes coming in to know where enemies might be or might not be, you've got the Teo drone as well, it made Raga's life a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure. I think Happyway as well, firing on all cylinders here today, and it's just been really nice to see them come out and have an improvement. I think Raga as well, someone that you've just touched on there, Minnie. You mentioned pushing out on the extremities. A lot of the time doing this with snipers as well and having those initiators to help set him up. But honestly, I think considering we came into this matchup talking about his regional performance versus his global performance, it's nice to see him have a better map and actually excel in some of the clutch moments as well.
Yeah, looking so confident. He's just standing really tall in those moments. Like he's getting the first shot off and then staying for the second. That is the Raga that we've not been seeing at the global event. It's nice to see him ramping up and hopefully brings this onto the third.
Yeah, he's probably remembering like, wait a second, this is different than a normal global matchup. This is still regional. So again, very happy to see him back in form on this map, and I hope he can continue that moving forward because we want to see Raga thrive in this environment. We know how talented he is. PaperX Wendler was remarking on it earlier. This guy is something to be feared over back in the region. Now let's take a look at the HyperX reflex moment that we have here. XLG have a fine time of mowing down the other side.
What I really liked about XLG here was I mentioned that disciplined approach, and what I meant by that was just holding and waiting for these pushes out from DRG. We mentioned how on this map in particular, those extremities are an area of the map that you really want to be able to take control of. Maybe a little bit of too much aggression from DRG, getting a little bit, you know, wanting to see what's behind that and try and bait out that Cypher chip, but XLG doing really well to be able to contain that.
Well, I like the combination they tried, DRG there, the flash and the reveal at the same time. I think G2 called that the photograph combo. I think it was a nice idea, but didn't work. And I do wonder that later into the half, DRG weren't rotating by pushing out. They were usually going through spawn, and maybe XLG holding some of those pushes early on might have set the tone for them.
Well, at least you got what you wanted there from one side. DRG taken a little back, but I think that's exactly what was happening going to Fracture. So it was really fun, especially for those of you who have been following VCT China. You got something a little bit new. Now, we are going to go into the final map today. How are you guys feeling in terms of your predictions for XLG? Is it renewed?
Yeah, I had Haven going DRG's way, and I still thought it was going to be XLG winning 2-1. DRG are still shooting. They're still in the server. I think that their Fracture theory, obviously, this is a map they ban a lot. So I'm not surprised by this result. I think Split is going to be a lot closer, but I still would favor XLG going to third.
Yeah, I don't want to disappoint the DRG fans too much, but they are yet to win this map in their own region. So if they were to do it on the global stage here, I think it would be quite a statement, especially when consider them trying to make that playoffs run as well, of course. I think something as well that DRG are maybe a little bit annoyed about in that last map when we consider things is the fact that they've been flawless on all of the pistols so far this series. They've yet to drop one. So I guess the main thing for them is, can they get off to a good start by winning out that first pistol, which they've been able to do so flawlessly so far today.
Yeah, I think going on to Split, the interesting thing for me is what are DRG going to play? They've been trying a few different compositions, and one of them is having Vukashu on the Vice. And that is an agent I've liked quite a lot, but it's like, it's Vukashu. He's known for the Cypher, so I'm not sure how to feel about that. I do like some of the setups he's running, but the Cypher seems to be more of that comfort. So I'm interested to see what they decide on that in the end.
Well, we were talking about Raga's confidence coming in. It's looking a lot better, but now that we are on map 3, this is an elimination match. One of these teams will be going home after this final map of Split. So what happens now with Vukashu looking a lot more confident today? Raga finding his form, you know, facing another Chinese team, but will he remember this confidence going into this map?
I think this is the time where they all just need to put it all on the line. I think that they're playing against people that they're familiar with, and I think that they're showing a lot better game today, all of them both individually and as teams. So I'm hoping that this just comes onto the third. We all bangers end on Split, and that is what is going to happen today.
And a quick reminder as well, we kind of set this matchup as no one expects anything from this region when we start to look ahead to the end of this Swiss Stage 2 playoffs. So if they can come out and actually show why they are a region to not want to mess with, right? We need to think ahead to playoffs and the fact that those #1 seeds will be picking the teams that make it through from Swiss. Show them why the rest of the competition should be feared of what you can kind of provide on this global stage.
That's right. I mean, a Chinese team has done it before. Of course, there's EDG. Wolves had a fantastic run over in Toronto. Will one of these teams do it again? And I would love to see exactly what you said, Billy, for one of these teams, or both of them, to make everyone quiver a little bit in their boots, especially with Shanghai around the corner for champs.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here, is that it'd be nice to see these teams ramping up, getting more experience here, because at the end of the year, Champs is the biggest tournament, and it's in their home country. That would be such a beautiful narrative going into that event, rather than having this narrative that maybe there's, you know, something to prove.
Exactly. Exactly here. And this is, again, a thing that a lot of the pundits have been talking about, a lot of the analysts, that China seems to go in a little bit of a trend, right? Like they didn't have the greatest performance over in Santiago. Hopefully things pick up a little bit today. But again, it's so hard when it's a regional matchup elimination.
And you say this, but I feel like this year so far, when we consider the global events, have maybe been a year of unexpected things happening. When we think about the winner back in Masters Santiago being Nongshim. So honestly, having nothing really to prove here and being kind of one of the regions that you're looking at and thinking, oh, can they do it, is actually a strength. And we kind of have heard some of the players say that already, being looked at as the underdogs. They really need to go ahead and utilize that now.
Now, yes, exactly. Being one of the underdogs here.
อยากให้เป๊ปอยู่ในอยากให้ฟูเซนอยู่ในสถาน
Let's
สถาน
say
การ
what
ณ์
it
เดียว
is.
กับ
A
น้อง
lot
ชิ
of
ม
people haven't
ชนะ
favored
รัวๆจนแบบ
DRG
ได้แชม
coming
ป์เลย
into this, but I'm seeing a lot come through
มีภาพ
today.
นั้นปะวะ
We were surprised by Lev as well. Most people were expecting NRG to come through on that, but Lev stepped through. So I think there's also a point when you have rematches over and over and over again. These teams know each other so well. The players know each other so well. Perhaps this is the split where DRG come back out on top.
Yeah, and Vukashu has been playing extremely well today, and I
Yeah,
think that is obviously the key thing. Spirit also doing quite well on the waylay. I want to see Life pick it up just a little bit. If it's both the Judas firing with Vukashu, I think that is the win condition. On that fracture, Life, some of missed Phoenix flashes here or there. Probably won't be playing the Phoenix this time around.
What did you say earlier? One of the early days. Oh, Phoenix not that hard to play.
If I,
do you have anything to say now?
If I'm not binding myself in my ranked games, then I do expect the VCT pros to be able to do it a little bit better. I'm not gonna lie.
We've seen it disturbingly quite a lot, actually, in pro play. Surprisingly, they're just like us, Minnie. But No Man is also playing on this stage right now. You know, this is his region. He's, you know, half Chinese, also half Welsh. So he's got a home ground to play for too.
Yeah, for sure. And
Blah,
we had
blah,
Frankie
blah,
speak to his
blah.
partner earlier today, obviously cheering him on. And I think it's really nice to have that friends and family support here on Masters London at the global stage. But as you mentioned, this man on your screen right now, No Man, he wants to be able to stay as long as he can. Let's not forget, elimination is on the line here.
Yeah, and I think the thing I like about this guy is the amount of energy he brings, the bravado, and I think that for this team, it's such a key piece to have that energy coming out. We've seen sometimes, you know, there might be players struggling a little bit or a little bit stressed, and if
ไม่
No
เอาภาพ
Man
แบบ
is
วันก่อนไม่ไหววะ
hyping up
เหี้ย
this team
เครียด
on this third map, even if they go behind a little bit, I think that's what they're gonna need.
Wendler was speaking about WS Leo. Leo a little bit earlier. This is a player he had his eye on. Is he meeting expectations, Minnie?
He had a very strong map, if I remember correctly. And I personally don't think it's about his individual form. But if he's cooling well and has that individual form, that is great to see from an IGL. Split, a map that's not too complicated, in my opinion. He's not going to have to think too much about it. Unless Vukashu is on something weird like that Vice, Split is mostly about sending it together and doing what China is best at. Being aggressive, getting in people's faces,
ถ้าว่า
doing those
mentality
setups.
ไม่ดีก็
Yeah, we don't want to see any slow
But Peter
plays. We
Lon-
want to see
Good.
a banger on Split as we get the agent draft coming through real soon. And again, not only do they have No Man on the team, they got Lysor. He's been there before.
Talking about flashes, it does seem like Life is going to be on that Phoenix once again. A little bit of a switch up here. I like it, but he's going to need to raise the performance from the last map. He didn't look extremely comfortable there. Hopefully, a little bit better here. Vukashu as well, he's on that fight. So I think this is the big thing about this game. How are XLG going to get through his Vice setups? They're very good at slowing down the double duelists with the
ถ้า
Thorns
เพล
up.
ไม่เถียงเลย
Yeah, this
ตา
is
เก่ง
something
กว่า
that they need to consider, especially starting on this attack here, Minnie. I think another thing that we should highlight is the fact that we're seeing the Rays and the Waylay on the other side, alongside this guy. Clear identity for this team so far throughout this event. How much mid-aggression are they going to have to be able to take
ตอน
control
นี้
of
ปิด
that
ชื่อทีม
space?
แล้วดูคอมนะ
Well, we are about to find out
DRG.
who will be surviving another day here at Masters London. Is it DRG or XLG? As we send it back to our casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
คอมมันหลุดขนาดนั้นเลย
Down to the wire, a final map to determine which one of these two teams is going to be sticking around at Masters London and which one will be making their early exit. DRG have not been able to find success on Split all year long, not since the China Evolution Series. Can they find it here today? Conquer their demons, find another map win on a global stage.
But it's got to start with Life picking it up on the Phoenix in particular. Again, trying to find their identity
รอวอก่อน
into this new meta, into this map even. Like you said, they haven't been able to get a win. They've tried a bunch of different stuff. So
ดีคนละแบบ
back to the drawing board again. Is it going to be enough? You know, XLG's been decent on this
ส
map.
กายก็ดีมันมี
They are
แฟ
going to
ต
make a
ด้วยหา
slight
ข่าว
change
ด้วย
into no
แต่
man
มัน
on
ไม่
the
ได้ปรับ
raise.
ปริมาณ
Tucked in position, but all on his own is life.
โอ้โหไล่โค้งนี้
Needs to be good.
แล้วมีหมาด้วยไล่ตายครับ
But the Trailblazer will lead the charge.
ไล่ตาย
Happyway able to collect that opening kill. Life now going to be
นี่
taken
ไงแฟดเพื่อนไปทีครับ
Line is
เล่
in
น
there.
ฟรีครับ
Buxton is able to find himself a second.
โอ้โหลากาแม่งซ่อมให้อยู่
Maintains the player advantage. Tank
สอง
down
ไม่
22
วาง
HP, but the plant can come through. Kashu and Spirit Z1 now arriving. On that screen side, and a dink is going to be found. Lysor taken low. Ryan taken down. Kashu able to find the kill. Gets himself into a 1v1.
ฟูโรจัด
He's only with 10 health.
วางเปิด
โอ้แม่งแค่ยิงสเน็กไบต์มาก็ตายหายไม่มีนี่หว่าซื้อเชลิฟมา
Could rotate up the
เฮ้ย
ramp if he
เขา
wants.
ดี
Kashu has to check every possible angle. And there
Bye,
you go.
Lloyd.
Happy
Oh,
push
live
up
long.
into heaven. The flash at the ready. The turn of that and Happyway will just swing and
Oh,
take him
เห็น
down.
มุมแล้วแบบเจอกัน
Finish the previous map with a 3K. Starts this one with the same XLG.
แต่มุมเนี้ยคังทำได้นะพี่
win on this attacker's side.
And it's
ข้าง
just
ล่าง
a rough set
เขา
this
ฟอร์ม
time.
เยอะ
I mean, you know, you've been seeing some
มุมเมื่อกี้หรอ
great pistol round theory from DRG all day, but into this one,
ถ้ามาแบบ
just a
มีห
little
มา
bit
มีไอ้
awkward
ส
because
กิลเมื่อ
life
กี้
all on his own is just
เจ
prone
เล
to
มัน
being
วันล่างพามก็
utiled
ทำไม่ได้
into death.
ไม่ใช่
It was. Now
ไอ้
there was a
มุมเมื่อ
nice
กี้ที่กู้
response,
อยู่
but
อ๋อ
part of it was they get a little help from
ยากว่ะ
WS Leo there. Team flashes, and that tees up Flexen to at least get two. So if it isn't for that, I think that's a much cleaner round for XLG. All's well that ends well. Cash here confirming a little bit of presence. Pre-fire with the Marshall for No Man, but he's just going to peel back after a little bit of a ding up. Healed up, no problem. And Life trying to create a bit of a distraction on the other side. And
Got a Sheriff and 2 bandits here for DRG. There's very real chance to get some solid damage in.
I think it's a good shout on your defender side of split. Life, one of those players with only a classic though. Right now, they've got a good read on this round to DRG.
Toxins going up.
They've really kind of sussed out XLG's tendency here. It's just, can they do any damage?
There.
Lukashu, the first to fall. Orb grab going to be coming in. Happyway, and those shots kind of dance around as a part. Flex it again, is able to deliver on 2. Happyway and Raga both are going to be
Singing.
My God.
โคตรคุ้ม
What a start for Flexen.
Go get him.
So you're able to find some significant damage here. No Man may be able to swap the Marshall over for a Spectre, depending on where it's been dropped. Would be right there around main, and that's where Life is now arriving, but with just the classic in hand.
นี่บัณฑิตมันทรงพลังจังวะ
Just so unfavored to try to make a real go of this. Sees the
Oh, the
Spectre, but
boom.
all these weapons are out into the open. He'll have a nice headshot, but No Man will be able to shut him down. An XLG scrape by with a 2-0 start.
That's really good damage though. And getting some serious value out of this bandit. Oh, this one right here, great decision. Again, I like, we've seen this a couple times from both of these teams where they just let the diving duelist go past it. Just, you know, settle for at least getting one. And it's really effective.
ชอบเวลาอะไร
Flexen's
ซื้อ
gonna have
อะไร
his
ซื้อ
ult
อะไร
coming into
อะไร
this
ซ้อม
round.
ยืน
Only a couple Spectres, an Outlaw,
แพ้
a
กลับ
Stinger,
บ้านแล้วครับผม
Sheriff for WS Leo. So the firepower severely weakened after the damage done in the previous round.
เสียเยอะอยู่
Leo does get the
วินนี้ปืนเลยลำบาก
identification, wall popped, dash out.
เพิ่งเอาหล่ออุ้ยแต่ว่า
Spirit Z1.
มัดเดียว
only
สาม
down to
ตัว
4
นะ
HP though.
Poison orb
แหลม
emitting.
ไม่ได้เหมือนกัน
Ripped to
Rough
shreds.
way, very rough way to try to start this off.
Poison's off.
Especially given that No Man still does have the paint shell, so if he puts it in the right
บีแน่น
position,
มากครับ
initial
Poison
burst,
orb emitting.
we'll just clean up the
Get-
kill.
เต็มไปหมด
Here's the Prowler ringing out with that outlaw.
Poison's off.
And oh God, 3 players susceptible to it.
Oh, it's Vice Util.
Thorns down.
Jumping over on the entry, Raga making his way forward. No Man able to still get on top of Nick. Barrel stops him.
Happy
Happy
way.
with that outlaw in hand.
ต้องพึ่ง
Cleans
เอา
up
หล่อ
2
นรก
เวย
kills.
จัดให้ฮะ
XLG
เอาหลอนแม่ง
wrapping this one up. A nice little bow on top. They look to convert this bonus, and I don't think that you can go for this if you're flexing in life.
คนเหลือ101 คนเมื่อกี้แล้วยิงถูกคนด้วยดูเห็นปะไอคน52 คนเสือกไม่โดนยิง
We'll just have to back away and allow for this one to go
เรียก
over.
ว่าเป้ามันถูก
XLG, the best start really that they've had to a map so far.
เซฟ
ยิ
เล
งถู
ย
กตัว
Can
DG
they
ว่ะ
find some more weapon upgrades and still do have that Stinger Inspector in hand. This round is absolutely over, and XLG are looking alive and well. They want to once again dispatch DRG, this time on the global stage.
Yep, they're getting the pickups too. So the economy is going to be flush coming out of this. Just, it looked like DRG had this round pretty well read, pretty well locked down. They've got the Vice Util in the right spots, and it's just no man, fearless. Get on in there. Prowler, who cares? Nick isn't even looking at him. And then there's Happyway, who shows up to the party. Says, thank you very much. Thanks for the damage done. Oh,
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
DRG players feeling that should have been there. That might be a sign of things to come. Still going to have that outlaw to contend with. A couple players full armor, of course, because they're able to carry over from the previous round with the save, but they're only cleared by a sheriff. Trying to bait a little bit for life here.
Throw the ball out, make sure that there's no one scaled forward in the garage.
Went for a little bit of a trap play with the grab well.
That's an immense amount of util committed to this, just to try to maintain some control of that position. XLG will just pump the brakes, they'll keep it quiet, try to instill that doubt into DRG's heads.
I mean, the only thing XLG has had to commit so far in this round is the boombot. Prowler doesn't see anything. They're so patient. They're so aware. Life again in a one and done.
Now they can re-clear the Trailblazer there. They swing alongside it, and Life gets tagged up. He's got the hot hands to try to get a heal, but yeah, I was going to say have to commit this to try to hold the door. Will be able to find one. Roger going to be dead on that entry.
ของอร่อยต้องเก็บไว้กินที่หลัง
Not yet found. Big haunt reveal, spotting out
นี่
two.
จะอร่อยหรือเปล่าก็ไม่รู้
As Nick from up on the rafters is able to find 2 kills that Sheriff. Life going to be good for one as well.
พอเลทด้วย
ทำไมแบบได้ยิงโดนผ่าเข้าประตู
Exact kind of
โอ้
impact
โดน
that we need to be seeing from this Phoenix. As DRG get themselves on the board.
ไม่พอใจ
I mean, it's on the knife's edge. And you thought that maybe it would be the Phoenix burned alive. Instead, he escapes, gets a kill. Nick, absolutely deadly today. He has been incredible. He's like plus 14 coming into this map. Yes, a lot of that was on Haven, but he still had a solid fracture. He's going to need to continue with that, but it's more about the positioning there from Life, able to get out. This time a clear of the Prowler, trying to show a little bit of presence on the other side of the map while they scale forward here. Really close to Spirit Z1.
Raga, oh, the gun barrel's been seen. Spirit Z1 now, wanted to try to get that kill. He will. It's his first one on the board. Taking the exit down into the vents.
หายละอ๋อเบงเกิลครับห่วยกับไลท์ฮะ
Putting himself on a bit of an
เฮ้ย
island in Happyway.
เหนื่อยว่ะ
Will be able to strike him down.
พอลูกหนึ่งมือปืน
One
พอลู
for
กหนึ่ง
one at the end of it. And critical ultimates out of the hands of both teams.
Want to go over to the other side of the map.
Bring them down.
Try something a little bit different. No man could scoop up that orb, get the showstopper. That would be potentially pivotal. They're just going to scale up mid.
Toxins going up.
Slow walk up and flexing. He's now drifting quite far back. Will
Kasi
give up
ito may
that space
napak.
so Heaven can be taken relatively for free. Spitzy one's starting to lean back, but decides to stick around a little bit longer on the A side. Nick now, hands him out towards the door. Will get struck down as Happyway once again starts to take over. Another 3K form, the spike brought to bear. Reassessing the plant position.
มันแดงหมุนเหรอ
They have the money. They really want to try to commit to this. Snowman's one away from having a showstopper online.
รู้ว่าเสี่ยงแต่คงต้องขอลองฮะ
The pit will be invested though. As XLG not want to let DRG back into this. That's more than enough to force them to give up the retake.
รู้ว่าเสี่ยง
I'm completely fine with using the pit here just to make sure.
I mean,
things can get so scrappy, so wild, especially with Bukashu still alive. We've seen what he can do.
มีเจ็ดเลย
This team well aware of it. They've faced it many
นี่หมาย
times.
ถึง Happy Way ใช่ไหม
Better
Ah.
safe
Happy Way
than
ใช่ไหม
sorry here.
ด้วย
And what looked like it might be a bit of a rough start after losing Raga for free. The DRG
อยู่ดีก็คนลุก Happy Way
able to win against Life this time. He isn't able to kind of hold that off-angle position at the door and make much of it. You need to give him a little bit of extra oomph behind some of those holds if you want him to be the one to be guarding the mains.
And given the way that Happy Way's been, just killing everybody. Sure, commit the pit. He'll probably, almost assuredly get another one before the half is out, and that's going to be a timeout call now for DRG. Trailing by 3 rounds, trying to assess.
ไม่ตบมุกเลยพี่เอ๋ยไม่ได้พี่เอ๋ยพี่เอ๋ยก็คีปคูลอยู่มาเมียเจ็ดอะไรไม่ได้เสียภาพลักษณ์พี่เอ๋ยหมดผมแล้วพี่เป็นพี่เอ๋ยไวเปอร์โดเรมอน
เป็นลาก้าหน้าแดงจัง
มันโดนแฟดตั้งแต่วันแรกอะ
อ๋อ
6-7นะ
Bit more, I think, considerate with how you're going to play those main angles. If you don't give those up for free, it seems to lead to potentially better results. I think a lot of talk has to be given over to Life to make sure that he's not doing anything too crazy. I do like that they're giving him some help as well over on the garage side. Meanwhile, XLG, though, completely other thoughts about this round.
The conversion path set out onto the site. The up and over from Raga, just trying to avoid those thorns that do widely hold back the remainder of the squad, but as those expire, they can start to scale forward, and Buckson's going to be bound and have it Happy Way. Taking out the Astra denies the possibility.
แต่จริงเพ็กอิน
The Cosmic
มัน
Divide
น่าจะ
coming
คำนว
through
ณ
for a
ไม่น่านั่ง
retake.
สมาธิตรงนั้นเลย
Now instead going to have to heavily rely on Life.
เพราะว่าแรม
Leading the charge
มันไม่
with this
มันไม่
run
ควร
it
นั่ง
back.
เปิดอ่ะ
There's now that showstopper on the other side in the hands
มัน
of
ไม่ควร
Nomad.
คอนโทรลแรมอ่ะ
ประมาทไปหน่อย
Yop looking for a scout. No one peeking the angles. Ult for
เฮ้ย
ult
อยู่บ
and
นหัว
Lysor.
เรียบ
Still
ร้
up
อย
on top.
ตายฟรี
Immediately gets the shutdown. The paranoia going to be sent through. 2 players going to be spotted there and having the showstopper still tabled for now. Turn to the flash. Clear the haunt. As that's going to be Happy Way holding things down at main.
ยังไงดีเอหรือเปล่า
3 kills found.
12
Technically on for an ace. But Spirit Sea
มันอยู่คนเดียวเลย
frantically trying to retreat. Caution with the one pinned into the corner, trying to find any value he can possibly get. Draws down with the sheriff, but he will fall. Happy Way
ไปไหน
collects a 4K as XLG
แม่งวิ่งไปบีดูโคตร
they
เร็ว
deny any access back
ไปสักไกลเลย
for
แม่ง
DRG.
ทิ้งให้บูคาชูอยู่คนเดียว
Definitely the
เมา
way right now for this XLG team.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely devastating, holding down the flanks.
He's 13-2.
Yeah. And a great little play from Lysor. Again, not getting a kill because it's on the run it back, but he's stalling out. He's buying time. He's creating confusion and chaos there. That's going to tee Happy Way up. It's a home run, too. Absolutely brilliant coordination. Raga trying to be set up himself. A little shoulder peek Life.
พีจีแล้วเหรอ
Find the shot in time.
โอ้บุกไป5แล้ว
Refract back and XLG.
ไหนบอกสปิดดันบุก
Phoenix and
ตอนนี้ไอ้ไวคอม
try
ของ
something a
DRG
little bit
กำลัง
different,
คุยกันอยู่
looking
แล้ว
for other things on the map right now.
ไอลอนดอนไปยังไงวะ
To
เพื่อน
try to maybe get a little bit more information.
เดี๋ยวจบนี่เราไปโอทัฟฟอร์ดไหม
Where the Vice setup is just yet.
ไกลอยู่นะ
As we can see, it's at
ไป
the
แบบ
front of
เอ
A
มิ
there.
เรตอะไรเงี้ยได้อยู่
Now they're going to try to scale forward. Life in position. A little bit of a crunch.
Flash forward, and they're just going to run him down. No chance even trying to send out a curveball. Just overwhelmed so quickly.
เวลาลาก้ามันมองแบบมันไม่ได้เหลือบตามันไม่งหันทั้งคอ เห็นเมื่อยแขนขัดไปหันมา
but it's just going to be a 1-2 pop. As Raga will be able to win it out.
DRG หลุดแล้ว
Lukaku just cannot play whack-a-mole well
ขนาดผม
enough.
เล่นจอ 27 นิ้วผมยังเหลือบตาเลยไอ้นี่แม่งเล่น
Now the
24 นิ้ว
side
แม่งหัน
taken,
ทั้ง
the
คอ
op still in hand. This Cosmic Divide again having to be tabled.
มันน่าจุ่มจอ
30 seconds left.
They're shifting into position, but surely you just go for the save.
It should be. I mean, maybe you try to scoop up a
Back up,
gun
man.
here as flexing, but even that's risky business.
Can work his way over to one. Will be able to have it. I think Spirit Z1 just going to be looking for any kind of exits that he can possibly find. But even this is incredibly risky. If you lose this operator, you cannot buy another one. He's peeking a corner. He's sending out a shot now. Okay, will be able to sprint away. Raga trying to chase in from behind. Get tucked around the corner, back into the defender's spawn. But Raga is out for blood. He wants to try to find this. Take this out of their hands. The opening shot ends up missing. Raga able to find Flex. He's able to find them all. A 4K for Raga and a massive critical overstep for DRG. They lose everything.
หรือมันกรีดแล้วเมื่อกี้เสียงเหมือนลิง
Awful for DRG, to say the least. But I got to give XLG a ton of credit. They seem to just be a step ahead of DRG in a couple different ways. One is just hitting those flashes before DRG can ever even do anything about it. It's like the timings in DRG's heads aren't there. When that smoke goes down to cover off Mail, there should be a response from Life. There's nothing. But then the end of the round, they're just so desperate to pick up another rifle and try to go for
ยืน
something.
แล้วง่วง
It cost them everything. And okay.
เฮ้ย
โอ้โหโมโห
Now where has this come from? Yeah, screw the op, leave it on the floor. You
โอ้
don't
ย
need
ส
it.
ปิริตนี่ตัวเดือดเลยเนี่ย
Just keep that handle on hand, keep tapping. Heads like that. Looking for a little bit more. Yes, a line
เดือดจริง
โอ้
ไอ้เหี้ยแย่งเอ็ด
A time to come alive.
บ้างไมเอ็ด
From a questionable push to losing all their weapons to just saying,
โอ้
okay, I guess I'll carry.
ไอ้หมอนี่
It's just the contact fight here, and he wins every single part of it. Oh, what a tight angle he takes against Raga. That second one is unbelievably fast.
มันแฟดเพื่อนแล้วมันยังแย่ง
On the
คิวเพื่อน
final
โอ้
for
โห
life, denying
ไล
the
ท์
ace, but at this point as DRG, you need everything you can get as
จิ
clean as you can
แฟด
get it.
เพื่อนด้วยนะ
I mean, you also want those old charges on to life because he's still 2 away from having to run it back. But that is a lifeline found for DRG to try to get themselves back into this. Trailblazer cleared.
So many ults. You've got to find a way to get some value here. It's so much is great for retake is the thing for DRG. So they're happy to give up a little bit of space on this round. Try to play that give but tee yourself up style. A little bit of damage into No Man. See slots forward. So XLG's answer to this is to try to take some mid space. See if they can find some picks.
ไอซอก็ยืนอยู่
One now, maybe starting to feel it a bit. Wants to check back around, re-clear this male position, but has to drip back away. In the spot there on Raga. He's looking for the entry, saturate. Not gonna be connecting the C's does, but he's only still able to find the one.
แหมแน่นจัด
35 seconds now remaining. The blast pack down, straight up into the face of Nick, but now flexing counter.
เอาวะมาแล้ววะ
From backside is able to find that kill. Lysor's the last one standing dead as life arrives in heaven.
คือได้อยู่
DRG able to string together another round.
ไอซอยังไง
Nice stuff again from Spirit Z1. Able to just barely dodge that saturate. It looked like Nick again. Crazy good on the site there. Able to deny that. Timing with the blast packs into a drop down off the rope.
Let's go! Let's go! Starting to get the energy going here, starting to believe that they can run this one.
โอ้โหโมโห
โค้ดเริ่มฉุน
ตามอยู่6-1ดีๆกลับมา6-3เฉยโอ้ยมันไลฟ์มันลั่นมาหลายปีแล้วให้มันแผ่วบ้าง
just making sure that you're being a little bit more consistent. But DRG has learned their lessons. They're doing a good job now of absorbing some of that early util pressure, backpedaling a bit, and setting up for a counter punch. That's kind of throwing XLG a little bit off guard.
It looks like a minor hiccup here.
Oh.
แม่งใคร
Somebody
วาง
spilled
ยา
their
วะนี่
drink.
โอ้ใครเนี่ย
Well, that's a shame.
We really should get
Like
like the sippy cups for the players.
I
ไป
think
ต่อ
they
แน่
have
นอน
them.
Well, but it's not like, you know, really up
Oh,
there
sure.
very
You mean
tight.
like an actual
Like
sippy
a
cup?
child's, like a
Yes,
toddler's.
for a toddler. That is correct. I think we
ไม่
should
ยิงแล้วยัง
absolutely
ทำ
do
น้ำหก
that.
อีก
Bring in Red Bull
น้อง
branded sippy cups for the players.
Oh, turn it back on.
There you go.
ลกลักไปหมด
I love that.
ตอนนี้
That's great. The best reactions of our players.
Well, shouldn't be too long. Just get the desk wiped down. It's faster than
ของไวเพลง
a
ตึก
first
ตัก
hand
ตึก
warmer.
ตักตึกตักนี่ไม่น่าเป็นลิขสิทธิ์หรอก
That's true.
At least I don't have to worry about
Diba?
that here at the moment.
That one was a little bit awkward.
Oh, I'm being told we have a replay of this as
Oh,
well.
excellent.
Let's take a look.
Slow-mo.
Oh,
Oh, right in the path of the high
no.
เขาทำอะไร
Well, unfortunately, we can't see the panic, so we don't quite get that angel-esque reaction.
เขาให้ชนหมัด
We should
นี่
just
ช
be
นแก้ว
moments away from getting back into this one.
ไว้หลังงานจบก็ได้ใช่ไหม
So he'll be
ต้อง
able
ยึ
to
ดเลยว่ะ
recover.
ตาต้องยึดน้ำแล้วเนี่ย
It's going to be tough for him. You know, the mental may be in the bin now.
ใจร้ายเกินต้อง
Who would have known?
ถ้า
But
ถ้าให้กินน้ำมันจะเป็นอย่าง
all
นี้
right,
ยึด
let's
ต้อง
see
ยึ
what
ดแก้วแล้ว
XLG took a timeout. Let's see what the theory is going to be here.
จะชนแก้วต้องรอหลังงานเดี๋ยววะมาชนเลยต
The
อนนี้
other side of the map is Happy Way. A lot of really pressure up the ramp. Spiritsy up top, spotted.
Trying to get that free fire going. Roger still faces into this one, trying to set up for the saturate. Now, no man to fill that space. Peeks in, was able to find the kill. Like a little exit life having to bound around the corner, gets himself over to the bedside as the Seeker's going to be let loose. WS Leo trying to continue to guide the team forward to success. Happy Way at the same time.
ครับเว้ยเลื้อยมา
Completely unanticipated in this position, and now that's more than enough for XLG to say, okay, let's backpedal, let's peel away and get ready to join in with the fight on the other side, but they're still expecting his walk forward. I gotta say, it's damn good for Vukashi to still be able to find a kill
เห็น
there.
ว่าเอเยอะ
That's great
บนใน
patience.
เว้นสวยเลยครับ
Great understanding of the tendencies.
Happy Way has him lined up, and it's another massive round from him. 17-4-1 as XLG move up 7-3.
I know Happy Way has a tremendous round again. I really want to give a shout out to the coach and the IGL here. I think the idea to find ways to get Happy Way into a deeper lurk, creating a lot of that early A pressure with your duelists, and then that pause there, understanding that a lot of teams would react off of Happy Way getting that pick up at B Heaven and immediately try to make a pivot, and instead they take the pause. Beautiful, beautiful.
ว่าแล้วอะไรซอกับไอ้นี่ไม่ยิงเลย
Still 4
โดน
elements
Happy
to
Way
try to
แย่ง
work
ยิงหมด
with. Lives going to be invested immediately here from Spirit Z1. Need to try to make a go of this if you start
แต่พอลีโอมันคือ
allowing for
มัน
XLG
คือ
to get
IGL
more
เร็ว
rounds from here.
อย่างงี้ถ้ามันไม่ยิงก็ค่อยว่า
Your own attacker side.
ว่ามันไม่ได้มันไอเจียว
Smoke out 3 players
การ์ด
on
IGL
this side of the map. There's Happy Way just scaling forward into this nebula.
ตอนแรกนึกว่าไอ้โนแมน
The
เป็น
friendly fire, but he peeks out of the smoke and he's able to find one. A player advantage now. Spirit Z1 dropping in, and there's that second pit now blooming. Happy Way trying to make this unassailable. Shoot does have the steel card, and he's going to be investing that immediately. But there are shorties abound here. The push forward into the smoke. Spirit Z1 still able to find the headshot. No man going to take him down. Sitting for a little bit more. Shorty coming in and light sword to the rescue. Leaps forward, takes Fukashi low. Happy Way at 7. Drifts over to backside. He can continue to just poke and prod this pit to maintain it.
อุ้ย
Turns to the side. Finds Fukashi. And
ยังยิงไม่หยุด
him down. XLG. Up to 8. Looking
เชื่อ
for
ไอ้หนึ่งก็ซีด
Is, oh,
มือปืนพอหนึ่งก็ยังไม่หยุดยิง
great
ยิงให้เรื่อย
coordination here. And Happy Way is absolutely electric. 19 kills
ๆยิงไป
in
19แล้วพี่
11 rounds.
19-4-2. He's barely died. He's been killing everyone.
It's incredible. The patience too. Oh.
Is one more kill than everybody else on his team combined.
Bananas.
Happy Way เมียเจ็บ
He has done so much here, and now No Man seeing the economy of his opponents. The thing is they do have 3 players that bought the full armor, so the Outlaw can only find 2 targets. Does have the showstopper in the back pocket as well. Looking for that opportunity so far. Fukashu playing that.
ก็แต่มันยังไม่หาอะไรมากั้นอีก
identified. They ping it out, so they're pretty well aware.
ที่แบบว่าข้ามสู่
response to deal with that.
เดี๋ยวพี่เดิร์กถ้าโดนมองอีกทีพี่เดิร์กไม่ทนแล้วนะ
Clear that angle. And you just gotta worry about Spirit Z1 up in heaven.
Oh, okay.
No!
Oh, Fukashu goes fishing.
That's the showstopper gone.
Catches a big one. Refract back out. The wall popped. Thorns holding them in place for now. Killed it on Araga, but it's a quick clear. The Trailblazer just trying to disguise Spirit Z1's position.
ตายไม่เป็นไรบอสยังอยู่เนี่ยเอา WS Leo มาเดินนำเลยเบ็ดหน่อย
ทิศ A หรือเปล่าไม่ไปโยกที่ไป B ว่ะ
Repositioning. TP out.
เสียงวิ่งลั่นเลยโห
โอเมนมันไอ้นี่ไปว่ะ
Want to try to re-clear garage at the same time. Caesar's going to be lobbed in. WS Leo able to drop down with relative safety.
ไปฟินิกมันโคตรเบา
Not finding much with 3 players here. Trying to deny this plan from coming through. It's 10 seconds remaining. They have to make note of this. Smoke now going to be blooming
วอลให้
in
วา
front
ง
of Alley.
เฮ้ย
Cover divine, trying to keep the cover alive, looking for another one. Finds a kill, Lysor now.
วอลให้วางจริง
เดี๋ยวเฮ้ยทำไมวอลอย่างนั้นน่ะ
Finds one.
เอาแล้วดิเข้าไป
Smoke.
นั่นล่ะกล้าทำอะไร
Fucking just absolutely gives up his life. Lysor. Kind of working against him. Still able to find the one. Has to try to
อาจ
split
จะ
them,
บ
but
อ
he
ด
cannot.
วาร์ปอย่างเซียน
And DRG will scrape by with a 4th round win to close out this half.
ไรซอ
But that was so winnable for XLG.
It was some individual mistakes, but this
ไหล
right here,
ซอนะ
absolute backbreaker to find that raise that early. But I really would have liked to have seen Rarga just tuck into the corner. Pushing this smoke, like you know they're going to be in there, and he gambles, and it just isn't it.
Now rough mistake there for Rarga. But it's still a 4-round lead for XLG. DRG. We'll see if they can run this back after the
ไรซอ
halftime.
บอกแพดผมมันฝืดมากเลยพี่ตอนเนี้ยดูให้หน่อยน้ำเปียกซึมหมดแล้วเนี่ย
ทำตัวเองแท้
แล้ว
ๆมีไลฟ์84ที่ไหลซอโอ้หมดยุคภาคแล้วนี่อยากฟังภาคนรกอ่ะมันยังไม่มีช็อตสัมภาษณ์เลยคือตอนนี้ EDG ไอคนใหม่คือยังเป็น J7 อยู่ฮะ
โอ้น่าจะอยู่ยาวแหละ
Has
พอ
been
เจมาปุ๊บทีม
a
เล่นดีเลย
from a higher power for this squad so far. And now he moves over to the defender's side. Where he should be even more favored.
For sure, and in general, XLG pretty
ตอนแรกเป็น AR ของเซนใน
on
ชื่อ
their
มั่วๆ
defender
มา
side. I'll say on split, it's not like it's super well favored compared to their attacker side, but it's good enough. And even going up against DRG,
พับจีอ่ะก็น่าอยู่นะ
in this stage,
ดูอ่ะนะ
6 and 6 on their defender side. So
เข้าไปเอา
that
ใส่
would be good enough here to get them the win, get them the ability to continue on in the playoffs. This time, 2-3 setup. Gonna leave No Man pretty far back. Mostly ghosts. Lysor continues to stick with the classic. And just a little bit of patience being shown here by WS Leo. Looks like they want to take a little bit of contact, but some mid-faking being done here by Light.
ฟินิกไม่เฟกหรอ
Light's trying to play on his own, make something happen. WS Leo back a map. It's swinging the corner, and Spears he wanted to find that kill, and WS Leo's quickly going to fall thereafter. DRG finding a clean start, not even a lick of damage suffered in life. Is able to find the backstep as well, catching Lysor in transit. Happyway swinging the corner, still clean with it. Comes away with a kill. Sets up the snake bite. Swing in. Fukashi dead. He's got Nick as well.
ยิงไม่หยุด
And now he has to do it all. The 1v2, the ace clutch and life will shut him down.
วางปิดนะเมื่อกี้ถ้า
A
เพื่อนเอาสัก
solid
หนึ่งนะ
effort, but DRG will take another pistol.
โอ้ยมันเอา
And
ล
this
ง
is
ยา
a
กจัด
creative
ตอนนั้น
pistol round. Again, I've overall been very impressed with
Let's look at our
DRG
hammer.
in that
ตัวใน
regard.
ไซส์
Giving
คือเขา
themselves
ตายใจแล้ว
huge
ใช่ไหม
advantages throughout a lot of this
Clear me out,
series, and this
really.
one using life to sell a fake up
ไม่
mid.
จริง
Now,
ผมว่าถ้า
it isn't
แฮปปี้เวิร์ด
been
ไม่ยิงขนาด
on
นี้
super
ตา
heavily
เนี่ย
by XLG,
แพ้
but there's a lot of confusion on site there between WS
เล่น
Leo
ยาก
and
อะ
No Man on how to respond.
แบบสกอร์ไม่ไหล
Spirits
อย่าง
one
เงี้ย
gets in so deep before WS Leo even thinks about throwing a flash or anything, and then No Man just gets caught completely by surprise.
Minor investments, but also a heavy stack. Prowler to be sent forward. It's going to be Raga. However, fighting the dust first is Fritzy Wong the block to one line, so trying to make that shorty work.
ยังชอบอยู่ไอ้ลูกซองกระโดด
ไม่ชอบที่กระโดดอ่ะ
ไม่ได้แล้วหมด
Barely
ยุค
any
แล้ว
damage suffered as well.
ลูกซองกระโดดนี่ดาเมจเป็นตดเลย
Just incredible work here for his team. Belter of a shot bound. Will be able to collect that outlaw. And everyone is vulnerable to it, but he's just going to chuck it up the side of the map. Not wanting that to be recoverable. How much more can he get?
มันหมดยุคไอ้พวกลูกซองกระโดดแล้ว
Keep playing like this. Spirit Z1 going to be the player dialed in on the angle.
เมื่อวานใครนะที่มันซื้อบักกี้มายิง
Will
เนี่ย
be
นะ
able to find the headshot.
โอ้โห
3K for the
ดาเม
Jet.
จไม่มีเลย
DRG overall. A clean anti-eco now 2 rounds away, and if they can find another bonus conversion, then oh boy, this map, this series is back on the menu.
Oh, for sure. Able to fight back. XLG kind of gets what they want here, but there's enough util in DRG's back pocket that they can throw in, the molly, the C's, everything to just slow that down.
พี่เดียวเขามาสั่ง
So
ครับ
you
ผม
can't get up close and
สั่ง
personal.
มาส่งนะ
Some of those classics in the
มา
shorty.
สั่ง
Full rifles. No outlaw to be carried over, but life one away. Really would like to get this orb. A little bit of denial. In fact, he's not going to commit to it. The paint shell's enough. Send life into another direction. That would be such a critical ult here to get this bonus converted.
I have the spike.
Instead, he's just going to be locking down mid, watching the flank for his squad. Seems to be carrying over the idea from the pistol.
Because of this double stack in mid, it's only Raga playing on this position. Peeking down at the bottom of ramp, and he is quickly going to be over on that aim punch coming through from the Spectre. And Nick is able to find the headshot on the back end of that one.
เป็นดอล
Happyway now wanting to get
Spectre
rid of his
ลอย
potential flank, but knows that they are losing time on the side itself, so has to just cut tail, rotate around. Meanwhile, No Man will be able to intercept him.
ไปคืนมัน1เป็น
Send
4-4
elimination back. Brings them into a
ต้องรีเท
4v4.
ค
There.
DRG
นั้น
now
2เขาไม่
situated
เอา
in
ถู
the
กต้อง
post plan.
กลับใบรอไรซอ
Paranoia going to be sent.
Oh.
Nick and a backpedal. Should have had the vision there, but WS Leo
เดิ
still
นไป
slow. Pass around the
โดน
ball,
มนุษย์
able to find that kill.
ไม่รอแฟดเพื่อนหรือเพื่อนควักแฟดมา
Finds the kill. Lysor dead.
ดึงจัดเช็คอิน
Flexing out from main, trying to find that elimination, but Happyway comes in on the flank. Spirit C1 now. Getting involved. This Happyway tries to bail him out again.
ไรสอบไม่เดินไม่หล่อเพื่อนเราควักแฟดอยู่เมื่อกี้มึงเดินออกมาเฉยงง
damage
ง
suffered, but XLG will deny the bonus
แม่งหลุดละ
conversion
ตั้งแต่แผ่นรองเมาส์มัน
as
เปียก
they
น้ำ
go
มันหลุดละ
into the next round. Happyway will have another pit online already.
This is still way closer than you'd like as XLG. It took No Man winning a 1v1 against Life with a weaker gun. Get it, the job done here to really give yourself a shout into this. But because you're able to,
ว้า nice
able to claim some of that space at Heaven.
nice ไรซอนบอกเดี๋ยวเกมไม่สูสีเอาซะหน่อยอันนี้คืออะไร ไม่มีภาพไม่นักแข่งให้จับสตาร์ไป
จับสตาร์แป้งเลยแล้วกันต้นไม้ของดีต้นไม้ของดี
เลยมันจับเหมือนแบบซีนหนังสยองขวัญอะไรเงี้ยค่อยๆแบบเฟดออกมาแบบหน้าแดง
Either in the comms or in something they practiced that the coach was like, hey, we need to shore this up right now. Feeling the pressure. Maybe just being like, hey, we need to make sure we're taking a little bit more Heaven control or something like that. You know, when we get that opening kill on Dararga, like that opens up that ramp for us, guys. That's a great opportunity to set up a really challenging post plant for XLG to dissect. Dararga's got a judge.
Brought back. Invested early. Life storming his way up ramp. Raga just trying to stick around, but he's just going to get spammed out. That up and over comes through from the jet. They get the spot. They get the spray. So far, they've only been able to hit this Phoenix ult, but now they will have him dead. Here's Leo able to find that elimination. Trailblazer trying to scout around main. We'll be able to see the flex and repositions towards back sight. And Spirit Z1 maintains controlled screens. Ball going to be set to main, but Happyway from on high still delivering.
จะ30 ตัวแล้ว
สแปมหลังป้ายตัวไปเฮ้ย
โอ้โหยังไง
ชุดไหม
He's going to try for it again, but
ยังไงเห็น
it's not quite ringing out.
พี่ว่าคนโดนสแปมหลังป้ายมันดุ้งปะ
The magazine needing to go for the reload. Precaution now going to be found. Happyway gets rid of Flex and the jump out of the smoke.
มาแล้วอะไรซอ
And what a rescue of this round.
น้ำแห้งเหรอ
Is XLG. They
Ming-
get the Phoenix ult out. They get the
แม่งยิงอย่างแฮกเหรอเมื่อกี้
and they get up to double digits.
ผมสแปมไปชุดหนึงกับตาย
Ridiculous work. WS Leo with the stinger too, finding some big kills there as to deny that Heaven control. I think that's exactly what DRG was talking about in that timeout, and he's the one who shuts that down. And again, it's opening up that space.
ไอ้เพื่อนแม่งยังยิงหลักหน่วย
Who is
แม่งยังยิงเข้าเลข
so
3
good right now, I don't even know what to do. I mean, I'm just
ไอ้
watching
สกอร์
him
ทั้งทีม
because
รวม
he's
กัน
just-
จะไม่เท่าหรือ
he's
มัน
gonna
เกือบ
win you the game.
เริ่มแบบใกล้ๆกัน
Yeah.
We don't need to watch anybody else. Maybe Spirit with Blazes. It's going to be
Man,
Pop
you
going
can
into
do
this
it.
round. XLG, they are looking so very favored. As they're going to try to play in the mid, Happyway gives that consideration over to the pit. Does not send it though, and I mean he's just.
เอ้ยแล้วสแปมไปโดนดูกระชู้ไปครึ่งหลอด
Spirit Z1, however, able to find a solid headshot. Raga going to be taken down. Paint shell
เปิด
layered
จริงป่ะวะ
in.
พี่
No Man tries to stem this
มัน
time.
เทค
and
คอร์ส
this
เช็คอะไร
approach into
เรียกว่าเข้าโซน
even more damage going to be found off the spam. Oh,
Ui, yeah.
solid, amazing
แต่
shot from
DRG ตอนนี้
Life.
เปิดได้ก่อนตลอดป่ะ
Drifts into the vents.
ปิดไม่ได้
Gets the one tap kill. No Man now eliminated, and that's a weapon
Bot
grabbed
in
out
hell.
for the Phoenix.
เปิดแล้วได้วิน
I
ต้องปิด
mean,
พี่เว้ย
if I'm DRG, I'm going over to A. I'm like, I just saw the Viper up at B. I don't want any
ของ
เออ
business.
แล้วมันเปิดเว่ยได้ก่อนนี่
Anything to do with
มี
that
ภาพ
right now, but they're being patient. XLG also kind of thinking similar thoughts. They're actually already rotating in that direction, but the
ใช่
pause
เลย
here from DRG. We saw something similar from XLG on the other side where, able to get some damage done, and then they take a pause
ใคร
and it
วะ
kind of baits their opponent into a bad rotation. Seemingly so far, they've done that. It's just,
Bring them down.
are they going to be able to suss this out? And it looks like they have.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead, gamble into the right side. Blaze wall set up into the drop down. And
30
XLG
seconds left.
now have to wonder, do we
Hey,
try
a
to go
save,
for
bro.
this? I mean, Happyway has been pounding, so You feel like he's going to be good for a couple. You know that a few of these players have been tagged.
ก็ดีนะ
Do you want to give potential weapons over? Ult charge. Does DRG try to rally back into this?
I think I'd save.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they are going to do. So a bit of time to reassess, to communicate with one another and figure out how you're going to shut things down for DRG. But same thing can be said. Game plan ready to be situated for that next round, but they're going to be moving up to 7.
I mean, I think XLG there had some okay ideas. It's just they got overwhelmed. And a really nice flash from Life this time to open up that vent. We just wait this one out. So, a great eco round. DRG keeping
เหมือน
it
ไอ้คิโกะ
close.
เลยวันก่อน
Just a matter of
ทรงเดียวกันเลยที่มันยิงอยู่คนเดียวเลย
a few more good rounds as we get the MasterCard Thrifty confirmed.
Yeah, MasterCard Thrifty to get within 3.
I hate to say
Still
it,
winnable for either side.
probably best to play as a team.
Weapons now back in a hand, and it's going to be rough around the edges for XLG. What a start and what a shot from Life.
That's perfect.
The crosshair is already dialed in perfectly for it.
จัว
See the frustration
Good
in
night,
No
no
Man's
man.
face, feeling like
เก่ง
he should have been able
หน้า
to
มัน
get
โคตร
scot
สิง
free. Well set up from Happy Way, rotates back around towards Mail. I'm curious if he decides to go for this pit again. Didn't commit it in the previous round, and this time, yes, will try to go for the investment.
If they want to challenge it, they're at least going to spam at it, but Happy Way, no fool.
นายโนแมนเมื่อกี้คือ
Really want to go
เซ็ง
walking
เซ็ง
out.
สัส
So many teams will do this when you pop that pit from Mail. Try to spam you, try to catch you cheating.
ส่วน
little bit
ไวเปอ
further
ร์พิทบล็อก
forward.
กลาง
No man,
ไงดี
reinforcing the pit here.
ไปบี
This time, a little bit of test onto Lysor.
ผลแล้วไปบีเจอไรซอ
Given
ด้วยตอ
how
น
many
นี้
times
Bad
Makashi
hang
was
up.
able to kill him through smokes.
I know.
I would have been shaking in my boots if I was
Big
No
game,
Man
Lula.
trying to walk out
มี
like
สิทธิ์
that.
จบบี
At
ครั
the
บ
same time, though, Raga able to take quite a bit of space over
No
in A
man
main,
need-
getting a ton of information, but
Need
still let them
space.
move. They wanted to try to get this one
พี่เวยกู
into
ได้
the
ยิ
hands
น
of
เจ็
WSCS now. What a way
สกอร์
to
พี่เวย
get
คือ
this
4
online.
คนของเพื่อน
Hathaway's
รวม
going to be abandoning the pit, shifting his focus over towards the side itself, where Lysor is going to be under some pressure at backside.
สโมกมันโคตรถึงแล้วแม่ง
เฮ้ย
สโมกทับ
Connecting
กั
in
น
Happy Way.
พี่เวยยัง
He's
ไม่
able
ห
to
ยุด
find
ยิ
the
ง
first. Life eliminated Spirit Z1 trying to scale
Oh.
forward, but will get shut down. No Man just gets the better of them, and it is a firing
GG.
squad set up at the
มีแพทแล้ว
garage.
ว่ะ
A flawless round
Yeah.
for XLG to move back up by 4. 2 rounds to go. And they will eliminate DRG.
It's that proactive defense that you were talking about over on the other side of the map that allows the Happy Way the comfort to leave that pit a little bit earlier. Knows that WS Leo is going to be rotating in to fill that space behind him. Wins a big fight against Flexen in mid. And that just allows XLG to focus their fire at the front of B.
The team has finally overtaken him. 30 kills across the other 4 players. Happy Way there at 28.
What a stat.
Yeah, it's still just insane.
And he is so fun to watch on this map, man. He is all over the place.
Look at that damage on the Spirit Z1.
Ooh, yeah.
6 health remaining.
Need that back.
That's huge. I mean, Lysor on his own there, able to thwart any kind of push. The isolated player just puffs up, makes himself look bigger than he is. Huge. You know that Vents is clear off that haunt. You're getting spammed. I think you're just going to try to rotate here through Vents, yeah?
I was going to say, they just snake bite it out.
ไวเปอร์เสมอ
Just get the insta-give there on
ลา
the
การ
Spirit.
โดดเดี่ยวอยู่นะตอนเนี้ย
Opts to hold it for now. Marga again, left alone. As a Trailblazer will look to try to
ก็
clear
จบแมตช์จะยิง
back around
30
through ramp.
They
ยี่
waited
สิบ
out.
แปด29นี่
เห็นบ้างม่วงๆอ่ะ เห็นเบ้าม่วงๆขึ้น ซ้ายม่วงขึ้น
Push get right in alongside this wall, flexing around that
ไม่
corner.
เห็นว่ะ
The swing ready to come through. And
ได้อยู่
Marga will be able to get the adjustment. No one at the same time is
ถาม
able to
ที่
find
บอกพี่
life.
เวยถึงดิ
It's the approach.
เนี่ย
Looking
อี
to
ก
be
2
shut down through Mail. Happy Way here.
Ui, ui.
Upstairs, it's a belter of a shot from Bukashu. To find that shutdown. There's a hell of a lot more that needs to be done. And oh my god. What a shot from Nick. Time, however, it's nearly gone. It's 10 seconds. They gotta
Ow.
find their way over here. I don't know if they're
อ้าว
gonna be
อย่า
able to
กลับ
do this.
เลยก็กระชากคอเสื้อ
They
เขาไว้
might just be giving match points.
อุ้ย
Oh,
ลา
time.
ก้า
ต่อที่
The interception, the panic, and DRG Scrambling to try to find an answer, but they run out of time, they run out of lives, and XLG are now up to match point.
I mean, Flex in there just not expecting Rarga to be in that corner. It's like he turns and doesn't really register that he could be there, and Rarga has the benefit of having a rifle, whereas Flex only has a sheriff. Wins that battle, and then they get caught. DRG trying to figure things out.
มีคนบอกว่าจะ
They
เลิก
don't
ศรั
have
ท
the
ธา
time,
ค
they
รับ
don't
ผ
have
ม
the luxury.
ไอ้ LG แพ้
Not
เนี่
much
ย
of anything. Some half armors here. Obviously, I'm just going to be peeling back around the opposite side of the cognitive divide. Gets the spot out. Wants to send the pop flash once again. Peeks it, but Mukashu after man is going to be able to find that kill, and Happyway taken down. A 2 for
ดี
1
มากงง
for
เลย
DRG, who can't be picky. They take that every day of the week. No man now making his exit to check in towards heaven, and will regress back at garage. The paint shell available. Try to delay. Run it back. Going to be committed first and
โดก
foremost.
โซว่ายูเดด
Paint shell in reply. Curveball going to be connecting. He cannot regain his vision fast enough. Life is able to find the kill.
Gonna fall back here.
Raga now arrives. With Mukashu still on that flank, still on the approach. Swing on the back. They nearly line up for him, but it's only going to be a smattering of damage found. Barring the 1v4 from Lysor, it seems like DRG will continue to hang around a little bit longer. Just waiting if anyone will give him the freebie, give him the peek. The DRG can just stay statuesque, make their exit safely back through the garage. Hold on to these weapons that they so critically need. Lysor trying to scale forward, but it's a well-timed and well-read haunt.
เฮ้ย
Sends the smoke, but there's a star set up. They'll get a little bit more out of them as far as the util is concerned.
รู้ทัน
Lysor will try to backpedal away, but it's going to be caught. Spike will take him down, but he gets life to boot, so some damage found, but DRG not quite done yet. But they need 4 more rounds to take this into overtime.
For sure. Whoa! That is crispy from Mukashu. Need a lot more of that, though. This is a great little round. You're able to sell a bit of a fake on the other side, create some space for yourself, keep XLG guessing. Now they're going to have the op in Rarga's hands along with that convergent path. So some opportunities here to really do some damage and end this series. Send XLG further forward. Lysor, statuesque, just going to be sitting behind that pillar as usual. WS Leo.
Gonna look to scale back over towards male side. Flash doesn't go deep enough to actually get the confirmation though. Pops it within the
ตาม
poison
ก็
orb.
แพ้น้อยเลยเหรอ
Meanwhile, Prowler, similar scenes,
Tạm
not
vậy
gonna be
rồi.
able to find the catch. Finds out.
ถ้าแม่งแพ้นี่
Run this down before he loses his weapon, but he ends up losing his life. No man on the arrival around the back, however. Able to pinch in, finding one. Spirits one gonna be taken down on the side, but Lysor will quickly
ก็
get
แพ้ผม
traded
โทษ
out.
นี่เลยโทษ
The
แฮปปี้เว
trade
ท
up is there.
ยิงไม่พอ
Paint shell committed.
ต้อง
Life
40
setting
นะ
up the blaze wall, gets the heal going back through.
Spike planted.
Nightfall at the ready, immediately invested. Connection on the one, Rarga able to dodge that out, but needs a different weapon, still has that operator in hand. Life could potentially just be their demise playing from this top rafter
แอมข้าง
position.
บนดี
The swing coming through, and Rarga's not looking for it.
2-9
Staring over
ไกลยั
towards
ง
Alley,
ไกล
and
ยั
now
ง
No Man has to back away. Will go for the save, and DRG continue to hold on by a thread. 3 more rounds to go.
Really nice utilization of their ultimates here. Using that steel garden to clear that space up towards B heaven. You know, force WS Leo to try and make a hero play. You hold firm. Able to turn the flash well
ผม
enough.
ว่าได้แฮปปี้เวท
Though No Man
ถือ
able
ว่า
to
แม่ง
do a
แพ้
little
จริง
bit
อะ
of damage.
แฮปปี้เวทไม่คงเซ็งเหี้ย
Still a shout here for DRG, just like there was towards the end of Fracture. Starting to claw back, but was that space created by XLG too much? Nice positioning there. Rarga was scoped in, so he couldn't even see what was going on up top, and XLG wants to take the timeout. close it out on that. Now you might have to wait, but they are going to put the Phantom into his hands. No man. Going to be the good guy. Give his gun over to your duelist. Let them try to do some damage. So mostly an eco. Half armor for Lysor. No man as well. Going to scoop that up.
They can pull it off here and be miraculous. 3 chances to try to close this out. DRG on the cusp of bringing this to overtime. London, do you want to see that OT come through?
แพ้บายครับผมแข่งแบบเดียว
No? All right.
คืออะไรอ่ะ
Yeah, maybe they didn't hear me. That's all good.
XLG fans?
They might be. Could be the case.
Well,
แอมเวน3
it's
เลยหรอ
just a matter of if Vukashu or anybody kind of falls into this trap. Said they're going to try to scale off the orb. Spirit Z1 left on his own to watch this.
Rarga going on a walkabout. Spirit Z1 just around that corner.
That's the Phantom.
ถ้า XLG แพ้นี่
Putting all your eggs in
พี่เว่
this
ยยืม
Rarga
คำพี่
basket.
ดิสแบนไหม
เป็น4อ่ะ
Able to find one. Trying to pop the dash. He cannot make it out the same.
แย่เลย
Spirit
เปลี่ยน
Z1
สี
quick to trade it back, and that's one of the weapons
ไม่ก็
down.
เปลี่ยนมันออกย้ายทีม
Trying to
แม่ง
recollect this one, but Lysor, he puts himself out into the open. Takes an immense amount of damage, but Heavyweight feels like the pressure is light will fall.
ยังยิงไม่หยุดครับ ไม่ว่าจะปืนอะไร
Now there's a
3
chance.
ไอ้4-3
Very real one.
ไอ้
Lysor
พอ
not get
มี
the
ฮิว
gun?
ด้วย
No, he didn't manage to
เรียบ
find
ร้อย
it, I
กลาง
don't
ปืน
think.
ตก
Either way,
30
he
seconds
tops
left.
back up
Guy.
Leo, having the heals.
ถ้าแม่ง OT สัก
Brings him back to
15
full.
ไม่งั้น
Now
ยิง
the gambling
40
on the wrong side
50
of
ตัว
the map, and starting to get a read on that as there's 23 seconds remaining. And in transit, they can now grab that weapon.
ปืนขึ้นมือครับ
They're gonna have to try to play this one for the retake.
ได้เล่นอยู่เนี่ย
Looks and waiting the opposite
เดี๋ยวปลา
side.
ย
That ramp wall. Do they clear him? A paint shell
ค่อน
available.
ข้างยากอยู่ดิแมป
Rebounds on the corner. No man could just flush him out.
เน็ตเช็คหน่อยเปล่า
Sleeping over
สายหนึ่ง
towards heaven for that peak. Last pack down. 2 is the My
โอ้โห
Spirit.
รีบจัด
Out from main. Able to find one. The push forward. W is Leo able to find a kill before he gets taken down. But it's
เอสเลย
Dominant gets himself an ace to keep DRG in this series.
ชิบหายแล้ว
It's
XLG
a really nice recovery from DRG, finding the open space and then leaving. I love leaving Flexen up there at top heaven and get a pain point on this A site for them early in this half that they have now addressed. Able to give the information over. And Spirit Z1 gets the Blade Storm, gets the kills, and keeps DRG alive. Another mid
ตอนนี้
fight
แฮปปี้กูเริ่มไม่แฮปปี้
brewing
แล้ว
maybe. This time though, Heavyweight actually just gonna dump the Poison Cloud forward. DRG wants to get aggressive. They know that they've just cleared open vents with that haunt. So they've got an opportunity here.
คือถ้าแพ้จบเกมแล้วแฮปปี้เว่ยเปลี่ยนชื่อเป็นแองกี้เว่ย
This default not really slowing DRG down at all. Heavyweight.
ต้องจบนะอันเนี้ยไม่จบนี่เป็นเรื่องนะ
You need to go big.
ต้องจบเลยอะ
มี OT นะไม่จบอัน
Once
เนี้ย
you got some util here, you've got the curveball to try to flash up if you want. Instead, I'm gonna try something different.
เบรกไปก่อนครับ
Paint shell trying to hold them back. Paranoia as well. Going to be layered in from Lysor. For now, the scale forward. Very slow on this approach.
ตีของมันๆดีกว่าเบส
That's a decent
แบบ
fan
ไหน
out
ก็
on
ได้
this
ข
B
องมัน
side.
ๆขอชนะมัน
There's no man poking and prodding, trying to confirm that kill, but just
yeah.
cannot get it through. Heavyweight now. The one lurking forward. Flexing again behind the box. Spawn out. The quick turn and Heavyweight able to find that kill.
ๆเล่นอินอีกแล้ว
Pops the vice wall, and he's just going to go counter rotating back through sewers.
โรเทตทิ้งเลยเหร
Once
อ
again, Heavyweight looking to deliver on a round win to bring this series to its conclusion.
โอ้พื้นที่มันก็ดีอยู่นะ
All of XLG getting clustered on that screen side. Convergent path is going to be sent in, but it's going to be Spirit Z1 again able to strike for 2 kills. Roger and Lysor both going to be taken down.
และแฮปปี้เวิร์ดรี
Like having
เว
to
อ
be
ร์ชัน
committed
มาครับ
to. The plan coming in, but a timing from Heavyweight out of vents, able to intercept life on that approach. And Vukashu and Nick now have to do it all. The face forward, the kill through.
ยังครับ ไปกันต่อ
And DRG, they do it again.
Unbelievable. It's map 3,
Unbelievable
it's split. You better believe it's a banger. I thought Happyweight with that kill might have done it.
10 seconds left.
But
You
Spirit
had to
Z1,
believe.
he has been so good. And then, of course, Bukashu, when you need him most, comes up with a crazy double.
It's unreal scenes here. And yes, the frustration palpable on the XLG side.
Another pit.
You have to
Timeout call's
believe.
not leading to anything, but like you say, another pit available life.
I
Trying to
believe
get
it,
another
bro.
run it back. Trailblazer forces Flex in quite far away.
I think they're really trying to get that paranoia out of Lysor, or at least try to see if they can get a
จ
pick
บ
on
นี่
him.
นี่
But
คือ
he hasn't been giving up anything.
ซื้อทูบซื้อ
Credit
เทียน
where credit's due.
ไว้ Happy Way
Lysor's been a rock at that B main entrance.
ต้อง
Once
ต้อง
again,
ลด
No Man
ต้อง
has
ลด
slotted
รับเงิน
inside
เดือน
of this pit.
4 คนสัก
Try to help
2
out
เดือน
this top fragger. Curveball around the corner doesn't really do much. Other than just keep him pinned there. So that does open up a little bit extra space, though. And
It is
WS
just Leo.
Yeah.
คลิกนี่เป็น
Wall raised, the call coming through. It's about to drop. Sending out the flash. Those that they haven't gotten the full entry onto the cycle
Ow.
yet. Nick is just
ไอ้เหี้ยไมเคิลแจ็คสัน
สวยจัด
maybe thinking that Spirit
เขายืน
force him
ซัด
away.
กันคมคำแม่งเดินวูนวอล์กเข้ามา
ขอดู
Kill
เว้ย
is going to be
เดี๋ยวนี้
traded out. The spike now in play.
อุ้ย
But Raga able to find Bukashu. One of the heroes of the previous round. They're trying to keep things
4
going.
3 ฮะ
DRG. Can they make it this
ตัด
close?
ได้
Only to fall shy of the mark. Happyway wants to say yes. His life. The ult is lost. Spirit Z1 is dead.
ยิงไม่หยุด
He's nowhere nearby.
GG
พี
ครับ
จี
ผม
ครับ
Held at bay. Pushed away. Life. He cannot.
โอ้โห ยิงกี่ตัวครับ
And XLG.
ไปกลับบ้านเพื่อน
เดินมาจับมือเพื่อนเลย เอ้ย ไม่เอาเลยเหรอ ไม่มีพี่เว่ยจะอยู่ยังไง
ไปครับ ทีมแรกที่กลับบ้าน โอ้โห DRG
โห โค้ดคาราวะเลยเมื่อกี้
แล้วว่าเกือบแล้วครับ ติดตรงที่ Happy Way มันลั่นเกิน เกือบอยู่นะ จริงๆ เกือบ GG Way มาครับคู่ต่อไป Full Sense Full Sense นี่เป็นภาพที่เซ็งมากเลยว่ะ แม่งต้องโซนเดียวกันต้องมากอดกันแล้วบอกลากัน ในขณะที่กูดูในโซนตัวเองก็ได้ไม่ใช่ดูแม่งแข่งกันเอง ไอ้ลุงทำอะไรลงไปดูด้วย ไอ้ลุงจับสายอ่ะ เฮ้ย ไอ้ลุงทำอะไรลงไปมึงดู
ไม่ใช่ครับผม DRG กับบุ๊คคนละอันเลย
เดี๋ยวดูเว้ยมันยิงไปกี่ตัวเมื่อกี้ Happy Way ยิงไป35 ตัวเมื่อกี้ ตาย 12 บวก 23 คนเดียวทั้งทีม ที่เหลือลบ สกอร์เขียนแล้วะเนี่ย ดูดิแม่งยิงไป
ไปอ่ะ มันเป็นโอ้โห
สกอร์เชี่ยเลยวะเนี่ย เหลือจะเชื่อ พี่ชายมันอยู่คนเดียว
ไม่เคยเห็นสกอร์อย่างนี้เลยนะ
เออ
จริง
ไลซอร์แม่งเฮดช็อต 7% เพื่อนลงเมาส์ทำผิด
น้ำหก อันนี้น้ำหกโอ้โหพี่บอยเพิ่ง39 อ่ะ
โอ้โห
โอ้โหบ้าไปแล้วอ่ะ
ดูเนี่ย ถ้ามองสกอร์ดูยังไง DRG มันก็ชนะด้วย ดูไอ้ลาก้าแม่งเฟิร์สเดท9อย่างเงี้ย โอ้โหไอ้นั่นเฟิร์สคิว6อ่ะไอ้สปิริต
ไอ้สปิริตนะ
นี่คือ ไอ้ Happy Way แม่งดูถ่วงดุลอำนาจจัดๆเลย
ฟูเซนชนะ อาจจะต้องเจอ NRG แล้วโอ้โหแซงคิโกะไปเลยครับเรตติ้งตอนนี้
ลิสติ้ง2.2ไป
บูคาชูขนาดเป็นทีมมันตกรอบเนี่ย แพ้หมดเลยอยู่ที่ 4 เนี่ย โคตรเดือดอะบูคาชูอะ
รั่วเลย นี่ถ้าแมป1แมป2มันยิงหน่อยนะผมว่า โอ้โฮ
ส่วนนี้ก็
มี
จะ
เนี่
เป็
ย
น
อันเนี้ยพูดได้เต็มปากเลย
เลย
ว่า
นา
แม่ง
ที
แม่ง
ไป
แม่งแบกจริง แบกแบบแบกเลย อันนี้คือพูดได้เต็มปากเลย
การเรตไม่น่านานนะ โอ้โฮ
เชี่
ใคร
ย
กล้า
David
เถียง
Beckham
อะ
David Beckham ในโฆษณา Valo อะเนี่ย
อะไรอะ อ๋อ โฆษณา FIFA
เออ ก็ถือนะ อังกฤษไง ถ้าแบบแข่ง Playoff แม่งมีพวก David Beckham มานั่งดูอีก ขน
โอ้
ลุ
โฮ
กเลยนะ ตำ
ส
นาน
นาม
จัด
แตก
ไม่ได้มาดูแข่งใช่ไหม? มาดู นักเตะ
ถ้ากุน Aguero ไม่แน่
อืม
XLG ได้ครับ แต่อยากให้เจอ NRG ครับ เพราะเขาอยากเจอกัน
จริง ๆ เจออะไรก็ได้อะ ขอให้มันมัน ๆ ก็พอ ถ้าชนะด้วยก็ยิ่งดีเลย ตะ ใครเอา Ronaldo เหรอ? Ronaldo เบอร์ 9 นะ R9 อะนะ เชี่ย โคตรเดือด ตลกที่ Elon Musk มานั่งดูแม่งโดนโห
มันดูอะไรนะ?
ดู Valo เนี่ย ที่ตอนที่มันแข่งแชมเปียนที่อเมริกา
อ๋อ
ตะ Full Sense Full Sense มันจะสภาพเหมือนวันแรกว่า เฮ้ย อย่างน้อยก็การันตีแปซิฟิกชนะ 1 ทีมวันนี้วันนี้คนไทยจะนอนดึก หมอนเปียกอะบอกเลยวันเนี้ย แน่นอน
อะไรนะ?
หมอนเปียกแน่นอนวันเนี้ย
ทำไมหมอนเปียกอะ?
น้ำลาย
ร้อง
ยืด
ไห้
ไง
เหรอ?
3
อ๋
แมป
อ
2 เกม
ปูเซน2-1
เอาไปหนึ่งบทเพลงบายพี่เอ๋ยจัดไป1บทเพลงใจเย็นๆจิ
ครับ
อยู่ดีก็โพ่งขึ้นมาฟูลเซน2-1 อะไรของพี่แกวะฮะแท็กเบลนีออน กำลังนี่เลยเครียดเลยใช่ไหมอยู่ดีๆก็ฟูลเซน2-1 2-0 เลยพี่2-1อะไรยกนี้เขาต้อง2-0 อยากได้คนไทยได้นอนไวเป็นห่วงสุขภาพเหมือนรอบที่แล้วอะรอบที่แล้วเป็นห่วงสุขภาพคนไทยนอนดึกเฮียจัดให้ซะเร็วเลย DE แม่งกำลังลั่นด้วย มันสูสีเลเวทานมากกว่า NRG นะ แต่ว่า ผลงานฟูลเซนตอนที่ดีที่สุดคือตอนที่ทีเลิฟไปผ่าฝีนะ แล้วเหลือซูชิบอยคนเดียว พอกลับมาปุ๊บไอ้ขี้ยแพ้ทุกแมตช์เลยไอ้ยไม่ได้โทษไม่โทษอันอาจจะเป็นเรื่องของเคล็ดขัดยอกอาจจะต้องแก้เคล็ดกันหน่อย
โอ้ย
หรือว่าเราต้องให้ทีเลิฟแบบใช้ท่าไม่ตายอีกรอบป่ะพี่ ไปผ่าฝีอีกรอบ
โอ้โห
โอ้โหตอนผ่าฝีนี่คือฟอร์มอย่างเดือด
เจ็บแทนมันไม่เอา
when they played just the other day.
Yeah, last time it was extremely close game with Lev. Honestly, I think Global should have taken that series 2-0 and they lost a little bit of energy going into that third. But yeah, I think that for it to be that close to a team that has already qualified, that's a good sign for Global. It's just whether they're going to be able to continue that momentum or this weird regional matchup where there's a lot of mind games going on, whether they stumble today.
Yeah, I think for Global, it was clear that they could make adaptations. It just wasn't quite happening quick enough. And as Minnie said, now
เฮ้ยเดินยิ้มมาอย่างนี้โอเคสบายใจได้ครับ เฮ้ย
process the last game against Foot and walk in here with confidence today?
We just forgot what happened 2 days ago. It didn't happen.
Is that a good thing, Frost, in your opinion?
Short-term memory is a very good thing.
How'd you prep the GE boys against Full Sense?
Didn't have to. We knew it was going to go to the same map, so.
Anything you would like to say to that?
Didn't prep as well.
Surely you did, but you know, it's gonna be an emotional day for you too. So anything you'd like to say to each
เนี่ย
other?
เป็นเรื่องที่น่าเศร้า
I still don't know how you won in Ho Chi Minh. I don't think it's going to happen today, Olsen.
Ooh.
We'll see.
All right, we'll see.
I love the banter. Actually, when Full Sense lost, Cruz did stick around to watch what happened with Global Esports, and then he rode home with Global Esports, knowing that they were going to be opponents today. So they're really close. Like I said, these guys are almost like they're ex-teammates. They are mentors for each other. They look up to each other. Cruz has often given Frost a lot of credit for teaching him a lot of his coaching style, which we can see lend into how Full Sense is playing. Now, Global Esports gave us our first 3 maps here at Masters London, and it was a bit of a heartbreaker, like you said, against Lev. It was really close. We saw them crumble a little bit, but we have to give a lot of credit to Yudotan.
แต่ลิกกี้มันเอา
Yeah, exactly.
เวลา
I
ไหน
think
ไป
that
ออก
he
กำ
was
ลั
a
งกาย
player that I didn't, you know, on this team. He wasn't the
ต้อง
initial
ถาม
player
ว่า
that
เว
I
ลา
was
ที่ไหน
looking
ไป
towards,
นอน
but he
มัน
passed
นอน
the
ตอนไหน
eye test a
ดี
little
กว่า
bit, and then coming into this event, he stepped up his performance massively. He surprised me
ดู
with
หมด
how
ทุกลี
good
กเล
he
ยอะ
was in that series. Every single map, he was just dominating on that duelist.
I think a big part of it is getting him off of the neon, to be honest with you. I was looking at his neon, it's roughly like a 0.9 rating. You look at him on a jet, it's like a 1.1. It's like a 0.2 rating difference. Then we're getting him on a bit on the chamber as well. I just think like getting him just getting him off the neon, honestly, is just great for him. So I think the nerf in terms of the teams that benefited and players, he's up there.
Yeah, I think the way that he performed, especially on that last map slip, you're almost kicking yourselves for not being able to close it out, especially given the individual performance he had. I mean, even just the movement on the raise, I think, has been really impressing me, especially here on the global stage.
Which is so funny because we're watching stage 1 or just VCT Pacific in general. Yudotan isn't usually the loudest one on that team in terms of stats. It's usually Padman, especially this year, especially against big teams like Paper Rex. But the other day, I think we needed to send out the Pat signal because he was missing.
I think for Patman, yes, he did have a rough performance the other day, but I think the strength that he's offering this team is the amount of flexibility. Now, you could argue that that's maybe what's costing them here, especially in that first series, because they are expecting him to flex across so many different agents, Minnie.
Yeah, like there, he's on the waylay with an operator. That's not something I expect to see from Patman. I think it's really difficult when you're expecting this guy to go across a lot of different things. I hope that he's not going into his own head at all about this, and he's the Patman that I was watching in Pacific.
Yeah.
Today.
He was sticking around with his refract a lot as well, and then getting util dumped a little bit. I felt like he felt a little bit uneasy, and I kind of wanted him to maybe not make as many plays as he was like trying to make, and just let the game come to him.
You think he was like trying too hard
I felt
to
like he
be
was
the
trying.
star player?
I really did, yeah.
Yeah, I think he has been guilty of this, and usually it pays off, but when you're on the global stage outside of your region, things do change a little bit here. Now, guys, I really love Apple crumble, but I don't like seeing a Pacific team crumble. And to be quite frank, that's what happened with Full Sense just the other day. This was so uncharacteristic. This was a team we were hyping up so hard coming into this event, and they were not playing like themselves at all.
We say this, but of course we saw that Full Sense roster kind of crumble when they were on the grand finals against PRX back in Pacific. And I think we have to bear in mind that this was a team that hadn't lost a single map in Pacific up until that grand final against PRX. And I'm worrying that that might carry into the rest of this event for them.
Yeah, I'm really worried about them on the big stages right now. It hasn't looked great for them at all. I'm hoping that they can go back and just get that confidence together. I hope IGL Cruz is able to just build up their spirits a little bit today because they're going to need it.
I looked at the stats and there's 4 of them in the bottom 10 right now in terms of stats, so it's not great. It's not looking good. Yeah, I want to see a little bit more confidence, a little bit more team play. I would love Killua to kind of go with the group a lot and actually help his team out. I felt like he was very individual with a lot of his fade util.
Yeah, I think that he's so integral to the success of this team. We talk about Jit Boys as a second duelist, of course, Premium, but Killua is really huge as their flash agent there. Now, it's time for the 1v1 showdown and our skirmish side select. And today we've got a duel between Primi and Crystal. Let's see how this goes. Okay, I see they're pretty locked in. They used to send in their coach T-Love to do all of these skirmishes, and this time they're locking in. They need Primi to.
Oh, he's sniffing the operator, so that's a
เฮ้ย
good
เอา
sign.
ท่านมา
I think you should.
เดี๋ยวท่านมาดวล
You deserve to get the operator in the skirmish, in my
เฮ้ย
opinion.
คิดตันมันเล่นสไนป์ยังไม่ไหวอะ
We have to.
That's not fair.
Well,
Yeah.
surely it doesn't 5-0 him though. Sure. Oh my god.
It kind of sets the tone. I don't think Primi was in the bottom 10 of the stats.
ทีเริ่มไม่ดวลเอาท่านมาดวล
They get a little bit more up
5-0 เป็นไงพี่เอ้ย
He was the one that was above them all for sure.
And
Yeah.
he was the person last time when they
โอ้โห
won
ไม่เอาทรง
2-0
เลย
against
อะ
Global. He was just Primi.
เอาท่านมาดวล
So today maybe we need that little bit of
คิด
Primi.
ตันบอกควักสไนป์มายังไม่ไหว
Definitely need from full sense. Anyway, we were talking about the map, the mind games. Let's see what Frost and Cruz have landed on.
เอาเลยเอาเลยครับ
Alright, welcome guys. Today we're gonna do G versus FS map veto. So FS won the skirmish and they're picking their side.
Team B.
Team B. Alright, then G bans the first map.
I'm not gonna do it to you. Ban Lotus.
Lotus.
ไม่ได้แล้วเจอ
Alright.
เรื่องแผนที่ไปทีต้องจริงจังการดวล
Ascent.
Ascent is banned as well.
โอ้โหแอสเซนต์แม่งโดนตลอด
G picks the first map.
Split.
Alright. And the side for split, please.
Defense.
จะปิด
Okay, then your map pick.
Breeze.
Breeze.
เออ
And the side for Breeze.
แล้วกด
please.
บีทใส่
Attack.
ทีด้วยเดือด
BGE มันเอาอยู่
We
ไม่ใช่หรอ
have Fracture, Haven, and
แต่
Pearl
รอบที่แล้ว
left.
ชนะยับ
G
ไง
bans first.
มั่นใจย้ำแค้นฮะ
They're trying to.
แพ้กลับบ้านแล้วครับ
I'll ban Fracture.
Fracture is banned. We have Haven and Pearl left, and you guys are banning.
เชี่ยด่านเจ็ตหมดเลยปะเนี่ย
And Haven.
Alright, the sider is Pearl, and GE picks the side.
Pick attack.
Okay, so quick recap. We start the split,
Lao
FS
chana.
defense.
เอ้ย
Then we have Breeze, G
เรา
attacks,
ชนะ
and if
ทุก
we
คน
have Pearl, G attacks. Everything correct?
บอกเลย
Alright, good luck guys.
เราชนะเว้ย
I'm
Give me
sure
a
there are a lot
pudio.
more mind games going on, but Friendly Ones and
Let's
Cruz
see.
has learned a little bit from the last times they
ขอ
did
ดู
a
ความ
map
ไม่เห็น
veto
จากส
Sagi.
ลิกกี้หน่อยค
Yeah,
รับ
for
บิ๊ก
sure.
แบน
I think he was like he kind of at least acted like he was
Ricky
expecting
Namaya.
the split, but then there was like a pause after, so
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not
Yeah.
entirely sure he thought that the split was actually going to come in. I love their faces after delivering the map picks, though. That was good, because they picked the opposites, right?
Yeah, the interesting thing is the last time they played, it was full sense picking the opposite map. It's like they picked each other's opposite maps, so the mind games already are going in crazy.
Well, the last
แสดงว่า
time they
โคตรเน้น
faced
อะเอา
off,
ท่านมาดวล
Full Sense won 2-0, but we know Frost knows Cruz so
ถ้าไม่เน้นท่าน
well,
ไม่มา
and
ดวล
he
หรอ
can possibly outread him and possibly
อ่ะถูก
outdo
ไหม
Primi. We'll
That's
have to wait
catching,
and see who's going to
เออ
stay in the game for London. We have high expectations.
คือต้องลุ้นเลยว่า GE จะเลือกอะไรอะด่านอะซึ่งแม่งเลือกสปิดอยู่แล้ว นี่แมปเดิมเลยนะ แมปตอนที่เราไปเจอเขาอะ
รอบที่แล้วใช่ไหม
แมปเดียวกันเลย
เรียกว่าย้ำแค้นครับ
ฟอร์สมันต้องผมว่าฟอร์สมันแก้มาแหละ แต่ว่าไม่รู้ว่าจะแก้ยังไง ฟอร์สมันชอบเตรียมมาแก้อะ
แต่ว่าแมปสามเป็นอย่างโรตัสเป็นเพอ
อืม แต่ฟอร์สมันเคยเตรียมแผนไปแก้พี่อเล็ก แล้วพี่อเล็กก็เล่นเหมือนเดิม แต่แม่งแพ้เอง เพราะว่าเปเปอร์เล็กไม่เปลี่ยนคอม เล่นเหมือนเดิมเป๊ะ แต่ว่าฟอร์สไปทำแผนอื่นมาผมคิดว่าเป๊ะจะเปลี่ยนแผนเรียบร้อยเลยครับ
ถ้าเลือกแมปเจ็ตมาอย่างนี้พี่มีได้เล่น
โคตรเน้นอ่ะ เอาท่านไปโดนคิดตันเลยคิดตันโดนไป50ด้วย 50พูนสวัสดิ์ อุ้ยแล้วพี่มีลั่นด้วยเดี๋ยวผมยิงแบบเมื่อกี้ยิงขอยิงแบบเมื่อกี้ยิงแบบตอนดวลอ่ะขอเป้าจับแบบนั้น
ยิงแบบเมื่อกี้นี่จบเลย คิดตั้นตัวนี้แบบชิบหายแล้ว โดน0-5ใช่ไม่เจอยิงละแพ้ไม่ได้ครับ แพ้ตกรอบเลยอันนี้
มีไปผ่านอะไรพวกนี้ขอตื่นหนึ่งขอโอ้โหตีหนึ่งเดี๋ยวมันเล่นแมปเดียวเองนะตีหนึ่งอ่ะ
เฮ้ย
หายใจไม่ทั่วท้อง
ขอลูกนี้อย่ายืนเหรอ ไม่ได้เดี๋ยวต้องยืนปลุกขวัญกำลังใจให้น้องๆดีครับ
วันนี้อยากเห็นน้องฮูกสยายปีกว่ะพี่ไป
ยิงเสร็จขี่คอเสื้อเหรอ
ไม่ดิก็แค่ยืนก็พอแล้วโอ้โหฉีกคอเสื้อเลย
หรือเขาแบบยืนมาฉีกเสื้อโชว์รอยสักอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
น้องฮูกสยายปีก
เว้ย
I think for me, global esports obviously look like they're in better form, but for me, it's about whether full sense build up the confidence. The fact that they're playing against people that they know, I think, is an advantage for them because they're not going to be as scared on the stage today. And I hope that if they do win today, that they don't go back to what we saw last time they played.
That's like the one benefit of having the
ไอ้
regional.
ทีมเนี่ย
ฉุนดีเจเฉยพี่เอ๋ย อยากเห็นพี่โบ๊ทมาให้กำลังใจว่ะ
Global stage, the first time we're having a full Thai squad in years. We also have our sole Australian representative in the form of Autumn coming to the stage. He's formerly from CN, so we're seeing a lot of players come back together on the stage.
I think you mentioned something really important here. A lot of young players. We used to bring up the narrative of this young player is crumbling a little bit, and then it didn't happen for a long time, but now we're starting to see it again. So I'm excited again to see if it just continues throughout the whole of this event.
The interesting thing to me is that Patman is literally a tournament winner. He won that Toronto trophy, and I saw a little bit of doubt in his play last time. I think that he said that he's got the ego to play at this tournament in the way that he should, but maybe Sliggy is pointing out that at times a little bit too much. So I need to see a more balanced Pat today for global esports to take this victory.
Yeah, that's right. And with this agent comp coming out right now, I mean, at this point, they already know each other's game. I think it makes a huge difference if Primi steps up. I think, is it fair to say, in terms of firepower, Full Sense is definitely on top?
I mean, normally.
Normally,
yes. But here, maybe, who knows?
We will have to wait and see. All right, to kick off VCT Pacific, it's not Seth, it's Tom and Mitch.
VCT Pacific
Thank you so much, Victoria. Yeah, indeed, we've got our own favorite here at least. Get to see these down on our stage here in London, but a shame that for one of them it will be the last. Full Sense versus GE. And Tom, in terms of this matchup, it seems like Sliggy's lost a little bit of his confidence in Full Sense, but he wants to see them come out with a strong start. Hard to know though which map could favor which team, considering how the veto went last time they played.
Yeah, the fact they've come in and picked each other's choice, it kind of tells you the game of chess that's being played. Maybe both teams trying to switch up the veto and ending in the same place, at least for the first couple of maps, which of course, last time out, Full Sense won both. The wall up over the wall already, looking to try and make that fast play into the A site. With a very late lurk that will eventually come in from Crystal. The post plan looks very likely indeed.
Plan for sure, but no ramp control when that comes in. Full Sense are already scaling down that ramp. Primi's found his first. The Sage Wall still in play means Crystal's going to take a while, and this pace from Full Sense is causing problems. Unaton has fallen into Primi. Everyone from GE has. Now with Crystal breaks through that wall at last. The spike being tapped to fight up top. The Crystal expects. He's done a wonderful job already. Stuck down on Primi, and he won't fight anymore. A Red Bull clutch from the man who was late to the party.
God, thinking back to the last series as well, that first map was where Crystal was incredible. Like, he started the series off with a bang, and I think it's going to be very important that that's the same case, because I was already getting flashbacks to the last time these teams play, where Primi just goes, oh yeah, I'm better than these guys. I'm just going to run around and just rack them. So, shut that down early. It's also worth noting as well that although GE are coming in with, I think, the exact same comp they ran last time, it is a change up for full sense. They brought in the Sage, they moved Jit Boys off of that secondary duelist. I think he was on the Raze last time out. So clearly, even though they didn't pick this map, full sense still expected it to come through.
Defense pushes up both sides, and now they've got the reward. Autumn surrounded and dealt with. It's at least a Marshall picked up for the defensive side.
อ๋อท่านบอกกูโดนอีกแล้วจับกุม
Chances of anything going their way here seem very, very slim. GE won't spread themselves too thin. Playing with those two on the site, regardless of who's taking the fights. Crystal's just clearing out B main, and they look to take these fights together and on range. Should make it very hard for Full Sense to get anything. But Primi having the chance to one-shot headshot, it definitely makes things a little bit more difficult for GE, a little bit more dangerous, because with their investment, you're at least losing something, even if a player goes down. There's the first to be lost. It's only a snare. It gets worse from here on out.
กราบละ
I think that was just an attempt
อย่าเอาท่านไปเล่นตัวอื่นเลยเจ็ตนี่แหละเป็นคำตอบ
In this case, the rest just going to be going down to the spike, not really given any opportunities, and I think that's the right call to make. Be the next round where Full Sense come in with the buy, and I think it is a very interesting talking point. Going back to this matchup from last time out, obviously it was a very, very close match towards the end of the Pacific stage, and especially on this map in particular. It does, well, even on Breeze, I think going into Breeze, like, there was a lot who would have thought the G were favored, but it just came down to some of that individual mechanics. Someone like Primi being able to take over rounds they had no right winning. I think overall, my sort of thought process is that GE might be a better team. It's just if he's going to run right once again as one of the most mechanically gifted players we have in the scene right now. And in fact, some people putting him all the way at the top.
Well, if he wants a chance of really claiming that title, have to make it further than this. A victory over GE needed. The start, not looking good. GE make it to the B site, fight through the smoke, land the opening pick, and avoid going any further. There was a mistake if they kept stepping forward, but now the walls blocked Primi off. And Autumn is in a position that I will say is rarely cleared, but he's about to walk right into Jit Boys. Now they know. The element of surprise no longer there. The poison orb put in a very unusual position, but that has garnered GE flank control. They'll keep B main. For Full Sense to fight through, especially with the time where it's at. They've decided that they're just going to save. A 5v4 full save.
It's the time and having an operator with no shields. Like, it basically would just be like, okay, is someone going to give Primi a fight, or are we just going to hold on to that gun into the next round? And for GE economically, this is maybe the best start you could ever hope for. You win the first 3 rounds, and the only players you're actually going to lose are ones that still have weaker weapons and are going to go hunting, going to go running in to try and remove some of the weaponry on the other side. And there you go. Harvey takes a kill and even gets away with the gun. This is a great round for GE.
Yeah, I mean, that really was the cherry on top at the end for GE. A 3-0 start usually means that you're going to run away with the half. Obviously, for Full Sense, still saving weapons. They'll be able to buy up. They'll be able to fight for this round, but not in a very convincing way. I mean, even now, you're taking a look. If they play with those rifles, you're going to have 2 players without shields.
I don't think I ever see people really do it.
Hey, actually playing without shields?
I think maybe you have like every once in a while where he's like the hero who just has a rifle with no shields, but especially like there's a decent chance that somebody on the other side has an outlaw. They don't. Primi to maybe take over the round, and that's a great start. Already eliminating the lurker on that A side of the map means that the amount of control is already gone. The pace needs to be picked up now for GE.
They've walled off the side where there was only 1 player. Instead, they fight towards the numbers, but it's worked out at least to start. Lua will contain that space. Has help if needed from Leviathan down below. In the end, they have to give up Heaven.
โอ้โหแล้วแม่งสมมติเอาพื้นที่เล่นรู้ละ
Again, running into the numbers there, they've gotten very lucky with that pick through the
Smoke.
smoke. They've spotted Leviathan up close as well, and all the while, Patman was working the control. He'll fall, but Unitan keeping it competitive, rolling in their favor, and with a res there, man advantage now locked in for GE. The pick is needed for Full Sense, and that was a chance. Without it being found,
หายแล้ววะ
they have to hope that someone
แต่
on
วาง
GE
ปิด
is
นะ
going to
เล่น
step out of
2
line, give them a way back into this site.
Already pushing back towards the spawn, but Harvey's actually the one to be caught. And now stuck in the corner is Crystal, but again, he seems to be on fire at the moment.
คิดตั้น
Cruz doesn't even know that there's a wraparound coming in from
แต่
behind.
คือมิดโดนไป0-5มันก
His
ดจริง
position seeming dead to rights, and it will be an easy kill in the end for Yudotan. Follow up that risky purchase alongside the saved weaponry hasn't paid off. And again, we're seeing a great attack side half coming out from GE, which think back to the game versus Leviathan, it was exactly the same. Their attack side was great.
Well, they did. They just played into the hands of Full Sense there. We had one player grabbing the pick outside of A. B site much more heavily
แย่แล้ววะ แย่ละแย่ละแย่ละ
แย่แล้ว
13-11, and it was a 7-5 defense coming out for Full Sense. So right now they are already on the back burner, on the back foot. Of course, we don't expect the game to be identical within its score lines, but I don't think they're going to be over the moon with the way that this has started. You can see Autumn going straight in for that outlaw. You can understand why. A chance for potential freebies. And the only real danger in that round, well, I feel like I'm being a dead horse. It's Primmy again.
So far it has been Primmy. I think he's got the same kills as the rest of the team combined. A lot of it coming from the pistol. It's been quiet on the defensive side for the first 4 rounds, but
ใจของไม่ค่อยดีจริ
not
ง
likely to get any better here. A couple of kills from Primmy could certainly help the situation. GE are stepping in to his turf. Here we go. Blade Storm. Oh, he's gone in. A bold play indeed. He thought he could isolate the outlaw close, but there was more than enough backup there for GE.
I think they were very ready for that. After the last round push-up, where Autumn gets caught alone and they have to try and react to it, they have 2 players supporting him, ready for the swing. And after they've pulled the rotation all the way over to the A site, they now walk into a site that only has Jit Boys in it. Now, he does still have a full belt of utility, but it's how much you really want to invest going into this round. There's the wall. So they are going to have to break that immediately. That will sound the alarm for the rest of the defenders.
Still another slow.
I don't think that slow actually stopped them at all. I think it was a little bit shallow.
Yeah, it let them out of the choke. So they're able to fight around the side.
Home.
Oh, that works out for Jit Boys. Okay. Trading here is fine, and now it's looking even better. Another foul. Like,
ไอ้สวย
blink of an eye, Full Sense have full
ไอ้
control.
มาแล้วยังได้อีโคด้วยเกมเขาเล่นกันที่ลาว5พี่
This is the light in the dark for the defensive
นี่
side
คิด
somehow.
บอยว่ะ
Yeah, evidently he did buy enough time, but I'm surprised because it seemed like he didn't. A MasterCard thrifty is the way that Full Sense get onto the board, and I'm not sure if what was said in the pause is Cruz as the IGL, you need to hit some headshots, but I'm not sure this was the round they even expected to break back. Just those quick rotations eventually coming through, and then just everybody on their side landed their shots. Finally, Full Sense have made it onto the board. Well, they get a huge economic boost. That operator is going to be back in the hands of Primmy. We see if GE have a response.
Yeah, we
ตื่น
thought
ตื่น
Freddie
เลยล่ะ
with his Blade Storm would have been the main reason they won the round, and he did leave Yudoton down to one hit by the Sheriff, which meant he couldn't fire his showstopper, so the impact was there, but it was everybody
ขอ
else.
ให้จิตบอยตื่น
Great defense
อะไร
by
ก็
Jit
จบ
Boys as well, buying that extra time, as you said. The first round found, but it means nothing unless we can back it up with another. As we said, GE, they're going to be buying and buying again. The defensive side needs
เรียบร้อย
a
หนึ่งครับ
lot of
รีพีหรือ
solutions
เปล่า
up their sleeve. Last round worked. This one, it's a start from Primi. Javi down and out of the round right away.
ยกกลับ
They're fleeing. The spikes being taken to the other side of the map. Not a ton of control there for GE, but from what we can
ได้
see,
ยินได้โห
left the B side open.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ยเอาทำ
I thought Autumn
โอ้
would
สง
take
สัย
a bit longer before showing
เมื่อ
his
กี้
hand.
อะไรซอมทำน้ำหกไงน้ำมันยังอยู่ไม่ได้เช็ด
Really pretty. The mid-ball buying time having to be broken. One of the new factors that G have to deal with. The timing not working out for Cruz though. Crystal able to turn things back again. Positioning
มาดิ
though.
เจอ
Leviathan is perfect.
มีกี่คนวะเนี่ยลิวทาน
In round number 1 for Crystal. This one definitely feels an awful lot tougher. And although the credits are still in an okay position, it's whether or not he wants to gamble the gun here.
Well, I don't think he gets a choice. There's a fight coming his way.
Wait.
He's just about faded around, but now they've seen him. Now they know exactly where Crystal is. And saving this weapon.
ทำไมคิรัวเวลาเล่นหน้าเหมือนยิ้ม
15
ตลอดเวลา
seconds on
พี่
the
ลองสัง
clock
เกต
and
ในกล้อง
plenty more after it ticks away. And they're slowing him so he can't even make it out. A fight is needed. And it's won by Crystal. 7-1 right now. Popping the reload and ready for another fight, but I don't think they'll throw their operator at this one. If he tucks in, that weapon is going to be his. For the next round, saving not just the gun, but his KD as well, making it look a little better. But 4-2, full sensor definitely climbing back into this despite a bit more of a blow being dealt there than it looked like.
Yeah, I think Crystal will actually be very happy with that. You get to keep your weapon. Credits-wise, you're in a pretty good position to still buy into this round, and you've reduced the economy of your opponents without really having to move. I will say, I think that's going to be one of the easier kills for Primi today. I think also it becomes a bit awkward because we know that G love to have that sort of sage wall to section off one of the angles when pushing in towards the A site. Maybe they're going to pick up the pace a little bit here. I've already seen that operator push down mid instead. And although they've sent it early, if they go walking back, they might end up in a bit of trouble. This is a dirty angle from
เฮ้ย
Primi.
แต่ถ้ากูอีกหน่อยนะอาจจะได้
For GE, let's take a listen in with their comms in this round.
Just jump pick first. Might be picking. You don't stay first.
I don't see. Go prowler. They smoke.
Oh, maybe not up here. Maybe not up here. Okay. Hey, they're rotating. Go now, Samba. Go now, Samba. Guys.
เจอพี่ๆยังโกเอเลย
เฮ้ย
Guys, you need to move.
เจ็ดวิดูสัตว์
เจ็ดดีเฮเว่นโกเอหรือขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
You guys is coming down. They want something, guys. I don't know what. They want like
ไอ้เหี้ย
to smoke city.
ไปเลยครับ
Go. As for elbow, I mean. It covers the elbow.
ไม่อยากเจอออฟ
That's going to reveal Kahlua for sure, but he's got
โอ้โห
support.
เจอน้ำแข็งเบรกอย่างสวย
All the time, full sense need. No chance for G to scale on the back.
เหี้ยเบรกสวย
30
จัด
seconds now to make it to the site. They've got to up the pace. They thought they'd find an easier A site, less
นี่โดนอยู่ดิ
defended, but they were dead.
นี่ไง
นี่ไงจอยบินและจิตบอย
Locking down heaven and
ยี่สี่ท่านเลย
clinical
หนีไม่พ้น
round from full sense.
That was all him as well. Like they go rotating into a site that ultimately is the less heavier stacked of the two. Again, another round that you can basically put down to its utility. The wall blocking up top, the slow, forcing them into an awkward position, and then even just breaking a gap in the wall, slamming shots into the faces of opponents. It's compositional change for Jit Boys is putting him right at the top of the board alongside Primi, and you could already see the G having to take a pause, maybe to just to adapt to that one agent change.
สูตรใหม่หนีท่าน
ด้วยความที่ของมันยังไม่ได้ล่อของไงของไอ้บอมเอมันยังอยู่ไง
เรียบร้อย
บ้านวออะไรมันยังแบบ
เจอไอเนี้ยปาน้ำแข็งไป2 ลูกโอ้โหโดนกับตัวเองครับเศษแต่ผมแอบชอบคอมนี้นะเหมือนจิตบอยเป็นคนที่สไตล์โฮเป้าอยู่แล้วอะไม่ได้แบบว่าตัวฉีกอะ
ก็เหมือนกับ
เรามาเล่นเศษนะ
เหมือนกับมาเล่นคอมฟอร์ตโซนตัวเองอ่ะ
that round
ต้องดู
5.
ยาวๆนี่
ไอ้เรื่องตัวพิวๆ
Might
ให้
come back
พิม
to
มี่เล่น
bite
เถอะ
them.
ใช่
Of course, that was one of the issues it felt like G had on their own defensive side in this map was sometimes playing
ปล่อย
ahead
พิมมี่ไปหา
of a
ทำ
lot of that Sage utility. I
Yeah,
think that's what
I mean,
Jitboys is doing
I get what
excellently.
he-
He
Get on
is
B
just
or
using
A
that
ว่ะ
utility to create awkward
ได้มีนเลย
scenarios.
นั่นนะ
And that looked panicky from G. And again, when it's your map choice, even if both of you are happy to play it, you don't want to be looking panicky from a
ไอ้พีกอย่างเงี้ย
4-0
ตายง่าย
up
ชิบหายเลย
position.
ผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าทำไม
ถ้ามันเป็นไทมิ่งที่แบบเขาพีคมาแล้วหลบพอดีอะตาย
There's no
พอ
free
เขาเจอ
passes
พี
for
ทีเขา
GE.
ยิง
มันตั้งเป้ารอนะ
Looking to fight for this. The only problem is look at
I
Full
chop
Sense's
Pete, man.
setup. It's not like you just have one player up in heaven. No, we've got 3. 2 ready to fight and 1 holding a paranoia. The second that they step into Crew's angle, paranoia is coming.
โอ้พยายามเล่นแบบไม่กลัวแหละพยายามจี้
If you want
เขา
to
เล่น
know
ยา
how
กแบบ
confident they are in Jitboy's Sage, he is solo A. They have 3 heaven and then they have 1
Good team.
operator on the B
Team.
side. And instead, it seems like they've got the perfect read.
เราไม่ถอย
G walking straight into a stacked up heaven. And that's where they might be
โอ้
set.
สู้ดิถอยอะไรพี่
This time, it's just destroyed the
ทำไม
entry. That wasn't an eco. That was a full buy investment, and they have just
พลัง
been
ของเพื่อน
slaughtered.
Again, for GE, when it comes to that moment where they want to pull the trigger, where they want to blitz in, there's always something waiting on the other side. Last round and in a couple, it's been the slow
การต้องแปดอะ
for Full Sense. It's been the wall from Sage, but
ทำไมได้ยินไม่ใช่
this
สวย
time
เลย
around, it's the paranoia held by Leviathan for quite a while. And from the get-go, Full Sense knew what they were facing into, that GE wanted to fight for mid. They might not go for those kind of battles again. Neck and neck. They've stopped GE from pushing up to a 5 that seemed possible to avoid. And up on top of the wall, I think Jitboys got spotted. Okay, there's
แพ
the
ทแม่ง
pick
ชาวเซต
for
ขึ้นมาเลย
Patman, for GE.
สวยละเสียกลาง
I
ครับ
think as well, Patman has the read that, okay, if Jitboys is here, no one else is. He immediately TPs up.
แต่ว่า
Cruz
ได้คืนมา
under
อยู่
pressure, but Kalua already
Yeah,
getting
by
rid of
bit.
Autumn. Autumn's been
อ๋อ
having a rough time so far, but Patman's impact in this round cannot be
เอาเรามา
understated.
เจอท่านครับ
Getting rid
ท่าน
of
อยู่ข้างในคนเดียวตอน
the
นี้
man atop the wall, taking over the spawn control, still battling for it. It does, however, send them towards Primi. Now Patman's been dealt with as well. Kalua on another. It is
Yeah,
everybody
Blue
stepping up for
winning
Full
here.
Sense. And all that is left is Yudotan facing off against his rival duelist, and he will manage to win. That leaf skips in the plant. His opponent starting to wrap around from heaven. It's a little bit disjointed, but it's not going to work out. I think he hit the headshot through the wall.
เดี๋ยวแม่งแบบปึ้งปึ้งฮะ
25 HP.
A couple really big rounds from Kalua as well. And Full Sense showing up across the board. It was a very slow start to this defensive side, but they've very much figured it out now. And you can see GE struggling to come up with solutions. Again, we've seen those A hits. They've tried to push and pull the rotates. They've tried to fight for mid. And even in this round, they successfully fight for mid. They shut down Jitboys, who's been a problem for their attack side pace.
วันนี้ตัวยิงมากัน
But
หมด
it's
เลย
not
นะ
enough. One round in the lead. The first to hit 5 is Full Sense. And
ที่เสีย
GE,
ดายว่ะ
even after the
เสียดาย
timeout,
แมตช์ฟุตนะ
it's the same
ถ้า
old
ตื่น
story.
หน่อยน่าจะมัน ปล่อยให้ซอฟมันทำเข้มไปเลย
Early mid control going to be challenged for by either side. They've been changing the setup on the defense almost every single round. Whenever you're trying to predict or counter, what they're doing it has been different. Primi's been everywhere. Jitboy's been everywhere. They are swapping spots. Right place, right time. Almost gets caught by his own teammate. But the heal's there for Primi to be right back up. That control has been taken, but more so just as a protocol for GE, just to remove the eyes on that side. But when they still have Jitboys peeking, and now what? That operator they saw moments ago, it's Saturday.
There's paranoia has caused issues for GE before. Once this wall comes in, it could do again, but the TP to backside from Patman has made them reconsider. Viper just backs out. They give them the plant, and that's very dangerous in this round. The Viper's pit will make this a very tough retake. Again, this is the pit we're seeing most often put in, and coming from spawn is almost impossible. They do have the man advantage.
เขาเรียกว่าหนีไม่พ้น
GE have the terrain on their side.
Another heal for Primi. He's going to take him well over 200 damage in this round, but it doesn't matter. He's still standing, still kicking. They even have a res available on either side, showstopper as well, if necessary, and it might just be path already cleared. They're going to need someone to step up on the G side, and it is Unitom, but he's eliminated eventually. Back down to just one. Primi to try and turn it, and he's managed to get rid of Autumn. But that time is now ticking, surely too far gone, and Harvey has him covered. Sure, full sets hit 5 first, but G fight right back.
ข้างหลังเกิดเรื่องอะไรขึ้นวะเพื่อนกูไปไหนหมดวะ
Let the pick go down, but I thought Full Sense might have the leg up with that pick right there, catching the flank, dealing with a lot of the wind condition for this GE side, but Uniton right here, more than worth his salt. A double just made sure that the pick couldn't be pushed from both sides. Bought that little bit of extra time, and well, time was of the essence in the end. 10 rounds in, and we're neck and neck. Full Sense, they fought their way back, but now GE have a solution.
ฮะนี่ไงเถียงเหรอเถียงเหรอ
Well, that's the rest gone.
ยิงไม่หยุด
This is what happened last time.
พิมมี่เว้ย
It's going to end up on the most wanted list for GE fans because Primi just seems to have a vendetta against them. A headshot through. He's coming over the top.
อย่ารู้ดูดิยิงคนฉีกเป้ายัน
He might have the spike planted, but that was the only silver lining in this round. Full Sense will take the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, this was just Primi's round from the get-go. Ridiculous kill to open
ท่านต้อง
us
เจ็ด
up.
นี่แหละ
Then Patman tries to recover lost ground, flank the up. Nope, he's
ไทย
looking
นี่
at
ยิ
you.
งได้
You're gone as well.
So fast.
And even in the end on the site, he's the one jumping in, firing the up, so they think, oh, I'll swing out and deal with him then while he's cocking that bolt back. But he's got 3 teammates swinging alongside him. Very nice stuff for Full Sense again, his team. Ridiculous.
I don't even think he shot at the guy that was shooting.
No.
He just picked an angle.
That's one way to get around on the board. And to get the lead as well. 1 round left to play for in this half. Full Sense looked like they weren't even going to get started. Somehow they could be leading with the lead.
ต้อง7-5 ว่ะ
You can see the difference. Them versus their regional rivals. Against people that, if you look at the coaching staff, they probably even called family at a time. They are feeling comfortable. Trades back immediately. It's turned into a game of deathmatch in middle. The Mark Cruz has gone unchecked. Just hiding, lurking within the darkness, and everything's coming up for Full Sense in this moment.
อ้าวอย่าลงมาติดวอลวะเนี่ย
Well, he does have
อยู่ดีก็กลับคืนสู่เหย้า
who is an option to even res. It's whether or not he can even get out of this position.
ยังไม่กลับ
มันจะชุบเพื่อนชุบไม่ได้เนี่ยต้องไปชุบหน้าบีนะ
เดี๋ยวไม่รู้ว่า
Maybe he can. And he can heal himself back up.
อย่าออกตลก
Still the res won't be possible there, but I think they're going for it in B main.
He's going for a jumping kill.
So we end up back into a 3v3. That's a little bit of a mistake from Full Sense. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them. They've still got Primi holding the cross, but the first shot doesn't land. He's a little late on the second as well. They've made it through. They've avoided the main danger, at least for now, but Primi's waiting for another chance. He misses a second time. This could be the downfall of him. The shorty's out though. Primi survives that little bit longer. He's going for a long-range shorty kill, knowing that Crystal is already and 20 seconds as he swaps over to the rifle. Crystal flees. A plant will be found here. The position that Crystal decides to play from will be everything.
วางตรงไหนอ่ะเฮ้ยวางตรงนี้ได้อยู่
To outmaneuver Primi. He's not going to beat him on reaction time, and the problem is he's so low on HP that it just has to be that he picks the right spot, and he is quick enough on the trigger. The problem is for Crystal, there's not a great place to stand. He's picked a bit of an off-angle corner, but again, timing is everything. Like Primi could have gone in any direction, and it just depends if he looks at the right way. But Primi not checking it initially, but then
มุมแม่งโคตรเดดแมนมุมมีมากมายให้หลบแค่แบบว่าเช็คแค่ฝั่ง2ฝั่งแม่งเลือกมุมที่ต้องเช็ค3-4ฝั่ง
พอมันวางตรงนี้มันเล่นยากอ่ะ
จริงๆผมว่ามันยืนหลังสกรีนยังดูดีกว่าเลย
On that scoreline and on 5 for Full Sense, this has got to feel remarkable. They were shut out consistently.
ชิ้นเหลือรั่วเลยช็อตนี้
Have a 2-round lead. Now they move to their attack side. Confidence at an all-time high for this squad. And Primi, well, he is certainly leading the charge. 17-5. G have got some ground to make up when we come back in here from what should have been a commanding lead.
มีเวลาวางปานี่ได้นะวางไม่ดี
วางปณีต มันกลัวหมดแล้วพี่มันสั่นกลัวดิมันวิ่งมาไม่รู้ว่าท่านวิ่ง
เมื่อกี้มันเห็นแบบภาพแฟลชแบ็กมันขึ้นมาตอนโดน50อ่ะ มันไปเลยอ่ะไม่อยู่แล้วเมื่อกี้ใจเสียเป็นพ่อแม่เอาทำอันนี้
He's picked, but it might as well be full senses. In this veto, Tom, I don't think there's a clear winner or loser. That's decided on the server. And for
ยังเหรอฮาร์ดไทม์
ฝรั่งวัยรุ่นน่ะเต็งเลยครับฟอส
ขอให้ยิ้มได้หน่อย
against that regional rival. One, as it was, I think Sliggy was saying it, they've beaten before. It's just a different ball game altogether. And for GE, well, losing 7 of the last 8 rounds, sure, they're going to feel comfortable going into Breeze. This is another map that you go back to Pacific and they've been fantastic on. But I'm now starting to almost look at the man. Can they beat the players on the other side? Is the map almost irrelevant?
that's exactly it. It's a big confidence builder playing against the regional matchup. Playing on familiar turf, even so far from home.
สปอร์ตเยอะด้วย
GE
บอลปิด
on
เป็
the
นครับ
defense now. It was a stellar
เดี๋ยว
start.
กู
That stellar
Look
start
what
is
he
all
on,
that
yeah.
really remains from that first half.
และเอโล่ง
4-0 to 7-5. The pistol
นาย
to
เรา
put
เลิ
them
ฟ
right back within punching
วางเปิด
distance.
ได้
Full sense have found
Ew.
control of the A site. And a plant even coming in for Heaven as well. They've got so much control, so why not late flank as well from Leviathan? This could be a problem for GE. They're only now making it to screens.
นาย
The scary
จับให้หน่อย
thing
เว้
is
ย
they were looking for this.
สวยๆเลย
But
วิน
it's
เนี้ย
been so far behind that I think Autumn is checking
Hey!
instead, though. Their opponents have got aggressive, even still
Captain
trading
Kongkham.
evenly.
นี่เอา
And
ทำ
now
ระวังอ
Autumn
ยู่
has to sort of
ขาด
either
อีโป
make
ห
a
นึ่งคน
decision
ยังระ
to
วังอ
try
ยู่
and check for
Law
that flank.
did it.
It's clear that it's in their mind, but timing is the main thing. The second he drops down is a problem, but while he does, he's caught out Primi. Even still, though,
มีบาย
Leviathan has been holding on to this.
Ow!
But Autumn will hit the shot anyway. It's another pistol under the belts of GE, and maybe they'll have a strong start to this second half as well.
Oh, that might help the nerves down there in
อยู่
the
ดีๆก็
audience.
อยาก
And
ดู
even on the stage as well.
ว่าจะ
Two
บาย
pistols needed for GE to keep this competitive in the early days of half number 2. And they've done a wonderful job. As you said, that flank looked like it was going to be the end of the round. But it's the fact that Autumn finds the kill on the player down below, saving the round. And then as soon as the smoke blooms and the plant is for Heaven, you kind of know what you're facing off against. So they group up and take the fight together. Much needed pistol secured. And this should be the easy work, but full sense we're doing decent. In fact, they found their first round on a buy that was not pretty. There was a couple of pistols and a blade storm that only was there for damage.
ฟาร์มออฟ
But now
สัก
they're
หน่อ
on
ย
the attack. This is where the pistols can group up, can be very scary. For now, at least, it's farming those orbs up. If you can have the res online for your first full buy, it's going to be a huge safety net for you. They've decided against pushing all the way around to A. 110. A little bit of mid-control for them, but I like what GE are doing here, Tom. It's so passive from this squad. They've walled off B Heaven, and now they're just playing as many ranged fights as they can.
There.
Now, they have invested heavily. Sure, it's SMGs on a couple, but there's no pistols. There's no one that you go, okay, if they go down, they've not invested as many credits into this, so... If you're a G fan, you want to keep this nice and clean. Crystal looking to get up close, of course. Getting towards that Nightfall would be nice, and already it's going to get rid of Primi. I think that second orb is being taken, so you mentioned it. They've gone all the way back around the world, and it's only going to be the one in the end. Yeah, Jip Boys has got about... I was going to say as close, he has got it.
Yeah,
He's got his ult online.
He got 2 orbs, he got a kill, and then ended up going down. Look, that is about as good of a round for an eco as you're usually going to hope for. Kills don't often come your way. The only one landed on the important man. So a success for the attack side in terms of their goals in the previous round. But again, this is where it matters. This is where you have to convert. And for a second there, I saw the op on the attack side, no shields on Cruz, and I was wondering what we were doing, but he's gone for the rifle.
Again, early slow. Knowing that there's weaker weapons, they want to try and deny that control. I like the re-pressure, but there was a player waiting further back with a paranoia on the attack just to make sure that his teammates were covered. And has been spotted. Autumn, one of the rifles under serious pressure. You're just going to have to try and play within the utility, and after you get seized, there's nowhere to go. They even expect Udaton flanking. Of course, risks are going to be taken in this sort of round, and rifle left behind, but they will hold on strong.
Yeah, nicely done by Full Sense. No res needed in this round as they get out of there with a lot still on the table, but when you look at what they were up against, but G had 2 Bulldogs, and then it went to SMGs. I think it's certainly a forgivable round for the defensive side. Usually we see players or teams even coming into this bonus round with like 3, maybe 4 rifles. I'm not even talking Bulldogs, I'm talking Phantoms, Vandals, but they went for that lighter buy so that this round could be theirs. Both teams getting out of this early half, kind of what they want. A 2-1 as expected. The res online for Full Sense, the economy decent for G, as they now get a really strong full buy. Everything that they want is in play. But a win for Full Sense here just really gives them the chance to skyrocket into the lead on this attack side. Hit that double digits. And he's got a
Boys have been on, and I think Primi was even thinking about going through the Viper utility, but once you get an open up, that really isn't a need to. You know that G are going to have to try and switch up their positioning. Wall being broken. And just look at the full gamble. You can understand it from Global Esports. Like you're in a position where if you try and spread out across the map, the chance of victory but also the chance of you losing all your weaponry is very, very high. Whereas if you get a full stack, or you keep your guns. So that's the hope at least. Cruz is trying to sell a bruise, not realizing that, of course, there's not going to be anybody back on this B side anyway, but of course they've got to be
โคตรดีอะเข้าบีตาเราเนี่ย
that 9th round
โคตรแจ่ม
is all but guaranteed.
Oh, they're giving Primi the wall. The timing on that was nice, so he can jump up and take early heaven fights, but again, no one's there. We saw this very similar scenario unfold earlier where Full Sense were on the defensive side. They called for that 4-man save. They only got out with 3 rifles.
หนีแม่งเลย
G having to do the same thing. They put all their eggs in one basket after losing the opening fight.
นี่มันสูตรเดียวกันที่พี่นัทใช้ไปตีพี่โบ๊ทนี่หว่าเจอพี่โบ๊ทเจอไซส์พี่โบ๊ทแล้วตีไซส์พี่โบ๊ท
At a negative win rate round, let's instead save it up for this next and give Full Sense that 9-7. Because you lose that 4v5 retake, like we said, Eco next, Full Sense on 10, and then things get very, very spooky.
Also, then all the ultimates start coming online as well, so it genuinely does just get into that almost domino effect. The worry, though, is that Full Sense have now built up a pretty hefty economy in the first few rounds of this half, and we get to really see that true combo breaker to what was that streak. Sure, the pistol in second round felt like it could be a bit of a momentum shift, but right back on the horse go Full Sense. And sure, when we look back to the last time these two teams played, Split was their choice, but
การที่เอาท่านไปโดนสกิมิชนี่ถือว่า
as
เน้น
global
ว่า
esports, the
โอ้
expectation is you take it
คือ
home.
แบบต้องการอ่ะ
G have changed
Lương
up
Phi
the
Bèo
setup
mới
now.
sòng khăn
Two
à.
players waiting on A.
Cốt
A
nến
high
nha.
low in play as well.
Khăn
Udaton
người
and
nó
Javi
lông
are
vào.
going to wait
Lông
for
bên luôn à.
contact and hope to take them down. You've got good utility to fire in for slowing them down as well. Obviously, the entire utility belt of Sage. Udaton with the nade as well. But this high-low setup does have
แต่ผมยัง
weaknesses.
มองย้อนกลับไปเมื่อ
The
กี้
rifle for
ไอ้แฮป
Javi.
ปี้เบิร์ยิง
But Udaton
แบบ
only
ไม่
has
โอ
that
ที
share.
35 ตัวในแข่ง
Late round full sense do
Oh.
come towards him, but the shots don't land, at least not to start.
โอ้แต่ได้มา
Udaton's
หนึ่ง
down.
ว่ะ
Javi taking a
วิว
lot
วิว
of damage. He's not put the wall
มีชุบ
just
ด้วย
yet. I think they're going to try to fight
รี
this
เฟรช
on
ขึ้นมา
map. No, in fact, wall goes down a little later. Just waiting for the utility to come through. Spams back
โค
into
ตรเยอะ
a ton.
แมนไปหมดนะแต่เวลาเยอะนะ
It feels like
โยกหรือเปล่า
an advantage at this stage, and with how much spam damage there's been, you can understand now the hesitation for Full Sense to push into this. You've seen a snake bite, you've seen the slows, now you've even heard a haunt. You know there's 3 players on this A side of the map, while still having that man advantage. That's the thing. Like, you look at Patman's position and it's great, but he has to get not even maybe just 1, even 2 if he doesn't get Jit Boys as a res. So it really is. He has to just go ham here, and they already know he's there. Primi said it first, head ripped off, and now the rest are just scrambling to try and get into position.
Yeah, they've cleared the site. Not even a shot fired towards Primi. They know that they've got control. Plant needs to come through, and it will.
พวกโปรส่วนใหญ่มันไม่ค่อยโยกกันนะไม่ค่อยแบบโอเวอร์โรเทตกันอยู่แล้วนะเวลาโดนโยกอย่างนี้ทีไรมัน
now facing into a 2v5.
ตลอด
Well,
แห
they
ละ
saved in the 4v5 when money was low. Now money's a little bit better than it was by a couple hundred credits, and they're in a 2v5. The call is to save, but this time Full Sense say, you know what, we've got a little bit of extra cash in the bank, and we've got a couple orbs missing as well. So why not send out at least crews to try to catch them? Kalua wants to get in on the action as well. So there's no way to get out of this A site now. Walls will slowly close in on them. Crystal's already down. They know exactly where the last man is, and Autumn's on 10. For Full Sense, they reached the same 10 rounds and done flawlessly. These last couple have looked clean as well.
Yeah, it was just the realization. And I
นี่คือ
said
ว่า
it
อยาก
put
ดู GE แบบ
Patman in
ได้
a
ด้วย
horrible position where it is basically like it almost felt like he either needed to get 2, one of them being
ทำไม
Jit
วะไอ้
Boys,
ลุ
or
ง
he needed just almost
ลุ
to
ง
get
ทำทำไม
everybody.
วะ
And instead,
จับ
it's just Primi
โซนมา
running
เจอ
around
กัน
the corner and getting his 20th kill of the
ไอ้
match.
นี่แหละรูสตีละ
Having a fantastic game, but it's not just been him. Killer has been fantastic. Jit Boy is like.
รอบหน้าเอาเจ๊มาจับเหมือนเดิมเนี่ยเอาไอ้ลุงไปเก็บ
ลืมหมดแล้วจีตอนนี้ดูดิคนลั่นมาเจอสไนเล่นยาก ภาพก็พอๆกันนะมันจะ
Again,
มีดิฟ
since the
ที่
start of
นี่
the
แหละ
half,
ที่จิม
basically,
มี่
we've
เนี่
been
ย
like, well, at
เอ
least
อ
if the
รอบ
initial
รอบ
fight
หน้าเอา
goes
เจ๊
bad,
มา
they've
จับ
got
เนี่ย
that
ถ้าลุง
rest
จะ
to
จับ
work
สาย
with.
เนี่ย
They even farmed
เจ๊
the orbs
พอ
early for that purpose. They haven't
พอ
needed
รับ
it.
ได้
เอาไปเก็บทั้งคู่เลย เอาคนอื่นมาจับแทนนะ
Udaton with the operator.
โอ้ย
An opportunity,
อันนี้
but
เขาเรียกว่าฟิกหลบ
I'm just thinking
นี่
back to the last
สวยละ
series he had. He was impressive. Luckily, Crystal.
ไม่มีคนเทรด
นี่อ่ะมีคนเทรดแล้ว
Primi is just better at this point.
มีชุบ
ทันแม่ง
And
ให้
there is
แบบ
that
เม็ด
res.
เดียว
We said
รัว
he's been waiting there for a long time. Cruz maybe even was willing to take the risk
โดน
just to be
เส
the
น
one
อ
to
พีค
try
รัว
it out.
เนี่ยบอลเข้าไซส์ดูดิ
Primi.
ๆโวเข้า
It
ใส่
does just feel like he goes into a match versus G and just goes, I know I'm going to do well. Like every fight he's taking, squeaky clean. And for the remaining 3, again, a mass deficit. There hasn't been a retake that's been even throughout this game.
ผมเชื่อว่าถ้า GE ชนะเลเวทานแล้วเรามีภาพชนะเลเวทานอยู่
They have, yeah.
แล้ว
not even a
แล้ว
shot fired
ไอ้เลเว
afterwards
ทาน
most
เขาไป
of
เจ
the
อ
time.
NRG ไอ้แล้วถ้าเป็น G เขาไปเจอ NRG
Look, your flank's
ผม
just
ว่า
been
สู้ได้
spotted.
เว้
It's
ย
a 5v3. I hate to say it, but we might have to save again. And it looks like they're making the same call.
เวลาทีมที่แบบมี
Fleeing
มือ
once
สไนด์ที่
more.
มันแบบว่ากดดัน
It's
ได้
not a good look.
พี่ก็ดู
We've had
ตอนที่
pauses
ส
with
มัย
no
น้อง
changes.
เล่น
We've
แล้ว
had
เจอ
the
เท็กเจอ
defensive
ร์สไน
side
โอ้
having
โห
to call for 4 versus
เชี่ย
5, 2 versus 5, and now 3
คนดูยัง
versus
เซ็งอ่ะ
5
แม่ง
save.
แม่งตัดทุกเหลี่ยม
This
อ่ะ
time at least they're allowed to carry their weapons forward because I think it took full sense a while to realize
ช่วง
wait, they're
ช่วงพามไทม์
actually
ร่าง
not
พาม
going
อ่ะ
for
เท็ก
this.
เจอร์
It has been half of
บัต
saves,
อย่างเงี้ย
which,
โอ้โห
considering this is elimination on the line. A chance for full sense to do the double over GE.
โหนี่คือจียิงไม่ได้ยิง
Student
นะ
maybe becoming the master.
อ๋อเสียดายไปสุดแต่
And to be honest, at this point, I want to see some life in
ก็
global
จับดิ
esports.
ขอ
These
มาเดี๋ยว
rounds
ก็
have
ตบ
been
ให้สไนด์อ่ะ
too comfortable. Like the lowest credit player, I think, has 7,200 credits over on the full sense side, which is because no one is dying. Like that's the point where we're at. It's not even can G win a
ปี
round.
หนึ่ง
It's
คน
can
ดู
they
1,100
get some
โอ
kills.
เคพลังคน
At
ไทย
least
เชียร์
there's
คน
no
ไทย
res
ครับ
online this time, but Primmy's one away from the Blade Storm. The ults, in fact,
3 คนเลยเด้อ
all
น้อง
stacked towards G for now. They
ขอ
do
วิน
still
นี่
have
ได้ไหม
the
ขอ
operator
ขึ้
in
นแท่น
play.
ก่อน
It has to be now, though.
สเวตขอไม่หนาว
Primmy just
ไม่เอาแบบ
being alive
XLG อะ
scares me more than most players
ขึ้น
with
แท่น
their
ปุ๊บ
Blade Storm.
ง่ายละอันนี้
Full sense looking to chip away at some mid-control. Crystal's the man standing on that line.
อุ้ยได้หัว
Take a very big blow to start this off. As shields all come back on, Rez is there for, Rez heal is there for him as well.
อันตีเลยเหรอ
And it's a good
เวลา
job,
เยอะเวลาเยอะ
otherwise he
ไม่
would
เป็นไร
already be
อะไร
out of
นะ
this
ถอยก่อน
round.
ไป
He's
เอา
been
เลือด
tagged
ก่อน
up heavily. Decay fading.
โอเค
Full
เริ่มกันใหม่
sense as they wait out in mid.
ว่าเรียนตีครับช็อตนี้
They got pushed back. The ult comes through, and they're happy to just
ตียากว่ะ
sit
มัน
and
ยึด
wait,
หมดเลย
assuming that GE will close in on the flank, will push forward, but 30 seconds on the clock. It's time to make a move now.
But that is the one good thing, is that
30
ult
seconds
saved
left.
a lot of additional time. Primmy looks almost ready and set to try and just make a play through this smoke. There's somebody on the other side ready and waiting, just watching.
อุ้ยวัด
But again, they get
จะยิงรีคอนเพื่อนด้วย
running out of a smoke, and it just still looks so easy. 15 seconds. Autumn has to try and hold the line, but that 1-2 punch.
พี่มี่จะยิงทุกอย่างครับ เมื่อกี้เกือบยิงรีคอนเพื่อนด้วย
Unstoppable. Two standing. At this point, I almost want to see them go for it just so they don't save again. I don't want to say the word.
This could be a save call. Oh,
No, never mind.
gracious. Well, Unitan's
La, la.
showing the up. They're not going to let him away with that. Primmy running it down, loses his life. But in the meantime, Full Sense have cast a wide net, mid and flank covered here towards A main.
ตังค์โคตรเยอะ
Unitan has at least one more fight in him if he wants to get out with this operator.
ทำไงให้หันแล้วเป้าแม่งเป๊ะเท่าพิมมี่วะพี่
Part of the round is whether or not the G player gets to save.
That's been most
ฝึ
of
ก
the
แล้ว
round.
It's so
ถ้าเรา
depressing.
ทำได้อย่างงี้ก็เราคงไปแข่งแล้วแหละใช่ไหม
There's also just an
reaction
aspect
มัน
of
มา
do
เอง
they care if he saves the gun? They've had so many buys in a
แสดง
row.
ว่า
At
ยัง
this
เยอะ
point,
ไม่พ
they're
อ
looking.
เยอะ
They're going to
หนัก
try and take the gun out of his
เข้า
hand.
เส้น
Consolation frag, maybe no. 12-7, 5 in a row now for Full Sense. And honestly, the only surprising thing that's happened in this round is that Primmy did actually die.
Remember when this started? It was 3 kills for Primmy in the pistol. Crystal bounced right back with his own, won the pistol out, and we thought, okay, Primmy has some competition. No, no, he doesn't. There's no one else fighting for that title here today, at least not on map number 1. 5 chances for Full Sense to close a game out that at the start it looked like they didn't even turn up to play. This has been one hell of a turnaround from this squad, losing both pistols in a streak of rounds in the first half. And yet here they are, conceding next to nothing afterwards.
Oh, his teammates left. They initially set up with 2 players. In fact,
ปิดเกมเลยหรือเปล่าครับ
the 2 most expensive weapons were at this corner. There's the Prowler, there's the response. Hey, it looked like he should have... How's Cruz alive? He's being healed back up. I was so confused. It must have been a leg shot. Patman trying to be the hero. Push into the spawn, Audacious. 3v3 is maybe the best scenario we've seen in a long time. The TP behind, it's aggressive from Patman. Finally, someone stepping up for Global.
เราก็พยายามเกิน
Chip
แพ้
boys to try and close out what would be an almost perfect half. But he's got to try and go around the wall. They know exactly where he is. Slow's thrown out. Needs an isolated fight. And finally, GE have found something. An 8th round onto the board after a massive hiatus.
โอ้หน้าปิดเลยว่ะ
Lucky not to get away with that. Somehow hit the leg.
วินนี้ถือว่า
I'm sure Cruz
ประ
fell
มาท
in the
ได้
end.
นะ
This is it. It was the paranoia and the
ถือว่าประมาท
TP
ได้เปิดได้
catching
สอง
both
แต้ม
players.
ถือว่าประมาทได้
That's what gave them the way back in.
ยิ้มแห้งเลย
For GE, they need to do it
รอย
4
ยิ้มที่
more
หายไปเล
times.
ย
The
นี่
team that didn't they say 4 times in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Here.
Well, if it wasn't 4 in a row, it was 4 out of 5. Looking at that timeline.
ไม่ค่อยชอบ
This is the
ไม่ค่อยชอบ
first,
แบบ
the
ว่า
second
ช
round
นะ
that
แล้ว
they
ก็แบบ
found
ประมาท
outside
แล้วแบ
of
บ
the
นี่ว่ะ
starts to a half.
แม่งน่ากลัวจัด
There's still plenty of work to be done. I like
เรา
the
จะเห็น
moves
ได้
from
บ่อย
two
ๆใน
boys
ทีม
here.
ทีมหนึ่งใช่ไหม
Haven't tried it
ที่เล่น
so
มาตลอด
far.
หลายปี
Crystals.
ใช่
Not gonna fall for that one.
ทีมที่มันชื่อย่อ PRX อะมันทำให้เห็นบ่อยอยู่
Good teammate to shoot it, but yeah, I think maybe realizing that something's up and Harvey now sat on the wall of his own. His teammate likely to be the first point of contact, the prowler. Give them information that somebody's there, but they were almost trying to bait the deeper player. Might not get caught. The Primi operator, not something we've seen so much from on the attack. Might just throw a spanner into the works.
Uditon's not in the best position to use this op. Going back up through vents would be a death sentence, and they know that they're there now, but Crystal can't get out of this corner.
เฮ้ย โอ้
The showstopper though has
หาย
landed
แล้
the
ว
double. Cruz and
1 เม็ดมี
Kahlua
ชุบ
stood right beside each other.
38
Wrong
วิ
place, wrong time.
ไปดูคิตตันมันทำหน้าอย่างลกเลย
Man advantage to work with. They've slowed the play. Patman's in danger.
โอ้
but
ย
he's
ถ้าได้
come
ชุบ
out
ด้วยเมื่อกี้
unscathed.
Down A.
Well, for now.
Oh, okay.
เกือบ
Shot from Leviathan. It almost cost him his life. Primi holding the angle. There's not a lot of time left. Almost manages to find something through. Instead, he's quickly found a double and somehow made this one a reality. Autumn rotating from the other side of the map. He'll have himself a post plant once again. Autumn to try and keep them alive, and Primi to do what he's been doing throughout the entirety of the map. Looking for the man up top. The timing slightly away from him. Would have to listen for the drop anyway, so that might just give him an opportunity to re-clear while that time ticks away. His opponent just waiting for him to give an angle, waiting for him to make a mistake. But
ถ้ามัน
Primi's
เดิน
just
ลุย
sitting in this
คิดตัวเอง
corner,
มายิงนี่แม่ง
using
จะ
the
โคตรอัน
time
พิ
to
ดิ
his advantage, not expecting his opponent to push his utility, but once again, Autumn is there to save the day. GE live to fight once more, but they still need 3 more.
เสียงพี่เอ๋โคตรเจ็บปวดอะ
It's a narrow margin, but GE just about make it through. Small heartbeat visible from this squad, but
หายแล้วไง
think about this round. Patman getting away with 1 down below and the double that came through from Uditon. The fact that it ends up in a 1v1, it's definitely still a worrying factor. With 3 more in a row needed. And Primi on 27 and 10. It does feel like it's just a matter of time before GE slip.
Yeah, the good thing though for GE is the more rounds that go by, even if they're close, even if it's clutching, even if it feels like maybe it should be going the other way, the more that go by, the more the pressure will mount onto Forsense. They've been laughing, jovial, feeling confident. GE are now starting to win a couple of rounds back.
ขอแค่ได้เข้าไซด์ครับวินนี้
Res for either side, a lot of ults. Building up.
รูมีไวเปอร์พิษ
Full sense to play with. And after what has been a lot of A hits in a row, it seems like they're going for B.
Yeah, the B play going through. Late lurk attempted by Cruz once
Hài
again into
đã,
that
ปิด
pin.
ไม่
He's
ได้
chosen his time just right. Those players in main don't need to push out anymore. They want to rely
หลุด
on
มา
the
แล้ว
space taken by Cruz.
เขา
He's
ทำไม่
used
รู้
the
มี
pit
ห
as
รือ
a
เปล่า
smoke to cross into vents. That's a big problem now. Full Sense are going to re-gear up for this A hit.
ต้องไปเอว่ะ
And on GE, you have to know it's a possibility. You can see how cautious they're being and re-clearing into heaven. They're even putting the boom bot through. I don't think it's going to make it to clear Cruz, though. They could see where it went, but if that information has slipped by, they're in big trouble, and indeed it has.
เอาละติดอยู่ในไซส์
Unitar's
2
being
คน
caught
20 วิ
completely unaware. Chip Boys sees them on the backside. They know
สวย
exactly where they are.
สวย
And moments later, the round is done. 13 to
ที่ทีม
9.
อ่ะ
Full send started.
ต้องให้กับตาลเดินงาน
อันนี้เล่นเขาเรียกว่าเล่นแบบไม่ต้องมีท่านก็ได้ฮะ
ท่านอันนี้พิสูจน์ละไม่ต้องใช้ท่านก็ได้อันนี้ได้อยู่ได้อยู่
เชียร์ไปถอนหายใจไปพี่เอ๋ย
Tired of off.
รอยยิ้มแล้วกลับมาแล้วครับ ไหนลองดูฟีดแบ็กท่านนี่ถือว่าเป็นบุญมากนะได้ดวลกับท่านในซึกมิชครั้งแรกที่ท่านลงดวล
รวยเลยโดนไป50
คิรัวยิงหัวไป 52% ตลกพี่เดิร์กว่ะ
สัมภาษณ์
Welcome back. It definitely was a great call by Full Sense with the new comp looking really good, still winning split against Global Esports. We're seeing a very different Full Sense come in today. This is the Full Sense we wanted to see against Foot. This was the Primi we wanted to see pop off against Foot. So it's crazy it's happening now against their brothers on the other side of Global Esports. And Minnie, we were talking a bit about the mind games between these two teams. And we are really not exaggerating when we say these two teams, Cruz and Frost know each other so well, and you can see the mind games come through even in round one.
Yeah, it started off right off the bat. It almost looked like Global knew that Full Sense were playing the Sage somehow and decided to do an interesting strategy where like, they basically ended up walling over it.
Yeah, in fact, let's check out a high-speed moment. It was so good, we had to show you guys.
Yeah, so here we see Crystal throwing a little bit of a fake towards the B side of the map, making noise there, and baiting out the Sage wall from Full Sense on the A side of the map. We see it there, and then you see Full Sense's rotation across. Beautiful call here from Global, and then Global on the other side are going to use the fact that they got the Sage themselves to wall boost over, and then they get the A site completely for free. Red carpet site for them. The mind games came in early, but what really impressed me was that Full Sense, despite going down, despite not having momentum into this game, pulled it back. I was extremely worried for them. I thought that with the lack of confidence from the last game, I thought that going 4-0 down would have been a death sentence for them, but good to see that they picked it up afterwards.
And I think it's unfortunate if you're Global Esports because you can see those really good ideas coming out on the pistol rounds. Obviously, an improvement from what we saw previously. And as you mentioned, Minnie, being able to get that kind of lead in the beginning of Full Sense, just finding this unleashed confidence, I think.
Yeah, and Primi is the guy that we've been highlighting leading up into this Masters London event, and then he didn't really show up the other day, but today, with this op, I think he held on his op for so many rounds, just destroying people.
10 rounds he had the operator throughout this game, which is kind of crazy, and I think I agree. We've been waiting to see Primi time. He said it himself throughout that trailer as well, and I think that the fact that he bought that operator from round 3, I believe it was, glass cannon operator, no shields, just shows the confidence that they're having, which is what we asked for from them coming into today.
Yeah, Full Sense Global couldn't get a sense for the puzzle that Full Sense had. It was either go to the Sage on one side or Premi on the other, and they couldn't figure out what to do there. So great game plan here from Full Sense.
Yeah, and the man who ended up coaching Cruz was Frost. In fact, let's see what Frost had to say about all that.
ขนาดจับสไนเปอร์เซ็น
Here
ต์ให้
with
ช็อต
Frost of
32
GE, Frost started out as 4-0, couldn't quite close it
You
out.
were
Do you
there-
guys feel
yeah,
like you
so
were
funny.
giving Primi too much respect, or was it the comp change from Full Sense?
I don't actually think it was any of those. I think it's a byproduct of us thinking maybe that our individual skill is going to win us the game in rounds, and we're also not listening to each other when we communicate. There was a lot of fumbles with someone says something and then somebody does something else, so it's just unlucky.
Right, hopefully things get better. Thank you so much. And back to the game we go.
I mean, unlucky is one way to put it, which is Frost's favorite way to put it. But global sports is always looking their strongest when they are sticking to the plan. You cannot play separately when you're going against a team like Full Sense, where you have so many cracked aim rates. You cannot win that alone.
Yeah, I think that what Frost is saying may be correct, but I do think that the fact that Premi is there and the Sage is there, it's a lot harder to deal with those things once that operator is online, the Sage wall is online. I think that some of that nerves, some of the not listening, that happens when game plans break down a little bit. So I do think there is a combination of things there.
And it's almost worrying because we are on the global stage and fundamentals slipping away like that. And in a very important match too, let's not forget the loser here will be eliminated from Masters London, not being able to continue through this Swiss or even make it to playoffs. And I think it's worrying now because of course we're going on to Breeze. We're going on to Full Sense's map pick here in this BO3. And let's not forget, Full Sense dominated GE last time they played on this map specifically.
They have two very different approaches to this map. You can see it here in their conflict, Double Senti versus
No, they changed.
Oh,
Jit
they
Boys has
changed
been
it, yes.
taking off of Neon duty. He has not been good on the Neon at this tournament. Their solution is, Jit Boys, let's just play the Sage. Interesting idea. The Sage is designed to slow down the opponent, and Jit Boys did look good on their last map. A similar strategy, perhaps, of do you want to go into the Sage, or are you going to go into Primi? If Primi can get that up online early, that is another chess match for Global to figure out here.
Well, Big Time must be so delighted right now. When he was with us during that Full Sense match, he was raving, hyping up the Sage on these maps. So this is going to be really exciting going through, and we can see that Full Sense is on an absolute momentum right now. This is an elimination match, though.
ไม่อยากเสี่ยงกับเพลงนี้เลยวะเพลงมึงมันเกินอ่ะไม่ไหวเดี๋ยวมึงมันเกินแล้วมันติดเหลืองมันเป็นเรื่องเลย
Lucky. Well, one more time they can get unlucky, and that will be it out of the contention for playoffs, out of the run here in London. And for GE, it starts on the attack side. I do like the changes from Full Sense, though. That Neon was not working, and now it's on GE to make it work with Utatan, who had a bit of a tough previous map.
Yeah, for sure. I think he has a tough map quite often when he plays against Full Sense, but we'll have to see if that's a running theme. Already, though, a better start. Pistol round, Primi to trade.
ตอนคืนอย่างไวครับ
Lua waiting on the angle, but it's Primi once again, a one-man army that somehow still seems to be alive, but they are trading everybody else. They just can't kill Primi. It's been the issue throughout the entirety of this so far. And now the rotation looks to come in.
ไปไหนไม่ได้ครับ
Crystal
Titan อีกแล้ว
in a pistol round clutch to try and bring it home. And of course, who else
Peter 4 kill.
Primi will be the one to take the pistol for Full Sense.
I've almost found it a cop-out, man. When we look at teams and someone goes, that's the guy, you know? There's so much more going on behind the scenes
ในสุดก็ได้
to
เปอร์เซ็น
make
ต์ 6
things
แล้วอ่ะพี่
work. But with
จาก
Primi,
0%
I got nothing, man. He is just
โคตรเน้น
unbelievable every time he's tested. He comes in like he's been studying all week for it. That's a 4K, one-upping his opening pistol in this series. And finding the win this time around. I guess this was what was missing. He has to kill the vast majority of the team, not just most.
It must be funny to coach a player like Primi, because
Hey.
it almost feels like
Hey.
what he's doing is just on feeling. So you don't want to tell him not to do the things he's doing, especially when he gets away with it as much as he does. 4-0 up already. If the first map wasn't already his playground, then well, there's his 5th kill. He wasn't happy that he didn't get the ace in the last one, so he's going to kick things off onto Autumn, who is, of course, the player that was probably most dangerous in one, having that headhunter.
Now, if Primi keeps this up, we're going into the bonus round with a Blade Storm.
I like how you said if.
There's always a chance. I saw him have like a single bad round on the last map, so...
Did you? I didn't spot that one.
It was where he only killed one person.
Ah, okay. Only.
So very
นี่คนเป็นใครพี่ทีมเหรอ
Sage Wall going in.
จิตบอย
a
เป็น
minute or
เซน
so
ติเนล
left
คิ
on
ง
the clock. This is
มันสามารถกลับ
gone up
โลมา
just
ก่อน
as
ได้
GE round the corner.
ได้อยู่นะ
Might run that clock down a little bit more, but we'll at least
จิต
give
บอย
an
เซน
orb
ติเนล
over
นี่
to
โอ้โห
Crystal.
แหลมเลย
And as they chip away at that wall, it's
เยอะหรือ
very
ครับ
obvious
เจอ
to
เซอ
full
ร์ไพรส์
sense where the play is coming through. Chance for the Blade Storm. For Primmy, Jim Boyce has taken all of his kills, but there it is. Utah left. Oh, come on! It's only the second round, man. Take it easy.
เกมเล่นง่ายจังวะ
It's
พี่
like watching someone making a montage. Like genuinely, it's like they're the guys who used to do like 360 no scope montages, except he's just doing it
มึง
on
ต้อง
the
เท่ด้วย
master
นะ
stage. It's just filthy. Like it's got to be so depressing being on the other side of watching that guy have so much fun.
Oh, it's disgusting.
At your expense. 2-0. 2 rounds in.
บอกเลย
เกมมันเล่นง่ายขนาดนั้น
Something
เลย
tells me Primmy's not slowing down. Hey, you guess what? Crazy. He has got his Blade Storm.
Yeah, 7 kills will do that for you.
วิธีเดียวที่จะเดินพักยาวฟินิกให้ท่านเล่น
Isn't good. It's a very, very
นี่
weak
แพทเมนใจกล้าจัด
bonus
เลย
round.
ช็อตเนี้ยกระโดดช็อตเนี้ยโดนสแกนด้วย
But I'm still nervous.
อุ้ยอ้าวชิบ
A
หาย
little
แล้ว
bit less nervous now, but Primmy still drawing breath. Luckily, he's on the wrong side of the
มันเป็น
map.
อย่างนั้นนะ
The hit should be coming in elsewhere.
มีรัวไปก่อน
Bit
หนึ่ง
aggression coming out of full sense though. Patman isolated for the time being. They can't swing deep into a
มีโดนด้วยนะ
เจ็บนะ
Udaton is further back. And now rotating in his Autumn as well. So there's backup as they look to finish their dinner. Very nicely done by GE. And now all we have to do is avoid Primmy getting an ace. Has an updraft to go over this wall. It's exactly what he goes for. There's the first. I'm already a little bit worried. But now, please just take the shot. Please just take the shot, Autumn. Thank you.
ไม่ต้องเน้นขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอเพื่อน
That could have got you. That would've
You know what it was? They were waiting to make sure that
ทุ
Crystal
กคน
could get
หยุ
the
ดนิ่ง
plant.
ไม่
It's
ใช่เหรอ
actually very clever. I understand why we're all just
กลัวพลาดวะ
We don't want to do that just because if he turns around and just takes your head off, you're going to look like a fool. That's actually very clever orb management from Global Esports.
Yeah, very nicely done. I just think letting Primmy live an extra second. There might be more orbs found, but it might be for him.
But also, all jokes aside, if you play that scared
เขา
against
ทำ
him,
กัน
you
น่า
would
กำลัง
have
คิด
lost
อยู่
the
ถ้า
game.
กูยิงพลาด
They did the right thing.
มันจะหันมาให้กูเม็ดหนึ่งป่าวะ
Very
You're
nervous.
clenched.
The 2-1. Early half
เฮ้ย
goes
เดี๋ย
the
วอัน
way
นี้
that
มัน
you
วอล
think it
ใบ
should.
ไม้นี่หว่า
And now
วอล
GE.
ติ๊ก
ได้ใช่ไหม
วอลติ๊กตอกอันเนี้ย
Just Fury online.
ใครหรือเปล่า
Crystal sends in the drone right away.
ตายปะ
That could
วอล
be
ใบไม้
go
มันใช้ไม่ได้แล้วพี่
split
มัน
though from
ไม่ถึง
GE. Already with so much control.
มันไม่แน่ใจว่าใช้ได้ไหมแต่แบบผมเคยวอลแล้วมันไม่ถึง
Blocking them off. Those players on site are completely isolated. The wall of their own has bought them a bit more time, a bit more space to fight from. Now their teammates start to get an angle, but the orb goes up. Jip Boy's good onto Udaton. But the Hunter's Fury causing all those problems in that little laneway. It's cleared out a lot of space. I thought maybe they wouldn't expect Cruz. But they dealt with him as well. G.
ข้างในดีเท
Now
ด้วย
everybody's coming from this little choke point. It should be
สอง
easy
สาม
to
เว้ย
keep them at bay.
มีมีดพี่มีมีด
With this late play by Autumn, it certainly will be.
เซฟดีกว่าเซฟดีกว่า
Decent start to this one, and
เฮ้ยเชี่ยแปล
at
ก
this
ๆว่ะ
stage, that
แต่
operator
แมปบุกอะเด้
walking back through. Not really worth throwing it away. Well, for Global Esports, already having that decent recovery still. I don't think they're going to be getting that operator out of his hands. I like, though, that we are seeing just slightly more direct plays. And I think using that Hunter's Fury, which they managed to gather up in the previous round to just get them the entry in towards the site. And then also just having that very deep post plant onto B.
ออฟแม่งซื้อถูก
Good
ไซส์เนี่ยเป็น
execution
เรื่องเล
from
ย
the side of Global Esports. And economically, it is actually going to put the defensive side in a bit of an awkward position here.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, obviously talking about how they're going to buy up around this, it's not an easy decision. There's so many things going for them, having a res to bring a player back online. Obviously, the op brought through. They can afford the rifle on Kahlua, but it would be such a mixed buy that I think they're doing the right thing. Primmy can play Blade Storm next round if needed. Everyone else capable of a full buy with minimal investments. Kahlua, instead of going for the rifle, goes for the Guardian to
ใช่
make
นะมี
sure
ติด
next
ไม้ติด
round
มื
can
อมา
still
คนละ
look
หน่อยนะ
proper.
พอได้
ป
ลุ้
ก
น
ติ
อยู่
ด่า
นะ
นนี้เขาเล่นโอเมนกันปะ
That does mean that
ก็มี
what should be an easy convert for GE is on the cards. Nice start by Patman. The trades come in quickly. All they need to do on GE's side now is finish into that A site, grab the plant, and keep those fights nice and ranged. The only player that can really take him in those duels will be Primmy, and he's miles away. And a res on too.
Whether or not, again, they want to throw anything into this one. Autumn, again, his positioning has been perfect over the last couple of rounds. Immediate trade when his teammate goes down in the form of Patman. Catching players as they look to lurk. And once again, Primi has been completely nullified. Hasn't had any impact over the last couple of rounds because he's just not been in the right place at the right time. You've done well to avoid him, of course. They want to try and move this gun, and they will do. 4 players standing for Global Esports. Operator out of the round. In full sense, they'll be coming up with a purchase, but I'm assuming it will have to be the Blade Storm to pad the gap.
ทีม Harbor Viper ก็มี
definitely appears to be the case. Now, look, lead taken by GE when Primi's 9-2.
แต่ส่วนมากจะมี
Second
Viper
death being in the
ล็อกไว้
safe.
1 ตัว
They've done a great job of avoiding him in these last couple of rounds,
Viper,
not giving him the
Viper,
chances to
Beam,
find those
Viper,
early fights. And now
Omen.
removing the op as well, as you said, has to be the Blade Storm for the next. There's not much you can do about Primi in terms of stopping him from having a good.
แปลกไปหมด
แบบเล่นมิมกับอะไรแบบเนี้ยอ๋อนานมากแล้วดิตาเก่าแล้วนั่นน่ะ
On split, he was fantastic with how he played a lot of that Sage utility. I think on Breeze, it really does come down more to the timing. Obviously, a lot more avenues, a lot more space to try and fight around that utility. It's not quite as close quarters as the previous map. I think this will be much more of a true test of what their coach was saying about his sort of intelligence on this agent.
Full sense. After the pause, Primi pops the ult, follows the drone down on mid. Door's going to be opened by it, and he slips through.
ใช้ได้อยู่นะสูตร
It's a
นี้
nice cloak and dagger play. He might even have gotten away with it too, but they've caught Kalua trying to contain that space on mid. With him falling,
Expect it.
This is the only thing. Door about to open. The wall's just gone down. Patman's even looking the wrong way. It's all down to timing on that mid-fight. Autumn is taking down Leviathan, though. And on the B site, there's a big threat. Jip Boys and Cruz, though, seem to be dealing with it. Jip Boys up on top of the wall. It's a nasty angle, and he's got another from there. Crystal left alone to take down 3. Spam decent.
นี่อะ
Again to fire that shock dart.
กระโดดมาเม็ดเดียว
Blade Storm finally comes through. And full
ไม่ได้
sense
เถียง
leveled the playing field.
Well, yeah, question answered. Slightly different way to what I was expecting, with the slows being a huge part of the game plan. But this is something we've seen across quite a few regions, just having those boosts in awkward positions that can make it easier to find a lot of those opening kills. And of course, again, this just comes down to having that orb management, wanting Cruz to have that ultimate coming up a little bit sooner. The fact is, though, I think at least in middle, like what we saw from...
He shot you, but killed me.
That was unlucky. But from Patman, it seemed like they're definitely aware of some of the tricks. Like when that drone went through, he was actually still spamming towards the door for a little bit. So I don't think they were caught off guard by that, but just I think they were caught off guard instead by Jit Boys.
It seems like GE might want to go for a more direct play when we get back into the game.
เอ้า
มันบ่อยยังอะ
พี่ทีมทำน้ำหกเหรอ
ชิบหายแล้วเนี่ยเกิดอะไรขึ้นหรือเปล่า เมาส์คู่แรก XLG 2-1 ครับ
And now sitting 10-2. The Alps back in his hands.
Yeah, I'd say in a lot of buy rounds, though, the man to watch has been Autumn. I think his lurk plays and positioning have made things a little bit more difficult. They're going to come in with 4 ultimates as well on the global esports side, so a chance for them to build into a half that has looked good for them. It's worth mentioning as well, it was their defense last time that they struggled on, so already looking more competent, and this A side seemingly going to go under their control with a Viper's Pit as well within the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, Viper's Pit isn't even covering off the spike. It's just covering that left side, making this much more difficult to get back onto site. You have to push left. You have to push exactly where GE are waiting for the battle. Paranoia is good to start. Reveal doesn't catch Happy, and now Autumn's able to step into the duel. The trade out, decent though. Full Sense now pick up the pace and the way back through, trading as they go, but the pit is the danger. The problem is that the plant is not inside it. At least an orb to work with and a snake bite sent in would change the game, but there's none to work with anymore. Time ticking fast enough. If they can keep those players away from the spike, a swing out from Uniton, give it a chance. The Cruz might have ended it. Time though a little bit too low. He's got to run for the hills.
Nice post plan in the end. I think that Full Sense did well eventually to sort of clear out everything, like get rid of the pit.
It was
just the amount of time that was for, like having this deep wall initially that needs to be broken, having a couple of players on contact, and then all the while still having those players ready in the post. And all the shot was needed was just to deny the diffuser, and Crystal does exactly what was necessary. 4 of the last 5 rounds now going the way of global esports. And you also have to bear in mind, they still haven't really used the ults. They just used the Viper's Pit in the previous. Everything else is still available.
Mid-fight for GE, same thing for Full Sense. Paranoia is primed and ready. This is going to be a big swing off contact. And that contact's about to come through. And maybe now it's a little bit closer than expected. They are right at the door. No time for Paranoia. Anyway, drone's already He only wanted to take down the man in the drone, and instead he got the whole pack. Uniton is the last man standing, and not for long. Great round. Yes, he threw his life away for it, but he got more than enough value.
I think that was probably as much of a shock for him as it was for everybody else. But connecting, and then everybody else just not quite quick enough on the reaction. A disturbance in their play, and very quick reactions. 4-4. Scoreline equalized once again, but the problem is, with how close some of these rounds have been, GE just don't have the economy. Yeah, sure, they still have those ultimates, or at least a few of them to play with. They don't have any guns other than a singular Guardian.
Full Sense still primed for an aggressive spot, and I like that they've given it up after a couple of seconds. This was the danger, right? If those pistols just come swinging out, now Kalua is in danger. Rifle picked up, Jip Boys. Oh, it's nice. 2 taken down, Uniton the main one. That's the ult gone out of the round. Leviathan, though, doesn't expect the late flank to be coming up right behind him, so Pac-Man gets a freebie. It's a round from Full Sense where they're up against next to nothing. They go pushing, they give aggressive fights. GE, and well, the round's not lost just yet, especially not with Primi sitting on the site. But he's in a very uncomfortable spot with this operator.
Dash is about to
Ow!
Position open to main. Cruz has been making this push a couple of times, so much so that all of them he should have been dead to rights, but the pistol of Patman not so kind. Back to a 2v2 scenario. Hunter's Fury available, but you don't finish this
individual skill.
Punish you for it.
Individual.
Hunter's Fury in a 1v2 would be a gamble. He'd need one of these kills first, and any sort of cross could be his instant demise. A shock dart would be enough, but it's not quite gone anywhere. Cruz, a big round from him individually. He had so much promise with the low buy, but it's Full Sense to come out on top.
I really want the replay to be 10 different angles of Primi just dancing around every shot fired his way. It's a Pulp Fiction scene in the making, and it is what ends up winning them this round. The tags were found, one more shot was needed, and then when they go back to finish off their meal,
as well.
He is there to punish them. That's got to be tough. for GE, a chance to take the lead here, and instead, Full Sense, now 3 out of the last 4 rounds going their way. GE, this time it's a full buy though.
Yeah.
They made the last one competitive. There's at least a silver lining there.
It just has to do damage mentally. Like, you're getting in positions where you can win these rounds, and then just a few things going wrong. The contact play, but this time Autumn's won the fight. An important man down. Kalua's gone as well. Taken full mid control. If they go towards the B side, it would be the more stacked up. But if they do their due diligence properly, they may just find an open site.
There.
Stone's gone through, and Jip Boy's got curious. Down and out. Cruz. Yeah, good work to find one. But I don't think they're going to go push it into the pit anymore. Spike will just flee to the A site. And Cruz, putting his pit into this round, gets nothing for it. Crossing on mid, gets caught and dealt with. GE right back to winning ways, 5-5.
Yeah, I think again, Autumn managing to win that fight into middle. Deleting the danger man, and then any reaction, just very quick. Yudatan starting to really build into this map as well. You mentioned it at a quiet first one, but when you go back to their match versus Leviathan, he was a huge factor, especially on Fracture. And with Pearl, the next map in the series, a map where global esports have looked phenomenal. Oh,
ซิงจัดเจอด่านตรวจตำรวจมาอย่างเยอะ
They saw the orb on mid here as well. No more noise outside B. Now it's time to connect the dots, and with that kill from Patman, Jip Boys knows exactly what's coming his way. The res might not get a chance to be used, but that's such a good bait. Jip Boys uses his teammate's TP as a distraction and grabs himself one, back for another, and he's not stopped yet. Sure, Crystal takes that kill, but he's left to 56 HP, and Primi almost takes down the op, and in fact, he'll wish he did. It looked for a second like Jip Boys had done enough, but GE again fight back, this time for the lead.
I really am enjoying what I'm seeing from Autumn. I think one of the criticism, and it's something you'll hear a lot from like the fan side of things, is like, are they scared of playing against Primi? And we've seen over the last, I want to say 6 rounds, that Autumn is absolutely not. He's taken that fight head on. He is jumping into angles. He's swinging into the battles versus Primi. And if I'm looking at a lot of the deaths, I think Primi has, it probably comes from the hands of Autumn. 6-5. GE after losing the pistol now look to do the same that their opponents did to them. A climb back with the potential for a victory in the half. Bladestorm online, weaponry for the rest. But definitely still an advantage for GE.
That reveal's going to be broken, surely? No, in fact, it's just left. Unidon had already made it past. They gave some false security to those defenders. They didn't think that much space had already been taken, but it's how quick Udaton can be with his own wall to cover him. They've made it to the A site. Udaton's got another on back, and now Full Sense stalled out completely. They still have that res to work with. With the Viper wall up, that's exactly what they're going to go for. Leviathan comes back into the round. Primi finds one, but Udaton, his third. With 3 more on offer. He's looking to find him. A 4K for Udaton, a man who had a bit of a slower start. Well, he showed up just in time. The lead is for GE at the half.
For sure. It's one of those games where it felt like GE needed to build up a little bit of momentum. And I think that Udaton has definitely been the player to watch over the last couple of rounds. Him and Autumn have been impressive. The question is, are they going to be able to build into something?
ถูกครับคือไอ้ด่านเนี้ย บางโซนก็บุกบางโซนก็รับนะส่วนมากให้บุกนะตอนนี้ในมาสเตอร์เป็นบุกกันยับเลยเองโดนไหมเนี่ย
ไม่รอด
บุกครับส่วนตัวบีให้บุกก็บุก
Resurgence from Global in the end. Tom, where are your thoughts at? We've seen new to stand up. Are we
section off some angles in your post? It should have helped a lot more on necessarily helped them as much in this half, and I think the G, sure, they had a really rough time last time out, but I think they're already looking a lot better than they did the last time they played this series.
Well, it seems like a third map could be on the horizon, but that's not our choice. That choice belongs to Full Sense and to Global Esports. For 7 rounds in that first half, it was Full Sense finding the pistol, but still trailing by 2. Now, the next pistol underway. Primi has been the star of the show pretty consistently when it comes to these. A 4K to kick us off in the previous pistol. At least for now, he'll avoid the fight.
Trying to do it again, but in fact, it's only one player's made it over. The rest are wrapping back around. Even still, though, Harvey has got away with a kill onto Leviathan.
ท่านแม่งเป็นคนที่มีโกดแล้วมีเกาะ
Ducking in towards main just to try and have some semblance of space. They haven't been able to put pressure in onto the backside. Of course, that Sage Wall was used in towards middle. The re-aggression from Jit Boys being attempted instead, though it is Primi once again. It was 4 kills in the last. There's an opportunity for that again. Him and Jit Boys looking to do it, but already onto the defusal. Patman sticks it to half. They now just need to clean up those remaining couple of kills, and in fact, they're not in the right position to deny this. GE can't just defuse in front of them. They will take home an 8th round, and even though everybody falls, it means nothing.
ไม่มีคนอยู่เมนเหรอพี่
on that one. Let me tell you, that was a strange pistol. 4 players on the site, but as the spike is being planted, they send 2 players back around towards double doors. And that could be an okay play, but look where the spike is planted.
Not wide enough.
There's no way that you can deny that. The whole reason that they got it to happen stop was they're waiting for the swing from main. They're thinking someone's got to be coming right now. The whole squad was double doors. I don't know if they thought it would be a slower pace retake, but that was a complete misread. In Full Sense, losing out on that round. Come into this with, I mean, a bit of a investment. There's an outlaw for Primi. Everyone else rocking the pistols. Still some decent amount of credits on Primi because he was gifted that weapon. Crew's a good teammate.
I think he also just understands what the win condition of this round is.
จะดูบุกเข้าเหมือนตลอดเลย
Avast do at this point.
เกาะเต็มด้วย
How many can he get? How much damage can he do? Looking across, there's only one player that can actually survive.
เกาะ25เกือบทุกคนยกเว้นคิตตัน
With him having full shields, he can survive a little bit more than they can. A jump up, swing out. I think he's been spotted and he's been tagged up. 10 HP. Hit by that outlaw. Surely at this point there is no more damage to be done. It's at least a pistol kill coming up for Jit Boys, but considering the post spawn and the investment from the other side, G handled that well.
Good amount of kills for Crystal. I think the defuse as well. Unless they're planning to give that away. So we're going to be making strides towards having that Hunter's Fury online very early on. A 9-5 scoreline for GE.
เป็นยากนะท่านเลยแบบว่ารีบเลยเมื่อกี้
This has been a godsend for this squad. Remember, losing out on this map means that they'll no longer be facing elimination. They'll be tasting it.
แต่พี่ทีมก็เสิร์ฟให้ปืนให้เรื่อยๆครับสบาย
โอ้โหไม่ชอบเลยว่ะเอารอสองเลยดิ
They picked this map for a reason.
ต่อเล็กสอง
We
ค
said
น
last time around it was GE who decided to fight here, and based on what I'm seeing,
ไอดีนี้
looks like they're pretty happy to see this battleground again.
Yeah, I'm yet to see a reason why either side
เอ้ย
has
แต่ว่ามาถูกไซส์อยู่บอม
opted
บี
to
ไม่
pick
มีเอารอ
the opponent's choice.
ไปเว้ย
Adaptations not working so much. Primmy's just
Oi!
gonna try and pressure through, and he's been dealt with because of it. An aggressive push
Yeah.
through, but because Jitboys was able to get the res, he's gonna bring back Leviathan. Of course,
Smoke
still
ma
some
ถูกแล้ว
weaker weaponry in this round for the side of
สโมก
Global,
ถูก
but
แล้ว
those
พี่
two snipers,
มันมีของอยู่มีสโมกลุ่งมี
let's
บาย
just say they can't be faced.
They're also most definitely not a surprise factor. But they had the outlaw in the previous round. One was dropped on the floor when they faced off against some pistols. You know that they're going to have at least one here, if not both.
เกินไปอันนี้เกินไป
So full sense, play this very passive. Nobody is peeking. The Sage wall is up to stop the push through. From
Gee,
middle.
going for
access.
And that's exactly it. G have acknowledged that they don't have any chances to really
พี่ทีม
feel any
พี่
death
ทีมกู
blows
ไม่มี
on
ตัง
the
ค์
one
ซื้อ
back
ปืนแล้ว
into
ต้องใช้
sight.
ปืนอะไรก็
Instead,
ไม่
they
รู้
sit outside, starting out nicely with one. Full sense have
ไม่กลับ
found
มา
a
ตัด
safe
ไม่กลับมา
little
ตัด
puppy to hide away in, or so they think. Great work to make this costly, and it
นั่น
almost
แหละ
got
มาแจก
worse.
มากกว่า
Yeah, they'll keep one rifle. They'll take down 3 players.
เอาพูด
Considering
เอาพูด
that a res was also committed into that round from the side of Full Sense, I think that G can be quite happy with the amount of damage that they've done. They're going to be able to come up
ถูกแล้ว
with
เมื่อกี้
a full
มี
buy
ส
of
โมก
their
มี
own
บายไง
for the next round.
เล่น
Although
เกม
the
เบรกได้เอา
ultimates
ชั
are
วร์
not quite there. A fair few of them
ทุ
are
กท่าน
coming
มา
online.
ท่านแดดไปแล้วพาวเบิร์ดไปแล้วไม่มีอะไรแล้ว
Now look
มีแต่ปื
towards
น
Full Sense once more. Is this going to be a momentum shift, or if they lose this round, are they going to be in a bit more trouble?
Full sense are gearing up for a full-on A hit right away.
เฮ้ย
Swinging
จะเอา
into
รอ
the
ทุก
angle
ตาเลยเหรอ
getting out of there was Autumn. He spotted one. Not a whole lot of information to work with. It's not going to drag the rotates just yet, but G have just pushed up in B main. Full sense need to pick up the pace now as their back is wide open. Primmy.
ไม่ตายเฉ
Oh,
ย
he's gotten him again through the wall, but Crystal's made it away. He should be dead to rights.
Yeah, even still with the 2 aggressive positions, Reed was there, the TP even paranoid off so that Autumn couldn't get anything. Full Sense have done well to get in a post plant without really
เออ
taking
มี
too
วอล
much
มีสโม
damage
ก
for it.
ถ่วงเวลาไว้
โอ้โหเจอ
อุ้ยเยอะ
โปร
You
เยอะ
can
จัด
see some
อะ
of the hesitance on that flank coming through from Yudotan. He's on a long rotation back, maybe hoping that they start looking back in the other direction, but
จะได้
instead
อยู่
Killer has found a couple. Trade immediate from Autumn. This one could be
เฮ้ยสวย
everything.
นายโอ้โหสำคัญเลยเมื่อกี้
มาช็อตนี้
That final trap play is a bit underwhelming in the end for the remaining couple. They were almost waiting for that. That was meant to be the moment the round flipped, but instead that time has gone. The remaining couple of players will flee to survive, and Full Sense are going to turn it into a couple round streak.
โอ้โหช็อตเมื่อกี้ท่านนายตายเป็นเรื่อง
Much not over yet for GE. They even get out of that round with more HP than their opponents. They were so close to taking it across the line. This kill is what changed it. He said it could be everything, and it was. Leviathan keeping a foothold for them in main, avoiding that flank that you saw even for a moment he was caught off guard by it. The timing, it took so long to come in that they started to think it wasn't a possibility.
ไปตะปืนให้รัว
Picking
ๆแต่
that
เรา
up puts
ถือ
them
ว่าดีอยู่
within
นะ
2.
พี่ตัวเปิ
Buy
ด
for
มีปืนนะ
GE is not
จริง
great.
เราสองอ่ะโหถ้าสวยๆหน่อยนะ บินได้แหละ
Fantastic for Wilson. They've given a gap in the wall. This
ไป
is
หมด
a
ไปหมด
sneaky play.
ไปดูดิ
They've been
เชี่
conditioned
ย
by GE.
insane
This time the wall is that little bit
เชี่ย
farther. They slip through it and move to the B site, catching the rotations, leaving Javi completely isolated. The wall doesn't last a second, and Javi lasts even less. Oh, Crystal!
ตันมึงเอา
He's
เยอะ
given
เกิ
them
น
a chance. A 3v3 now from a round that looked lost moments ago.
ฮันเตอร์ฟูลี่
G
นี่
are
อยู่นะ
back in
ไลน์อัพ
contention.
เอลโบอะ
I like that Autumn's not taking more fights, but a kill there would have given them favor.
At least they managed to
น่าให้คีรัว
keep
วาง
players
ไม่
with
เป็นไร
the weaponry, but Primmy's timing here could be everything. One player looking away, the drone being sent through, and that one's for free.
แน่นอนจริง
And he's not being gready with it either. We talk about this man and his ability to run it down to disrespect opponents, but in this case, he knows how important these rounds are. They are not in a massive lead, but in the round, they most certainly
โอ้โห
are.
3-1
Patman to try and face versus 3 for him. Credits actually very low.
ชิดบอยเป็นยิงเรียกกดตีเลยยิงกระแพงด้วยนะเห็นไหมกระแพงเป็นรู
To be saved. Full sense. Starting to climb on the attack.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row now. That pistol round, the only thing that's keeping GE up there in the lead. When it comes to buy rounds, thinking back to the previous map, it was all about full sense until right at the very end. In the final hour, GE showed up, but it was too little, too late. We're not quite at the point where that's on our minds again, but after this investment, if things go badly, maybe we will be. Autumn's denied any further control here with the op. Nice slow right off rip.
I was going to say, I wonder if after this one it might be a pause. I was starting to question if it would already be the case. Maybe waiting for the operator to be in hand for Autumn, but it hasn't found the impact they desired. Heavy A presence from the operator, the Sage there as well. A lot of an almost 1-2 punch, the potential to aggress and then the potential to delay instead. They're really going to need that delay because already a multitude of players looking to try and split through in towards this A site.
Tags already. They know where Autumn is. They know where Happy is. But dealing with them is a completely different story. Autumn's found himself an easy pickup. And then Crystal and Javi show up as well. Last player known to be in main. Steps even heard now. Confirmation. And they've got him boxed in. Kalua saving this weapon. So what's on his mind, but he doesn't know how tough of a task that's going to be. 35 seconds on the clock. 5 players alive for G.
30 seconds
who, to be fair, don't really want to lose too many more. This being a clean round would help them out a ton, and the high-low setup in play guarantees it. Double digits now for Global Esports with a flawless round.
Yeah, I think, again, just excellently played by the 2 defenders of that A site. Their job was basically just survive as long as possible and delay. And I think Happy not only having the wall initially that creates a pretty awkward angle to run through, but then the slows, and by the time his teammates arrive, it's almost just that little bit too easy. 10-8. A break back for Global Esports, still 2 in the lead, but it's not alarm bells just yet for the attack side. At this point is their credits on the line, seeming like they might just be going for an all-in on B. They are not sending anyone anywhere else on the map.
No backup plan this time. In they go. The pressure onto GE. Patman's already tanked 2 shots from the Under's Fury. But Uditan lined them up without even realizing. Oh, Autumn's desperately low. The HP traded, but if Leviathan gets greedy, he's going to be in big trouble.
What?
All here, and the shock darts landed onto Primi. A big pickup, not just to remove that player, but to buy that little bit of extra time now as they look for the plant. Leviathan knows there's an op on the other side, but they don't seem to care. They're swinging into it. They're looking for the fight up against Autumn. Confidence on display. So close to finding the pickup, and in fact, Leviathan so close in the end, but not quite close enough. 11 rounds for GE by the narrowest of margins.
นี่ถ้าได้ออทัมด้วยนะโอ้โหหล่อเลยเมื่อกี้
If he had landed that, it would have been one of the craziest clutches of all time. And he still seems to be laughing away, but that is a seemingly a death blow. 11-8.
เมื่อกี้ถ้าไม่เดินแต่วางเป้ารอเป็นไงวะพี่
For the attack side, it leaves them with very little to play with. It's a death ball once again. All 5 players in towards this A site. Primi leading the charge with the Blade Storm. Already an opener under his belt. I'm not sure this is the moment you'd want an Odin in that. Crystal man flying through the air would be scary. Already, they're going to invest that fight with Pip, but they've lost a couple on the other side with spams.
No one following it up just yet, but that tag, that's crucial. He's dead to rights. Cruz had no chance anymore, and the Blade Storm won't last long. Leviathan, almost the hero of the previous round, but he hasn't got it in him again. 12 now for Global Esports. It's overtime all the way to Pearl.
They've looked a lot more confident on this map. I think across the board, Udotan has had his moments, no doubt. We've seen a lot from Autumn all the way through the map. Crystal as well. And on the other side of things, there was a hot start from Primi, but The moments have now been few and far between. 4 rounds in a row needed. Well, they're coming in with a res, but they used a lot of their ultimates over the last couple of rounds. The Hunter's Fury that seemingly didn't do too much. The Blade Storm in the last. Already.
Put the silencer on this time.
It does help. It does help. They're going to try this again. It has just been all in plays.
Well, that wall's not lasting long. But Full Sense don't intend to just go sprinting through. They've avoided the spam early on. Broken the Sage wall already. Not a bad start to the attack side. Now they've fully cleared out middle. The one thing they don't know is that G have taken all this space on B. Full control of B main.
ดีมากแพทแมน
But Cruz has caught Patman. Even with all that B information, they go for
ระวังหลัง
aggro on
โอ้
mid.
โดนรวบว่ะ
That's why the crunch has at least traded it out.
It's taken out. Their Viper as well. Crossing into this
Ui.
site now becomes so much more difficult. Instead, they have to fight it. They have to go aggressively. Premi's going to be brought back, and he just about survives the shock dart. It's not quite going to finish him off. However, Yudotan on the flank will, looking for a little bit more. Overdrive, maybe there to close out this map. Only one
หลังแม่งมาทุกตา
G are not done yet.
ชิบหายละแปลกแปลกเลยตอนนี้ตึมเลย
แมป3ได้ลุ้นได้ลุ้นเออ
ดีครับเพอของเราดีครับมาเดี๋ยวดูเพอของเขาเฮ้ย เอาดี GE ไม่เคยแพ้เพอเลยเหรออะ
ไม่เคยพี่ไม่เคย
เฮ้ย ชิบหายแล้วครับผมจังหวะนี้บอกเลย เป็นเรื่องละ4 โมงอื้อหือเนี่ยแต่เราเจอของแข็งมาไงเจอทีวันเจอเป๊ปเจอเจนจี
เพร์ลเหรอ
เออ แต่ว่าพี่เชื่ออย่างหนึ่งเว้ย ใส่ติ่มไว้ทำลาย
ใช่ถูกต้องพี่คิด
ใส่
ถูก
ติ่ม
แล้ว
ไว้ทำลาย
ใครมันจะพ่ายแพ้ตลอดหรือใครมันจะชนะตลอดไปไม่มี
ได้
เออสถิติมีไว้ทำลายเสมอ
เข้าน้ำก่อนแต่ท่านแซงให้ไปเวยก่อนเดี๋ยวมาดู โอ้โหแพงแฮปปี้เวิร์ดจริงว่ะ
อะไรอ่ะ2 แมปเหรอ
ไม่สถิติแบบรวมทั้งหมดอ่ะโหดจริง
พี่เวยมันแมปแรกไม่ค่อยได้ยิงอ่ะดิมันโดนทืบเละเลยเฮ้ยเหี้ยทำไมต้อง2 ไอ้ทำไมต้อง
น่าจะ
แมป
คอมใหม่ว่ะเพร์ล
เริ่มสเตจ1แล้วชนะอ๋อเชี่ยแม่งเริ่มใจคอ
No,
ไม่
they
ดี
dominated Lev on this map as far as I can remember, and it was Crystal that was the player to keep the eye on. He was the one
Shambles for
that
Lev.
was going, yeah, shambles for
Shambles
Lev.
for Lev.
They absolutely dominated Lev on this map. And yeah, Crystal, the guy to keep your eye on. I think that he had a great performance on Pearl when we saw it in their opening game.
Yeah, usually bangers end on split, but for these two teams, they're extremely good on pro. I think it was Big Time who even said that he thought that Full Sense was maybe the best pro team of the groups. GE, though, extremely strong, showing it here at this tournament already, and even in Pacific, dominating it. So I'm expecting a banger series for both these teams.
Definitely. And both of these teams have liked to lean into the
มีเจ็ต
Phoenix
นี่คอมเก่งครับ
double duelist comps. And it looks like not too much has changed.
I know we keep talking about Primi, but this is the map that he impressed me the most with this man. When he's on the B long with that jet and the operator, he is dodging all the util and making it look easy. It's so good that when he's dominating that space early, he'll just leave it, let Vice stay there by themselves, and he's going to be dynamic around the map. So I do wonder if GE will have a strategy here of just avoid Primi, because he has been taking up most of the kills percentage for Full Sense right
Just
now.
avoid Primi or utilize that utility they have. Combine it, the Fade utility, the Phoenix utility, molly him out of those spaces. Use the Astra pools to be able to get him off of those main lines with that operator, as you mentioned, Minnie. That is what they're going to need to do, to be able to shut this operator and sniper usage down from someone like Primi.
Well, we have two teams, a Thai team and an Indian org here for the very first time on the global stage. It's elimination. Who's going to continue through, heading towards playoffs as we send it back to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, it was a long journey to make it all the way here to London, but a long road ahead of one of these teams all the way back to Pacific. For Full Sense, they started this out with 13-9 domination, but especially considering how the early halves went, She was on the other foot in the previous. Primi had his star map on split, but Udaton showed up for Breeze. Now all that's left is Pearl. There's full sense. Start on the defensive side. Look at GE, Orb on B, and everybody ready to walk into a wide open A side.
Yeah, the defense are just putting that pressure into middle. They've left both sides open, but timing this over the top is going to be important. Otherwise, somebody will get trapped out, and well, they somewhat do. It won't matter too much though. Autumn took the orb on the other side and now has ended up as a lurker. But he might be wrapped on himself. A wraparound from Cruz. Udaton very aggressive, but now being spotted, has to be careful. Looking to just try and retreat, but he's kind of left his teammate behind. Autumn now catching out one, and in fact a second in that mid position. He was ready for Cruz, and now gives them the man advantage, and that's the signal for Udaton to fall back. Even still though, avoiding Primi, that little bit more difficult when he's right up in your face. They have managed to deny the defusal though, and it wasn't half, and because of that time is ticking even further. It's Autumn to get them that pistol round, and GE start off with a bang.
It's interesting as well because GE went towards B, saw nobody there, nobody fighting long, no one pushing up, no noise in middle. And so they decide to go into that A site, no doubt from Full Sense's perspective, that's the exact opposite of what they want. That wall is there to give you information, but you're hoping that they'll at least send someone middle. The problem was when they realized they're not sending someone middle, they were wrong. You actually have a very late play by Autumn. Cruz coming behind. Like the fact that he was being flanked and gets out with both of them is huge. Closes out the round as well. That's a massive step up from him. And another orb for Autumn means he's one away from the run it back.
Well, I think he will be getting it in just a moment. We're trying to bait somebody in for the fight. Crystal has spotted them waiting nearby, but it's kind of how many can he get here? Oh, they've actually all past him. Never mind. He's going to hear an awful lot of steps. Of course, only has a pistol to lose. That's why he's going to fight them. And it's not the prettiest. A sheriff over to Primi, but it's allowed his teammates to get into a post plant. Now it comes down to, can Full Sense do any more damage?
Yeah, tucking in here I don't think is even about damage, right? We see them in a spot that GE very much know they're in. No one's going to be running towards them. I think at least two have decided we're just going to go down to the spike. And when you look at where the orbs are at for GE, that kind of makes sense. Autumn doesn't even want to kill. He just wants to die so that coming into the next buy round, they don't even need map control. They can go straight for a direct play with the run it back. He has a chance. He has a real chance to at least go down to them or find one. There it is. Run it back online.
มันได้พอดี
ไม่มีรันอีกแบ็ก
แต่ไงมันราวหน้ามันก็คงไปเก็บเอา
A lot of people going down to that spike in the end, but does mean that the next round it's going to be an interesting one for G. How much do they invest into this one? Considering this will be their bonus round, you don't want to go too low, but they did have a fair few weaker weapons into that mix.
Taking that back. There.
The main thing, though, is, as you mentioned, Autumn with that running back, immediate space taken. It seems like they're just setting up for a very aggressive starting towards the safe side. Only Leviathan here, but the rotation already in from his teammates.
ถือว่าปรับแพทได้ดีอันนี้ไม่ได้หายไปเลยแบบโยรุ
เนี่ยแล้วเหรอไอ้การมึงเดิน
เดี๋ยว They've no control over middle, but for now at least it looks like he is already placed in their back. They are none the wiser. Double doors is wide open. That's a perplexing gap to leave and to not even think about. G have an advantage, but the problem being that the player is isolated. Crystal is still in the same position.
อะไรอ่ะ
The same push. And where else could he have gone? What a mistake being made here, but Primi is making up for it. He's got two under his belt already. Chip Boys with another spike down right in front of him.
Bro.
He can surely not again. He's caught 4 players off guard. And a chance for an ace, but it's Primi who stands in their way. He'll be put to bed. No ace today, but
ทำไมตอนเป็นเวทีโอมันเดินยากเดินเย็นวะ ทำไมเป็นไอคิตันมันเดินง่ายจัง
That's mental. It seems like the entirety of the round Full Sense were blinded and one man's vision was crystal clear. That is insanity. I think it's because they see Jip Boys go through and I've cleared that spot. He must have just run away, but the one gap that you didn't expect him to push was the one he already pushed. Crystal getting away with murder. I'm almost surprised. I'm almost surprised we didn't see a pause there for Full Sense. That is such a massive oversight.
I'm very surprised. I really was waiting for the graphic to pop up. That is insane. For him to even get the first was ridiculous. It's a gap that they left open, but the second, the third, and the fourth, now he's caught Primi. Oh, that's a 3-0 start for GE up against Pistols in these kind of rounds. Primi's normally the saving grace. He won't be this time. Shut down immediately. And from here, it is a very easy conversion, especially with Cruz down. Now you don't even have the Vice Util to worry about accelerating the deep flash out of that smoke and the world's oyster.
ตรงอันตีแบบสบายเลยตอนนี้ทีอ่ะ
โอ้เมื่อกี้กลางหลุดว่ะ
Another electric start to this map for GE. We've seen it
รอบ
before.
นี้แพ้ไม่ได้ครับผมแพ้กลับเลยฮะเนี่ยแมปตัดสินแล้วใครอยู่จะไป
Autumn on point. Crystal was highlighted on the desk last time out playing this versus Leviathan 21-10.
Right there.
And again, they had a lights out attack side for Full Sense. We're already going to be starting to ask the question. Why did they pick Breeze and why did they take it here if it doesn't turn around at some point? And already Autumn once again, of course, he's going to keep pushing this. He wants to try and earn up as many orbs as humanly possible. They are losing players along the way, but that ultimate is worth its weight in gold. This now becomes dangerous, though, more than dangerous. The problem, though, is that timer. He is just trying to stick it over the line. There's no way, surely not. Thank you, Hovey, for stopping that. For a second, I thought they were just throwing.
I think it's more so thank you to whoever said no, bro. I think he has that. I think he might have enough time. That was close, but not quite close enough. It's something we talked about the other day, right? When you're already dominating, when you're already winning, sometimes you play that little bit looser, you make those mistakes, and in this round, I think that's what we saw. Playing for the orbs, playing to take those kills, and then realizing, oh, we could lose this round. They got there in the end. And now we see the timeout from Full Sense. They are feeling the pressure. This is a good moment, though. If that had been just a blowout of a round...
แก้ด่วนเลยนี่มีพอดอยู่เกมมันเริ่มเรา5ครับจอยกันที่มีล็อกดาวน์แพทเมนมีอันติหายละดีว่ะ
GE on a regional stage, but when it comes to the globals, this is what matters most. One team will be finishing in that joint last position. The other goes marching on with a chance still to make it to the playoffs.
มีภาพอยู่
After the timeout, Full Sense come in up on Primi. He's on the A side. And that's exactly where they're speeding up towards. Now, in fact, they're right on his tail, but fearless is Primi. He swings into that angle, takes on, goes back for more.
ยังไง
And a 5 versus 3, well, I don't expect to see much more aggression now from Full Sense. Everything's going their way. Only downside is they've connected 4 over on this A side. This is leaving a lot of pressure on Cruz. He has his wall to cover that gap in the double doors. It's good that they filled in
ไม่สุดนี่แล้วพี่ยังไง
Can't see
รอบ
that
นี้
being a big problem.
รอบนี้ชิดบอย
Then it's util to play behind on B at least, but
พอได้เปรียบอยู่
honestly surprised to see them even still pushing.
Also disjointed. Jip Boy still fighting. Killua falling back. Clearly having different ideas. And you know what? Everybody misses sometimes.
คิดตันแม่งจะลักไก่อย่างเดียว
Almost
เลย
saved them as well. Gave him a little boop.
ควรจังวะ
Harder to hit. Full Sense 4 versus 2. A lockdown still to play against, but no issues. Love this reposition from Cruz as well. They know they're coming from
เฮ้ยมันวิ่ง
lane,
สอง
so up
เสียง
go
แล้ว
the
นี่
Thorns, and he goes long.
โอ้โห
I liked it because he was containing information, but now he's
เมื่อกี้ไม่น่า
swung in.
ไม่น่าไอ้เนี่ยทำ
Lockdown now on
หา
Lights
ทำ
of
เพิ่ม
Crystal.
น่ารอเพื่อนมา
He's been
จังห
phenomenal
วะ
in this
จัง
map
หวะ
so
ติด
far.
5-3
Still a man advantage. With that operator. Now is the timing of the lockdown. It just knows that, okay, let's make sure that they can't even get it to half. Activating those nanos, it has to be a push-up. In fact, they're just going to go running towards this, trying to destroy it. Instead, they walk into Crystal! Again, it seems to be his map. And only Primi stands in his way. Last time, he didn't manage the ace, but this time he'll take it home! Crystal was born on Pearl, but this time, he is the jewel!
What a crazy
ระ
map
เบิด
from
ฟอร์ม
Crystal so far. You said it in the opening series, opening
GG
map,
ว่ะ
I
พี่
believe it was as well. He was the trailblazer for this squad. He's now had a 4K and an ace.
จับฉลากครับ
Currently on this map, 11 and 2. And he's a big reason that GE find themselves sat 5-0 in the lead. Full Sense have got to be kicking themselves. This was a 5v3, and they gave those opportunities away.
That should have been their round. From Primi finding 2, he's got to feel hard done by that. He ends up in a 1vx situation at the end. Leviathan, there's no way out of that. Even getting hit by the Outlaw. It seems like G are just playing with the rotations. They've got that opening kill, and then they're just going back the other way.
Well, especially when you go this way and you don't see any of that utility from Vice. So at this point, you know that Vice is probably set up on A. You've picked B. You've opened it up. They're going to over-rotate. Now the noise is being made on A, trying to make them think about going back in the other direction. But those steps are heard. They've just heard a lot of them drop down, and Uniton swung into the pool. A little shot from Autumn, and he follows it up with another. With Cruz answering, this is far from a one round.
I think both teams are kind of lost as to where the other is going. You can see the defenders having to try and fight both sides of the map. It feels like it could have been a bit more simple, but G have been trying to push and pull, and well, they're going to push straight into another Autumn. Another superb round for him, but it's on to Cruz. He's managed to dodge the running back. He's just going to go in towards it, and it's going to get it just as he goes back into position. Incredible clutch of swords for Cruz. He hit the timing perfectly, but the lockdown was messy.
That was a confusing round to be a full sense player, I'd imagine.
โอ้ชิสแม่งบอดเพื่อเอาไปดึงอยู่
Autumn should have reset them, finding a third as well, but in the end,
ถือว่าเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นที่ดี
he'd heard Autumn round by and realizes he can just about catch him in the ult. It's a devastating blow in the round, but Global Esports still have such a big lead. A Red Bull clutch gets them their first round on the side of Full Sense. But they are far from out of the woods. The credits still extremely low on a lot of these players, and GE could use this as an economic reset.
Yeah, it feels like that round was overcomplicated by Global Esports. You look at the beginning, they sold a perfect fake, but then tried to re-fake the fake, re-hit the hit, and it ended up messy.
มันจะได้ห้ามพลาดละ
Is that a sign of things to come?
ตัวรีเซ็ต
Or will they return straight back to prominence? Ults on either side. Looking at the running back for Jip Boys, if he can find the position, but it has been a tougher game for him so far.
This is a really nice setup. Primi's keeping A main control. Even if he dies, they get to delay a little bit longer with the Thorns. And wrap back in, but it's on double doors. This flash could be devastating. I think Jip Boys is going to eat this for dinner. Oh, man. It's a 3-course meal. Jip Boy's gone. The A site now under heavy threat. At least Uniton's going to be isolated when he goes through that. Oh, no. He spotted it in time. They trip the wall, they make noise outside A, and now the wrap back again, the double fake by GE, but it hasn't quite worked. Full Sense realized just in time that the play is still coming towards them. On this B site, goes the Steel Garden as well. That's going to make it even more difficult. GE boots on the ground, Black coming in, but they don't know about Leviathan. Now they do, and Happy's got another.
Primy, there's no choice.
คิดว่าจะซัดตัววาง
They even checking his back. They know there's been lurks on
ไม่
lurks.
สวยแล้วว่าโดนรีเซ็ตว่ะ
Late plays after late plays. And that one felt much more like a mid-round call. Like the trip of the wall, it seemed like Udatom wanted to go through. It gets caught, and then they just decide to go back in the moment. I think the steel garden was well placed, but Javi being the one player that wasn't caught by it ends up defending his teammates as they make their way back into the site. This time, the push and pull, those rotations working out for Global Esports, and Full Sense falling further and further behind. 6-1 down. A decided map that if you go looking at like recent results, you'd think they'd be mad to choose, but one that they've been very comfortable on themselves. However, unless something drastic changes soon, it seems like GE have their number.
Well, the problem is this was Full Sense's opportunity. Losing this round meant that their economy is shattered, but winning it meant that GE were in that same position. This could have been a 5-3 scoreline, almost guaranteed with that round win, but instead it has slipped away, and GE now have a chance to extend that lead even further. It is going to be pistols, mostly bandits. On the side of Full Sense, the only man with a rifle is Primy, but he's here. And he's got more than enough backup. He swings in amidst the chaos. But GE, they only lost that single duel. That rifle from Primy had a chance. Everybody was focused on a different player. Out he swung, and someone's ripped his head clean off, leaving Cruz alone. 1 versus 4. Listen, this clutch would put the win well and truly into Full Sense's sails, but
GG ว่ะ
7-1 was coming.
Yeah, I think again, we're talking about even at times when they're walking into the stacked up site, they're still able to win all of those duels. I think Autumn is having one of the best performances I've seen from him, be it off the utility or just the individual brilliance. Him and Crystal both 13-3-1 as it stands. The next highest player on their team has 4 kills. So they
ได้คู่นี้ใครแพ้แบบนี้กลับบ้านเลยฮะไอพิมี่มาละเก่งไหมก็ใช่นะจียังไม่แพ้แบบนี้เลย
Cam there is the most relaxed I've seen Frost look in, I would say, years. This is a regional matchup. Evidently, it means something to him. How GE finished Pacific number 3. But now, they are miles ahead of the number 2 team soon to send them home if things keep going this way.
You don't want to lose to your ex-team twice. You don't want to have your student becoming the master. A man that made a lot of promises to the global esports fans. A team that had struggled to ever make playoffs.
My ultimate is ready.
And I'm talking regionally. Now sit at a global event. Now look to take their spot that little bit further. And of course, with the amount of kills that Crystal's been getting, there's no surprise he has the lockdown available, a chance to clear out the back of the site, even having that cosmic divide. The one dangerous position is towards the back, and this is a full set play. I like this. The judge invested into just to take that deep control.
Yeah, no one's quite going to be through that screen, unfortunately. Cosmic divide giving a safe haven for Udatom for now, but it's going to fade soon, so will that smoke. Oh! It's push time! The flash seemed good. Only get 1 forward. Pac-Man trying his best to pull this back into favor, and he holds his ground. Oh, running into Primy's a mistake, though. The ult put through by Jip Boys. He's already on the spike. He's going to get a half at least before he disappears, and that's given them a chance now. Tapped again, but Jip Boys goes down. Crystal was camping on his ultimate.
Could he just defuse this?
He could try, but they're already going to be on him. Nicely done by GE. Another danger.
God!
And a huge lead built up already, and there's plenty of this half still to go.
Again, I like the set play. You guarantee yourself a massive afterplant. I think Patman still had to do incredibly well.
He did.
Trading 2 for 1. And as you said, Crystal was just ready and waiting for his opponent. This map is one where I'm not necessarily sure you need to just fear GE. You need to fear him. 15-3.
Keep it cool. That's how
and it's actually scarier than like Primi was on fire on map 1, but individuals drop off. The problem is Crystal is playing the cerebral game better. He is behind them. He had flanks when he might as well have typed in all chat where he was, and they were still surprised. For full sense, this isn't a fair representation of how the series has been so far, but we were worried about what happened when we got to Pearl. There's still time to recover this half, but the other side of the map is gone, and oh my god! Patman! He should have been in danger there. It was 4 players with pistols swinging him, blinding him, and he still comes out with 3. It seems like any danger in this round is gone already, and it would have been dangerous. There'll be rifles picked up, Blade Storm online. Instead, it's Primi all by his lonesome.
Yeah, he now has to make a decision of just like, do I even want to just risk the rifle? Sure, you have the Blade Storm. It feels silly to not utilize it, especially when you combine to the next round, but let's be real. You've got Harvey with 8,700 credits. You are not damaging their economy enough to make a difference in this half, and you might be gifting orbs over that maybe get an extra ult online. He's still going to try and maybe just show them that they should still be scared of him, but the fact is they are not. Yudotan will put him down, earn an extra orb towards his overdrive, and 9-1 in the lead. No matter what you expected in this series, right now it's looking like an incredibly dominant conclusion. Full Sense desperately need these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, the problem is their grip on this series, their grip on this final map. It's tightening with every round that they find. Crystal still sitting 15-3. 2 players on their squad have only died 3 times. Full Sense struggling. And the read this time early towards the B site, they stack up 3. Now seeing presence in A main, mass exodus of the B site. They're going over to the right side. They're reinforcing the Vice setup after seeing that initial contact, but GE back off. Not fully. But they're making this look like, frankly, they're making it look like a terrible fake. This looks like they're throwing themselves at the A site with one guy going, hey, look, I'm here. So that they can then hit the B site. Here comes the Prowler, here comes the noise, here comes Yudotan. So now they go, oh, we were wrong. It wasn't B, it was A. No, it wasn't A, it was B. And now the spike is going into the A site. Now it's only going to be Cruz. But he still has his setup. The Thorn's not blocking off the main body of the Force, and Yudotan's doing an excellent job in selling that fake.
Yeah, they need to kill him clean, though. Cruz is still here. He's still waiting, and Orton does just that. Genuinely hasn't been missing all the way through the game. A post plant. They even have themselves a Nightfall, depending on how aggressive they want to be. Deep Smoke's flashed through it by that defensive side. Jit Boys have done well, but Javi does just as well. Evens things back up. Primi low. Patman still just sat up close aggressively. A jump up here would seemingly mean demise.
เรียบร้อยหลังแตก
Behind them though, he's timed it to perfection. First comes easy, but he's not going to risk it. Not going over aggressive. Harvey still just sat in the corner low from that previous battle, and Patman is there again. 10-1. 9 more rounds than their opposition. And this third map is looking more like GE's map choice than any that have come before.
You come in around 11, you're out of pauses, and your opponents don't just sell a fake. They sold 2 fakes perfectly. Hook, line, and sinker.
ขอเล่าหนึ่งขอเล่าด้วยก็12ก็ได้
attached to the line, and now they are being hung out to dry. 2 rounds is the best this could be, and they'll start with 4 players on the A site. Guess where GE are? And they've just heard at least 2, I think 3, pushing up on A. Immediate response, go to B. They probably even assume they're walking into the Vice setup, but Full Sense 4-man push where the Vice setup is. So this site is done. No defense. It's all for GE in the post plan.
พอรู้ว่าเทคหน้า A ใช่ป่ะเทคหน้า A คนเยอะ
Those have gone pretty well already.
เข้า B จังหวะนี้
Blue has done well. This time trading much more effectively, and it's going to be left to Crystal. He's in no man's land, still in middle. An opportunity for them to get towards the spike, already looking to try and shroud his vision, but he looks to try and run through. Stuck in the mud already, that defusal is going all the way. I don't think he can stop it this time. At least a semblance of hope, a final round being picked up by Full Sense, but Mitch, they are so far behind.
They are miles behind with 2 rounds in the first half. It seems like Full Sense may be close to booking their flights back home. GE leading 10-2. It's time for the halftime break. But before we get back into the game, we're going to hear from Jit Boys and Javi.
เขารู้ด้านไหนทำพิมมี่อยู่ไปแล้ว
กูค้างอีกแล้ว ลอยเลยกู
of GE now have
I mean, of course we're ready.
อาการลอย ไม่เป็นไรพี่ เก็บแผนไว้แชมเปี้ยน
โอ้โหเดี๋ยวให้ทำแผนใหม่ก็ได้ไม่ต้องเก็บตั้งนาน
รั่วเลย
Even started.
จริงๆไอ้ช่วงต้นเกมไปโดนวินแบบ ที่พลาดอ่ะ สื่อสารพลาดโดนไหลมาตัดอ่ะน็อตเลยอ่ะ ยาวเลยคิดต้อน
Pistol,
ไม่
they're
ใจมา
definitely
เลย
force buying. They've just accepted defeat, so
แต่คิดต้อนไม่ต้องยิงแม่งไกล
Global
แบบ
Esports
ไกลแม่งมาแม่งยิงอะแหลกเลย
level things up
นาวี
between
ใน
the
ดอทมัน
orgs.
ยังเก็บแผนไว้
They
PI
faced
15
in
เลย
the
จาก
late
PI 1
stages of Pacific. And it was
จ
a
นทุกวันนี้แม่งเลิกเล่น
2-0
ไป
with
แล้ว
the
นะ
same first 2 maps.
เก็บแผนไว้เล่นชาติหน้าแล้ว
Managed to take
เก็บไว้ให้
Breeze
ลูก
and
ใช้
now on Pearl.
เก็บไว้เล่น
They
ดอท
are
A3
massively in the lead.
ปกต้องมาครับ
จะตายแล้วโดนสแปม
Start to this pistol for Full Sense. They've got a lot of control. They know there's a lot of players on the other side, but they're not deterred. Swinging in for these fights. Doesn't look pretty. Javi's already got himself a double. The man talking in the halftime about revenge.
เอาหน่อยไว้นายเว้ย ขอปืนพกก่อน
He's certainly gotten his own. Utaton and Crystal, the last 2 alive. Crystal on full health. And Leviathan certainly anything but.
Recovering it.
Maybe a slight misread from the defense initially. Leviathan definitely thinking about that flank. Of course, that's been a major issue of this game so far is the players backstabbing, but that tap of the spike, it seems like the players on G are just waiting. They're waiting for that plant to actually go down, just in case he's selling a ruse, just in case he's trying to get behind them.
Spike planted.
Instead, trapped within the smoke, has given him a gas! Instead, it's the headshot through the wall, I believe. And Crystal once again is the one to save Global Esports. That pistol round will be going their way. And Mitch, wow, a plant and that many kills. I will be gobsmacked at this scoreline if we don't see a force fight coming through from Full Sense. They have to.
Yeah, like they got the plant out of it. Even without it, you have to. 11-2 down.
ฟอร์ด
If you're not
ฟอร์ด
going to
บาย
win
เลย
a round like this, you're certainly not going to win the streak of rounds needed to get back into this game. Full Sense essentially out already. Your days numbered, the final hour drawing near, and the force spy will be pulled
ไม่
into
รู้เลย
play.
ว่ารัดแน่นอน
All eggs in this basket. 50-50 in that last round, and that could have given them a chance.
Look at the amount of specters as well. They know that there's light shields coming in, an opportunity to almost just spam that SMG and
เอ้ยร้อน
it's just about going to survive. That's a really good combination coming out of the attack, but it doesn't get quite as much as they would have hoped for.
การเดียนแบบโนเกาะเลย
Bit of damage, all being retrieved. Defense obviously not taking any chances with their own buy. Definitely having information of this split.
Flash out for Autumn. Oh, unfortunately, Primmy's already gone in. He's taken it inside the cloudburst and now found a Spectre for another. Uniton holds on to control of A main.
คนไม่เยอะจังวะ
It takes away any sort of comfort ground for Full Sense. Instead, they have to fight for ground elsewhere. Space taken towards the defender spawn. They jump into the window, spotted. Javi won't get the kill though. A lot of success for Full Sense in the force buy, and it seems like they've done just enough. They've come online right when they needed to. Crystal, a menace to them so far, but his impact in this round is negligible. And Uniton, well, it might be time to save. Not because you want this weapon for the next, but more so you don't want Full Sense to have it. Third round, Tom. When do we start believing?
OT ไป
Yeah, it feels like I think maybe a little bit earlier because I do think that we've already seen capitulation at times from Global Esports. Again, I think back to that Leviathan series where they played split, they were massively in the lead, and then I think they only got one round on their defense. And that wasn't because it's a particularly bad map for them, it's just that they started getting in their own heads, taking too many risks. But maybe like 8 or 9, that's still an absolute mile away. It's whether or not these are repeatable. Also, you have to look at their Pearl and go, well, they have dominated teams on it over the last few months. Even a victory versus Paper X, so they have beaten the best of the best. That's unfortunate though. A singular weapon that could be used in this round, and it's gone.
One man that could take a shot off Brimmy when he takes 2.
แรงจัด
That's a bit of an awkward fight. Man with a chance. Prowler sent out. He's got himself one, but that's it. That's it. Yeah, he's going to be put in the ground right afterwards. As long as Full Sense can keep that up, at least trading, it should be fine. But to be honest, you want to see these rounds go by cleanly. It's not like they need much money to bounce back. As long as they can buy for one more round, it's fine.
เรื่อยๆครับลาวใบลาว
You needed to feel convincing, so it feels.
เรายังไม่หมดหวัง
I guess the other thing you can say though is just some of these weapons you almost don't want into the next round. When you're going to try and win that many in a row, I'm not sure I want to see a Spectre coming in for Kahlua. But at least for farming up those orbs versus Eco, that's exactly what you want. Leviathan 1 away from his ultimate. I don't think anybody would be saving a Bulldog if he was to go down, so he's just going to go and grab that. In a normal round, that would be a silly or risky thing to do. In this sort of round, it's not too bad for Crystal, though. He's starting to build up some orbs of his own. Of course, that has helped out.
รู้ด้วยวะ
It would have been insane if he landed it, but not quite there. 4 rounds on the board for Full Sense. Still, they need to double it before this gets interesting.
One day we're going to see the Odin bot to spam that wall. I can't wait for it. Probably not to any success, but we'll see it, I'm sure. The round for Full Sense, indeed, a lifeline. Many more needed to go their way, but 2 in a row. Relatively clean. Here is the real test.
ลาวใบลาว
comes
ชิ
in
ว
with a run it back. Rifles across the board for GE. And despite how the first map went, this is a completely different story when it comes to the buy rounds or well, pretty much any of the rounds.
คราวนี้ไม่อยากดูเลยอยากไปชิว
GE looked like the better team. There's been gaps there for Full Sense. Exploring the times individuals showing up
ไม่ไหวแล้วไปดีกว่า
on the attack in the previous half. This is great though. Deep Prowler came in from GE, didn't see anybody outside A. They took the orb, they ran away. Full Sense know they've got a free site over there. All Brimmy has to do is sell the fake. And with the Cosmic Divide in play, him even just showing there is enough. He can just back off now.
This is a great fake.
GE are full and
hook, line, and sinker, and they're only just starting to realize. And the best thing is he didn't even die. So now he can do sort of what we saw Autumn doing on the other side. Just have this late flank that they're going to have to try and clear. With him also in position and the wall not being tripped, they know that they're pretty much all coming in from a similar angle. He can even watch into mid, The running back, though, will look to lead the charge. Maybe pad the gap, and already Autumn's got 2! He shouldn't have got away with anywhere near as much from there. They set up the strategy to perfection, but can they hold on to the round? It's not looking likely.
ไม่เหมือนที่คุยกันไว้
Primi, Leviathan, make that just one. They sold their opponents. And now they look to see it all fall apart. GG somehow made that look easy.
The fact that they started on the wrong side of the map, the fact that they got baited in
ไม่ละพี่
so
เก็บ
much,
แผนไป
it's
คิ
the
กออฟ
two
เนี่ย
flashes. The first from Autumn got him that close. The wall allowed him closer.
ไกลไปไหม
Flash in, 2 kills into his hand immediately. And the fact that those 2 kills are traded out, but it's just his ult. So he's back in the round, ready to roll again. For GE, this is why it felt like an inevitability. Full Sense have to climb back through so many rounds, and even there for GE with 1 ultimate, it was enough to turn the tide. Even without it, if Autumn just ran in like that, job is done. Full Sense, 8 in a row to stay alive at Masters London.
Not even till we have. Okay.
มุมเมื่อวานเลยที่เจโดน
Good read, but immediate response. Crystal has been phenomenal. Oh, it's a push through! Unitom wants to end it here, but he'll trade for his life. 2 kills found. Blade Storm was picked up by Primi. It puts them into an even scenario. Patman already on a fast flank. There's no utility to stop him at this stage, but the positions, at least for now, are good from the attack.
There's still a lot of time for GE to work with. Patman slowly making his way down long. Soon the Nightfall can go in. This is the time to put it through. Prowler starts, sees one in the corner. Okay, no, now we're just going to launch straight in. But Primi has bailed them out again. It's a 4K with the Blade Storm to give Full Sense a 5th. 7 in a row now for overtime.
I'll be honest, I thought that Unitom might have just done it there and then.
That was so smart to play through the molly. They had no idea.
โคตรคมอุ้ยไปวะ
Him having a blade
เกมมันเล่นง่ายจัง
cheat code.
มันดู
He's
มี
just
ดมัน
got
ดู
his
ง่ายขนาดนั้น
20th
เลย
kill and they only have 5 rounds onto the board.
นีออนสไลด์หันไป
Truth that although
เอาไปเล่มหนึ่งพอ
Primi still having his moments, it almost feels like he'd need over 40 unless the rest of the team start to step up.
4 players there. It's a great flash from Autumn, but it comes in a little late. Jip Boys is able to punish. They know
ต้องกันได้สัก5
that there are numbers on
4ก็ได้
leaving is the right
ได้เล่นอยู่นะ
กันได้เยอะกว่านี้มันโดนคริสตัลเลิกไง
not where that flash was supposed to go.
เสียราวที่ไม่ควรเสียเยอะไปหน่อยผมว่า
คือถ้าไม่ได้คน
แล้วแม่งโดนไหล
I thought he was going to put it on site to sort of fake out, maybe just buy them an extra couple seconds, but it looks like he's going to hold the space late.
ทำไมตอนเล่นกับไอ้ทีวันอ่ะโอ้โคตรเฉียบเลยเมทีโอไม่ได้เดิน
any reaggression, an extra Phoenix
ทำไมวันนี้มันดู
น่าจะคุยไปเพราะรู้ว่าเมทีโอมันนี่ไง
But a Prowler going in, something like that. Indeed, it'll pop it a little bit later, but very, very patient from this attack side. As we said, late on they go back to A, but GE seem to have their number.
That's the thing, that when you're on the GE side, you really need to rotate just yet when you're in such a low buy, but Cruz
เอาแล้วพี่
is
ทีม
quickly farming up those eco frags. Unitom has been able to get one.
จิตบอยรับจบ
That puts his ult online. He's going to risk it for a biscuit. Try and bring this round home with an overdrive. Instead, he's left space for Patman. Oh, he's so close to taking out Cruz. That was 2 health remaining for the IGL.
ถ้าไม่โดน
Oh, that shouldn't have been close.
Especially when seconds ago there was an overdrive fired off on the side. Cruz is very lucky to be alive there. Full Sense continue their climb back. But this should have been an easy round. The fact that they showed 2 players on that initial push, it meant that Unitom was flying under the radar. It meant they didn't expect Patman to swing in like that. But as frustrating as it is to not get more from that situation, there are still 6 more chances for Global Esports to carry on their run
แช
here
มป์
at
แชมเปี้ยน
London.
ของผมน่าจะไม่ได้เลยมั้งเนี่ย
Team that finished above them.
ไม่พอถ้าจะได้ต้องเข้ารอบ
They also didn't throw in Patman's ult. They still have plenty to play with. And like a more direct play off the back of the running back, where you can see the defenders are just trying to avoid it, sitting all the way back. Is there enough time for him to find anything? No. Instead, Primi still in position. Weaponry about to be taken away at least from one. Autumn just waiting on the other side of it, a little bit risky, but didn't want to be caught running across. They're really trying to play ahead of this retake, but they've got to be careful. The swing through only gets one. But now the lockdown can be put into play.
แต่ว่ายิงวางยิงได้อยู่
Passive post plant will have to be taken here.
Yeah, they'd already used their Phoenix utility, so no chance to burn that lockdown alive. And now in goes the Cosmic locked out. They've got to start making a move. These players could already be on it, but in goes the Molly. That's bought a little bit more time. Crystal from the top rope. He's looking to swing through, but the spam full blind and he can't get the line.
พิมมี่ว่ะ
Slipped right past.
แดดมาปะ
Full sense have found
วิชานินจา
still a ways
น่า
to
จะแดด
go,
เข้ามาปะ
but they're starting to believe.
แต่แดดน่าจะใช้ไปแล้วดิ
We saw in the last
มั่งไงวะ
round a little bit of frustration.
เฮ้ย
At what point does the doubt
ผมว่าน่า
start
จะเดินมา
to
เนี่ย
creep
แหละเดินมาแบบชิวๆเดินมาแบบชิว
in?
กาย
Just managed 3 rounds in a row. They need that total to go up to 8.
อยู่ข้างบน
But the one thing I said in the last round was, hey, at least they didn't use all those ultimates up. Well, Mitch, they have now. Everything is offline.
เหี้ยแม่ง
And you can hear from
ไม่
their
อยาก
own
ให้เป็น
comms that they're starting to believe in this
12
comeback. It is the
11
perfect
พอลุ้น
time, in my mind, for a global esports pause. But I feel like if you're
จริงถ้ากันได้ไอ้วินที่โดนแบบมาตัดรัวๆถ้าไม่พลาดตรงนั้นนะตอนเนี้ยน่าจะสูสีแบบติด OT อยู่
And it's goodbye to Full Sense. It starts here. Attack side. All of their eggs in one basket towards this B site. And a mid fight.
ถ้าแบบว่าสูสีแล้วพิมมี่น่าจะยิง
At
3
least
สิ
to start with.
ใกล้จะทำลายสถิติแล้วเนี่ย
They have nothing to play with here. It's just the pistols. Ults, not online. Of course, there's always a chance, but it feels like a 1%er. And with the post plant already in,
Spike planted.
2 ults available if needed. This one's expected to be clean.
ใช้ไปเลยอย่าไปงก
Great work by Jip Boys. Even the Blaze going up to slow them down that little bit longer. It's given an angle up top though. Cruz almost got completely caught off guard by that. Flash doesn't land okay, but Primi's there to clean
ฟาร์ม
up.
ฟาร์ม
Four
เอาไม่ลง
in a
ตอนนี้
row
บอ
now,
กเลย
and look, this is starting to get a little
ถ้า
bit
ได้วินหน้า
spooky.
เนี่ย
This was the moment I
เอา
said.
ละ
8 or 9 rounds.
It is just one mistake
ลุก
for
ไป
them
ฉี่
to
ได้วะ
slip
พี่
and fall all
ตอน
the
แรก
way
ผมไม่
down.
ฉี่มันจะ
ไม่ได้แล้ว
But trust in
ลุก
the
ไม่ได้เหรอ
zone.
เมื่อกี้ลุกไปแล้วโดนเลยว่ะ
A long way to fall, but for now at least, the climb continues.
It is actually mad to look at the scoreboard and realize that Primi is now the top bragger.
6แล้ว
Like that's insane.
Ni
By
putฉีก
how
แล้ว
far
วะ
behind that they are, the impact rounds that both Crystal
ขอยาดม
Autumn
ก่อนแล้วกัน
have had. He now has the most kills. And the longer this goes,
หมาย
the
ถึง
more
นะ
G start to sweat. A game that was done. Like it should have been over a while ago.
Retrieving flash.
And as said, all they need is one round. Their coaches had some time to talk. This was the round they were talking about.
This is a gap again. G have given it, but they know that they have, hoping that these players keep walking through, that they can force that fight, but Full Sense have given it up. The Prowler confirms someone's still around. Our numbers from G towards this A site. Full Sense are hitting the lighter side of the map. They do still have to go through Killjoy utility, but the way they're going, they're bypassing it all. All they have to do now is deal with Javi, deal with Crystal, but that's been easier said than done at times. Oh, the grab well was sent in. A stun as well, and Crystal's found himself two in the choke. Cruz, try as he might, he doesn't stand a chance, and now it all falls apart for Full.
unlucky
โอ้คิดตันแม่งแมปของมันเลยว่ะวันนี้
ไปกลับบ้านเนี่ยดีแล้วครับ แพ้เป็นพระชนะเป็นไหมอินเตอร์เอฟลองให้พี่เอ๋ยเจอโอ้ยไม่ทันแล้วทำไมผมยังรู้สึกว่าแม่ง
แล้วมันไม่แพ้เพอเลยแต่มันไม่ได้เฟิร์สพิกกับดักนี่หว่าบอสวางแท็บเหรอวะ
จริงๆผมว่าแผนเราอะกะจะเอา2-0ไหมแต่ปิดไม่ลงเฉยไม่เป็นไรครับ เรายังมีทีมไทยเหลืออีกทีมหนึ่งรออยู่ในเพย์ออฟทีมไทย กูเคมหมดตอนเนี้ยไม่มีทีมไทยเหลืออยู่
ทีมี่ยิงมา73
ฟาดถูมือรอแล้วไม่ได้อย่างเงี้ย
เฮ้ย
เดี๋ยวขอรอบหน้าให้ GE ชนะอีกเข้าไปเพย์ออฟไปได้ลุ้นๆหน่อย
แต่พิมมี่1.4ตอนนี้แฮปปี้เวย์1.3รอดูอ่ะเนย
โอ้โหเฟิร์สคิว14ท่าน
เฮ้ย
ท่านแม่งสุดแล้ววะเนี่ยดูสถิติแล้วแบบ
สกอร์บ้าจัดอ่ะ
พิมี่อะนะ
ดูดิ
บวก34คนเดียวพี่ เห็นแล้วซึมว่ะคำพูดมากมายในภายในหัวใจ
มันไม่ตัวยิงวันนี้มันจริงใช่ปะ
NRG ก็สะบักสะบอมอยู่อะเดี๋ยวมันจับสายนี่ใช่ไหม
ใช่ใช่ดูจับสายด้วย
อันนี้กลับบ้าน
ปก
แล้วค
ติ
รับ
คิโลจะแบบว่า
จริงๆนั่นแหละคำพูดมากมายอยู่ในภายในใจ
ไอ้นิกอีกแล้วเอฟ
ที่ไอ้ลุง
How is this going to work?
Hey everybody, so today we're going to be doing the round 3 of the Swiss stage. This is a pretty simple draw. The only rule that everybody needs to keep in mind is that no repeat matchups will be permitted. In our case, the only one we need to watch out for is XLG cannot play on RG. If that happens, we will simply swap the matchup so we have a valid draw. And the order of this is going to go pick 1, pick 2, pick 3, and pick 4. So that's all we need to know before we get started.
Okay then, well let's get started.
มึง
Get
เอา
swizzling.
GE ไปเจอนี่ไปชิวๆหน่อยไป
I am not going to commentate the
แม่งเอาไปเจอ
balls.
NRG เคยดูนะพี่
If only GB was here. Let's crack it. And who have we got first? Global
GE แล้ว
Esports. And the boys are still actually taking photos right now, so maybe they'll be keeping their ears peeled for this one. So that's our first matchup. We're going to draw the second matchup now.
แม่อันนี้มัน
So
มี
who
กฎอยู่แล้ว
is the other
นับใน
matchup
ตัว
going to
มัน
be
ไม่ได้นับแบบ
starting
รี
with
เทียบ
Nick?
ไง
Give it a toss. Give it a whirl.
อย่า
Give
ฉี
it
ก
a
กลับบ้านไปแล้ว
crack.
กลับพร้อมฟูลเซนต์ไปเลยเนี่ย กู ว่า NRG
And inside the ball,
อะไรเหลือง
we
ๆเฮ้ย
have
ฟุต
Foot. So they will not be playing Global Esports.
อี
They'll
แม่
be
งเจอ
playing in our
NRG แน่นอน
second matchup.
เชื่อไหม
So we'll pop that on the board. And here
ดีๆนะไอ้
go.
โวยลุง
Just 2 balls.
อยากเห็น
Just
จี
two
เจอฟุต
opponents
ว่ะ
to
แต่ไม่มีภาพแล้ว
decide.
ไอ้ลุงมันจัดให้ละ
Nick grabbed a ball and then just sort of turned it around the other one.
Nick.
That wasn't swizzling. That was ceremony.
เปลี่ยนลูกทำไม
Come on, Nick. Oh, crack it.
เอ้ย
We have
เอา
XLG.
ใช้ได้ใช้ได้ใช้ได้เฮียเราฟุตเจอนาจี
So that is allowed, isn't it?
Yeah, this is permitted.
Brilliant. He left me hanging there for a second. So, Global Esports, if you can hear me while you're signing those autographs, you are going to be playing XLG. I saw a look from Crystal
แน่เลย
Ball.
แบบว่าจีต้องมีของอยู่นะไม่
And
เกือบช
then
นะ
let's
เลย
make it official. Who is going to be
จริง
playing
ๆผม
for
ว่า
that
แม่งเจออะไร
survival
ก็หนักกว่า
in
นั้น
this competition?
หนักของทีมอ่ะ
And this one is
ดู
going
แฮป
to
ปี้
be
เวย์ยิงอยู่
a
เนี่ย
corker.
นี่ถ้าลาก้ามัน
It
ลั่นด้วย
is,
นะ
of
ชิบหายเลย
course, going to be NRG, the current reigning world champions. So good luck to all of these teams. Nick is going to get it on the
ผ
board
ม
and
ว่า
make
NRG
it
เข้าว่ะ
official.
มันฆ่ายาก
These
ที
are the
เนี้ย
two matchups we'll be seeing
เออมัน
tomorrow, but
ถึงแม้มัน
not
จะสะบักสะบอมอะแต่
necessarily
มัน
in
โอ้โห
this
มัน
order.
ฆ่ายาก
Because
จัด
Nick,
อะ
you've got to go backstage now and work the schedule out.
Yep, so we'll get the schedule out as soon as we can, so stay tuned on social media.
Fantastic. You heard the man. Stay tuned on the Valorant Esports socials and
NRG
we'll
แม่ง
see you on
ตอน
this
มา
stage
เข้า
tomorrow.
มา
Good
ลอนดอน
night.
แม่งก็ผมมาจากสายล่างนะสะบักสะบอมมา
Hello, I am joined by
ครับนอนวันดีราตรีสวัสดิ์ครับ เจอกันพรุ่งนี้นะบ๊ายบายเดี๋ยวตอนเย็นมีงานเล่น RV ก่อนนะครับพรุ่งนี้สตรีมยาวๆเลย วันนี้ก็ผิดหวังกันทั่วหน้า แต่ก็ไม่เป็นไรครับ ก็ดูให้สนุกมีแพ้มีชนะครับ ไม่ต้องไปเครียดก็แอบเซ็งๆหน่อย แต่ก็ไม่เป็นไรครับ มันก็ยังมีให้ดูอีกหลายคู่มีทีมให้ดู แต่เราก็เชียร์นะพอเราเชียร์แล้วเราแพ้มันก็เซ็งอ่ะไม่เป็นไรครับ สบายๆเกมแพ้คนไม่แพ้นะเจอกัน หยอกยังไงเดี๋ยวก็ได้เล่นอีกเรื่อยๆครับมาดูคิดว่ามาดูท่านโชว์ก็พอละ
พักละเจอพรุ่งนี้
เจอกันพี่อย่างน้อยเราก็มี DRG กลับบ้านเป็นเพื่อน